Hokage, Chronicle of the True Farewell. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 301, Fighting the Three Shadows, The Glory of the Silver Sky. At this moment, Mifune's fatal strike was shattered by his flesh, followed by a mocking remark from Uchiha Chi. However, this seemingly shocking scene only caused the three men's faces to freeze. After all, they were all seasoned masters, and at this moment, they did not let themselves be discouraged or despair. Battles between ninjas were essentially battles of intelligence. Being caught in a difficult situation due to lack of information about the enemy was commonplace for ninjas. Chiyo's ultimate killing move, the immensely powerful Earth Escape technique unleashed by the Yellow Earth's influence on the environment, and Mifune's fatal strike combined to break Uchiha Chi's Setsuna and, with a surprise attack, force out a second, possibly Earth Escape technique, the hardening technique, in addition to the terrifying skeleton. While Uchiha Chi suffered no damage, this was no cause for dismay. On the contrary, it was a significant achievement. This move allowed them to gather a wealth of intelligence. Given the defensive power of that skeleton ninjutsu, if we seize the opportunity to use the Mountain Earth technique, we should be able to control it. Furthermore, that technique isn't designed to protect against attacks from all directions, as the Earth-style rock collapse caused the mountain to fall. Wang Tu keenly observed that when Uchiha Chi used Setsuna to hold the mountain back, the ground beneath him wasn't intact, nor was it as severely shattered as the ground outside Setsuna's protection. Wang Tu imagined that the technique should protect the ground beneath him, and his previous action was like hitting a piece of iron with a hammer. The pressure from the iron should cause the entire ground to cave in, but that wasn't the case. Therefore, the skeleton ninjutsu seemed to be hollow, a point from which to attack. Plus, the energy consumption of a jutsu like that must be terrifying. After shattering the Setsuna, Wang Tu leaped aside, staring at Uchiha Chi with a nervous expression. He thought to himself, his expression firm, it's not like there's no way to deal with this brat, and just as this thought flashed through his mind, Uchiha Chi, despite appearing calm, was secretly frowning. Setsuna wasn't without its side effects. Furthermore, he had forcibly activated it with his three-megatomolike form. He had only used one skeleton and two second-stage half-skeleton Susanus in quick succession on the daimyo's samurai, Wang Tu, and the three people before him, a duration that must have lasted no more than a minute. Yet, Uchiha Chi still felt every cell in his body ache. It was like 1,000 ants biting at his body. Unleashing a vast amount of chakra in such a short period of time, forming a Setsuna that enveloped the caster, was a test of both physical strength and eye strength. Furthermore, the continuous release of such large amounts of chakra was excruciating. Uchiha Chi's current state wasn't perfect either. His eyes hadn't completely fused, and much of his pupil power had been consumed in the fusion process. He also desperately needed rest and recuperation. While his chakra limit had been boosted by his natural talent, it was still far from sufficient compared to the numerous chakra-consuming elements within him. Uchiha Chi estimated that he only had enough chakra to use Setsuna twice more, and that he still needed to wait for the pain of overdrawn energy to subside. The amount of chakra required to use Setsuna once was equivalent to using fire-style chakra mode, 2 senjutsu, or 4 orochi-style substitution jutsu. Each orochi-style substitution jutsu consumed about the same amount of chakra as 4 great fireballs. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Chi currently had enough chakra for 32 great fireballs. Anti-argument post, don't think it's too little. A full blast is about 70 great fireballs. Compared to Kakashi, who can only use Raikiri 4 times a day, it's already quite a bit. Also, Setsuna is a dojutsu, and it consumes chakra. The activation of dojutsu, as well as taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu, all require chakra as energy. Don't mistake dojutsu power for energy, they're not the same thing. So, during the brief recovery period when he couldn't use Setsuna, could Uchiha Chi kill the 3 cage-level warriors before him with 32 great fireballs, and not only that, the 6 more cage who were about to arrive? He had no time to dwell on such things. All the thoughts flashed through his mind in a fleeting moment. Following instinct, while Mifune was stunned by the sight of his earth-style, earth spear unleashed, instantly shattering his sword, Uchiha's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam. He crushed the ground with his foot, swung his sword in a circle, swept the tattered katana in his hand, and turned around to deliver a horizontal slash at Mifune's throat. At the same time, he clenched his other hand into a fist and swung it back behind his chest. Feeling the chill of the ranker's wind, Mifune shuddered, quickly recovering. Seeing Uchiha's slashing blade, his entire body tensed. He immediately grasped the broken sword with both hands, stepped slightly to the ground, and with a standard samurai stepped back to create space to dodge. Then, he swung his longsword sideways, from bottom to top, meeting the blow. Clang. The swords clashed, sparks flying. The katana in Uchiha's hand, casually scavenged from the ground, was far inferior to Mifune's chakra metal longsword. Even the broken sword, after a brief encounter, smoothly sliced into the katana's blade, severing it. He was about to strike Uchiha again. Seeing this, Mifune's eyes narrowed. All hardening jutsu share a common flaw. This brat's hardening technique will inevitably cause his body to become stiff. If I were to use swordsmanship, I'd swiftly deliver a second strike. Thinking of this, Mifune, without hesitation, thrust his sword upwards, aiming it at the shoulder socket of Uchiha's bloodhound. If Uchiha chose to dodge or use earth-style, earth spear to harden his body, he would simply rotate his sword and thrust it straight into Uchiha's heart, which would have no time to harden. However, facing this blow, Uchiha sneered. Without hesitation, he loosened his left palm, dropping the katana he held. Then, he grabbed Mifune's broken sword with one palm. The broken sword instantly pierced his palm, and Mifune's pupils shrank. This unexpected fighting method immediately disrupted his swordsmanship. Uchiha seized the opportunity and swung his right fist, a powerful punch piercing the side of the chest, hammering Mifune's face. A punch hammered Mifune's head, causing a buzzing sound. He drilled profusely, his pupils filled with astonishment. Uchiha then grasped half of his face, lunging and slamming his foot between Mifune's legs. A sinister sweeping kick knocked him off balance, and then, grabbing Mifune's head with his palm, he violently slammed him down into the ruins. Mifune, startled again, tried to spin sideways and clamp his foot around Uchiha's body to avoid a dunk. However, Uchiha's sneer suddenly echoed in his ears. Your moves have been seen through by these eyes. Then, Uchiha suddenly loosened his grip and brought his elbow down, a heavy chakra-infused elbow strike crashing directly into Mifune's face. Bang! A sonic boom of elbows sent Mifune plummeting into the ground, head and toe. Uchiha swept his foot, lifting his katana, which hadn't yet hit the ground. His now healed left hand grasped the spinning katana from mid-air, swung it back, and with a broken blade, stabbed Mifune squarely in the heart. 1 against 3, the odds were against him. He had to kill one of them first. With mind's eye, battle intuition, and mastery of all martial arts, combined with the Uchiha styles, precognition, affix, which countered ninja swordsmanship, Uchiha's taijutsu had reached an absurd level. He could even hold his own against the speedsters of the Third Raikage and Namikaze Minato. Mifune was powerful, but their level was completely different. Not good. Chiyo, watching from the sidelines, felt her scalp tingle. As a veteran of the Second Shinobi World War, she knew Mifune's skills. He could threaten a cage with his swordsmanship alone. Even though his sword was broken, his physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary genin. Yet, such a master was overwhelmed by Uchiha's reckless close-range attacks. And why did it seem like Uchiha without Susanoo was even more formidable than Uchiha with his skeleton? With that kind of physical skills, if Uchiha got close, even Wang Tu wouldn't be a match for her, a puppeteer. Mifune can't die. At least not now. Chiyo made her decision instantly. A sinister glint flashed in her eyes. With a flick of her hand, she pulled a yellow-covered scroll from her waist pouch. Then, he swung his hand and flung it straight at Uchiha. Puppetry technique, blade manipulation. A yellow scroll suddenly unfolded from mid-air, a large blade character illuminating on it. The next moment, a dense mass of ninja tools with silk threads, hidden weapons, and even swords, spears, and needles suddenly flew out. Under this dense attack, Chiyo quietly pulled out a small bottle of purple liquid from her bosom and threw it into the mix. Then, she turned her head and shouted at Wang Tu, There's no way he can use that terrifying move continuously. Kill him now. Quick. Meanwhile, Wang Tu, upon hearing this, realized something was amiss. He shared Chiyo's concerns. Although he possessed Earth Escape-type ninjutsu, he didn't believe he could easily suppress or even kill Mifune in a physical battle like Uchiha Chi had. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice, "I understand." With these words, Wang Tu clasped his hands together, forming a seal and slapping the ground. Earth Escape Genglishi no Jutsu. With a single slam, a massive mound of earth suddenly rose from the ground. A giant hand made of rock suddenly emerged from the ground, slowly supporting its massive body. At this moment, facing the dense barrage of ninja tools raining down on him, Uchiha Chi's face trembled. Veins suddenly appeared around his eyes, and a tinge of purple eyeshadow appeared. He pulled back his left hand and entered a sage form. Holding the blade with one hand, he formed a tiger seal. Then, he raised his head and thrust forward. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. A long, straight line of fire instantly erupted, spreading explosively, forming a vast wall of flames that shot straight into the sky. However, bang! A crisp crack of ceramic echoed through the sizzling sound of the ninja tools being burned. Then, a purple mist rapidly expanded and fell from the sky. Seeing the purple mist before him, which was about to engulf him, his battle instincts, which had been silent since the beginning of the battle, suddenly buzzed. Run! A sense of danger washed over Uchiha Chi like a torrent. He suppressed the tingling sensation in his scalp, dodging the scattered kunai that fell from the sky. He dropped the half-dead Mifune and, with a flick of his heels, leaped away from the scene. Though he didn't know the exact nature of the purple mist, Uchiha Chi could tell it was Chiyo's most formidable ability, poison. A venomous force comparable to that of the ninja demigod, the salamander. However, he had barely leaped far when a gust of wind whipped past his ears. As Uchiha Chi looked up, he felt a gust of wind slam into his face, blowing his hair straight off and flinging it back. From the ruins before him, a 20-meter-tall rock giant suddenly rose. Upon its appearance, it swung its arm back and delivered a powerful punch to Uchiha Chi's face. Earth style, Garishi no Jutsu. This is a high-level ninjutsu of the earth style, but it inherits the sluggishness of rock-style ninjutsu. The rock giant lacks mobility and attacks slowly. However, if an ambush is laid, the situation is quite different. Wang Tu, controlling the towering rock giant from a distance, sneered and shouted in a deep voice, "For Iwagakure, leave your hut here, brat." A massive rock fist instantly shattered the surface. Under this blow, Uchiha Chi was unable to evade and was sent flying, plunging into the ruins in a parabola. Even though he had sensed the danger and used Earth-style, Earth Spear to withstand the initial wave of damage, avoiding being crushed to pieces, the force of this penetrating blow, directly impacting his body, instantly shook and dislocated his internal organs. Cough, cough, puff. Amidst the night shrouded in thick black clouds, atop the ruins, Uchiha Chi spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to support himself on a rubble, and climbed to his feet. His injuries, in that instant, completely healed amidst a puff of light smoke. The blood, boiling with the escalating battle, now began to surge within him. He exhaled with relief. Then, Uchiha Chi suddenly looked up, gazing at the massive rock giant, 20 meters tall, before which he stood like an ant. Reflecting the gloomy sky, the city gradually burning in the distance, and a heart throbbing within its chest, gradually bursting into a brilliant, blazing flame. Uchiha Chi grinned, blood streaking between his teeth as he revealed a cruel smile. "That's more like it, there's no dangerous fighting. I almost thought I was soaking in a hot spring." Excellent. Uchiha Chi's eyes darkened, and the next moment, he was lifted up from the ground by something even taller. Then, "This move will wipe out all of you." As the stinging pain faded, the divine power, temporarily absent from the world, reappeared. A 30-meter-tall flaming giant, radiant like the sun, roared into the world. Susanoo suddenly clasped his palms together, releasing a heavy, resounding slap. Snap! The next moment, a deep blue light, composed entirely of lightning, appeared between the two flame-encased bony palms. As the palms pulled apart, their true form was revealed, the most dazzling divine power in the world. The legendary artifact, the spiritual sword known as the Silver Sky's Radiance, the Thunder God's Sword, Butsu Mikado. Chapter 302, Lightning splits the rocks, and the mountains leap. As if in response to the majestic aura emerging from the bony palm, the sky suddenly darkened. Then, Clouds swirled around Uchiha Chi's position. Lightning bolts, hidden in the sky, converged like galloping horses towards the vortex's center. Amidst this gloomy atmosphere, under the slightly terrified gazes of Wang Tu, Chiao and the others, the lightning, slowly drawn from the bony palm, slowly solidified into a majestic, single-edged straight blade. 18 meters long, its entire blade composed entirely of azure lightning. Even before its full manifestation, the vision it evoked was terrifying. As a human sword, the long, thin form of the Butsu-Yuhan was undoubtedly unfit for use, making it difficult to wield. However, as a weapon wielded by a god, transformed into pure, offensive spiritual sword, it would be one of the most powerful divine artifacts in the world. It also possesses the power to transform into a spirit sword, summon heavenly thunder, and, by absorbing the might of heaven and earth, unleash a supremely powerful attack, Thunder God's Sword, Izumo, the Sword of Thunder. In the Kajiki, legend of Izumo's surrender, the Thunder God Takemiya thrust this sword upside down into the waves, sitting cross-legged on it, demanding that Akuninashi yield the Owahara kingdom. Akuninashi shifted the blame onto his two sons, the God of Thunder, Jirashiro no Kami and Takemiya Nakata. Furious, Takemiya stood firm and slashed from the ocean to the continent, severing both gods and forcing their submission. As Uchiha Chi grasped the sword, his mind immediately raced with memories of the sword. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, gazing in admiration at the Futsuma mirror held between the Susanu's bony palms. He automatically calculated, using a method he understood, this weapon possesses inherent thunder damage, and a single strike imparts a powerful paralysis. Combined with the power of its number one charged attack, its power rivals that of the opposing national treasure. What surprised Uchiha Chi the most was that this sword didn't consume chakra. It could autonomously absorb the might of heaven and earth, storing energy, allowing it to enter its fully unleashed state and unleash a final killing move even more powerful than the tailed beast ball. While the initial sway was a bit long, it was, after all, a casually found artifact. What need was there for a plane? Meanwhile, as the Butsumakai outgrew longer and longer, the strange phenomenon in the sky became more pronounced. The sword was almost longer than the rock giant, and it seemed as if the terrifying lightning bolt, nearly as powerful as an S-rank lightning release, would rain down from the sky at any moment. Wang Tu felt his scalp tingle, and he wanted to punch Chiao, who had just said with such certainty that Uchiha Chi would never use Susanoo again. Damn it, you call that impossible? Besides, wasn't this Uchiha brat said to be useless? How come he now looked even more terrifying than the terrifying thing in the intelligence reports? Previously, thanks to Chiao's three treasures absorption, he had seized the opportunity to harness the power of nature to shatter Susanoo. But now, the three puppets of Buddha, Dharma, and Monk, capable of using the three treasures absorption, had been shattered by Uchiha Chi with a single blow. Trying to replicate his previous feat and break through Uchiha Chi's skeletal shell would undoubtedly be an even greater challenge. Furthermore, Wang Tu couldn't help but glance at Mifune, who lay near the corpse, nearing death. Chiao was supporting him, feeding him the toxin antidote and administering emergency treatment with palm magic. He faced a dilemma. Even if he used all his might to shatter Susanoo again, how could Uchiha Chi, whose physical skills under Susanoo seemed unparalleled and legendary for their invincibility, now possessed a layer of iron? In a split second, Wang Tu, having figured this out, grew even grimmer, looking as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit. But now, he had no time to hesitate. If he didn't make a decision, Uchiha Chi would strike. Even though I don't know what that sword is, I absolutely cannot let him draw it. We must interrupt him. And then, Wang Tu swallowed hard, the urge to abandon Chiao Mifune and flee abruptly rising within him. With this thought, his face darkened, and he clasped his hands together, forming the sea seal. Almost seamlessly, the 20-meter-tall rock giant, under the seal's control, took heavy steps. 1, 2, until the massive rock giant was running. The weight of its footsteps shook the ruins, stirring up dust. Then, with a struggle so intense that his eyes nearly popped, Wang Tu arched his legs, shaking the earth, and leaped to his feet. Without any fancy moves, relying solely on his terrifying weight, he charged straight at Uchiha Chi's Susanoo, where he was drawing his sword, with his chest crossed, like a mountain bearing down on top of a mountain. However, what's that expression? At that moment, standing within the Susanoo, Uchiha Chi took in Wang Tu's expression and everything around him. His face darkened. Memories of the dead suddenly jumped out and attacked him frantically. To the experienced Uchiha Chi, the moment Wang Tu's face showed that all too familiar expression, he immediately knew what he was planning. Trying to run, at that thought, Uchiha Chi's face darkened, and he glared at Wang Tu. Damn it, I finally had a favorable match, and now everyone's trying to run. Where's your will of the rock, inherited from the third Hokage, Inoki? Looking back at the rock giant charging towards him, Uchiha Chi took a deep breath, his eyes suddenly widening as he transformed into Gundam pilot. He stomped his feet firmly onto the ground, palms pressed together, and stared intently at the oncoming rock giant, silently reading numbers in his mind. Then, he clenched his fist and swung his right arm backward. With this movement, Setsuna immediately revived. At that moment, his right bony palm fiercely grasped the gleaming hilt of the thunder sword, yanking it back with all its might. Then, strips of flesh and fascia instantly sprouted from his bony palms. He grasped the hilt with both hands, placing it behind his chest and abdomen, and thrust the sword forward. Boom, a storm erupted, and the massive lightning sword rippled through its front like a sonic boom cloud. The sword light instantly blazed brightly, like a bolt of thunder in the darkness. Compared to this sword light, the rock giant's speed was as slow as a tortoise's crawl. Puff! In an instant, the giant lightning sword arrived first. With the properties of Thunder Earth, it sliced through the rock giant's chest like a hot knife through butter, or a sharp knife through tofu. Then, as Uchiha Chi thrust his arm upward, Setsuna grasped the lightning sword and slashed it upward. Swish! The rock giant was instantly split in two, revealing its inner core, seared red by the lightning. It then toppled over in two directions. A fierce light blazed in all directions. Rocks crashed to the ground, the earth trembled, and dust rose up. Under this inhuman force, a chill suddenly surged from the soles of Wang Tu's feet to the top of his head. Wang Tu felt his scalp tingle, and his legs trembled involuntarily. I can't do it, I have to run, I have to run. I can't care about them anymore, I have to stay alive. I haven't become the fourth Hokage yet, if I go up against that kind of guy, I'll die, I'll definitely die. Wang Tu stared at Uchiha Chi standing within the giant's body with horror, swallowing his saliva subconsciously. Then, he decisively abandoned Chiyo and Mifune, turned around, and rushed towards the city at the foot of the mountain. However, Uchiha Chi, who had long seen through his opponent's thoughts, would never let him escape. His face darkened, and he took a big step forward, raising his palm high with a sullen look. Setsuna immediately swung his sword, clearing the dust in front of him, and then he grasped the hilt with both hands, holding the long sword above his head. Run! I let you escape. With Uchiha Chi's eyes widening, he raised his palm and swung it down. The 18-meter-long lightning sword suddenly expanded and shone brightly. It instantly transformed into a 40-meter-long lightning sword, wielded by Setsuna, and slashed down. Squeak, 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 tangled lightning slashed out with his sword, transforming into a crescent-shaped streak of lightning sword energy using the Uchiha style, halo dance. The sword energy leaped 80 meters in a crisscross pattern, slashing down at the fleeing Wang Tu with a powerful force. Turning his head to witness this scene, Wang Tu's face suddenly twisted, and a chill shot through his back. He paused, sweat pouring down his forehead. With all his might, he suddenly flipped to the side. The lightning sword energy instantly passed by him, sweeping across dozens of meters, crushing everything in its path with a scorching heat. He wanted to leave, but Uchiha Chi wouldn't let him. If that's the case, you forced me to do this. Wang Tu's face twisted in a ferocious way as he watched the scene unfold. At that moment, he finally understood, unless Uchiha Chi was eliminated, none of the three of them could escape. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath, stood shoulder to shoulder, raised his hands, and quickly formed hand seals before clasping them together. Snap! Interlocking his fingers, he formed the C seal. His face contorted as he roared in anger. Earth style, earthquake core, earth style, earthquake core. A move taught to him by the third Hokage, Inoki, is a more powerful version of earth style, earthquake core. It shakes the earth, causing it to rise dramatically. It's a widely used earth style jutsu, often used to set traps. Of course, a mere auxiliary technique like this wouldn't be enough to destabilize Setsuna. But ninjutsu often adapts to local conditions, just as the power of water-based techniques increases when performed near water. Just like Wang Tu's second earth style, rock collapse, which severed existing natural peaks and hilltops, Wang Tu unleashed a technique with a power dozens of times greater than the normal rock collapse. But Wang Tu wasn't currently on the plains of the Fourth Shinobi World War, but in the Land of Lightning, a nation whose cities are nestled within the mountains. His Earth-style, earthquake core wasn't controlling the ground beneath his feet. By distributing chakra through the peaks, he raised the ground and leveraged the weak points of the mountain, creating a terrifying force that could collapse the entire mountain, transforming it into ninjutsu. He didn't use this technique because, besides the widespread impact of using it in other countries, innocent people would be affected, making it difficult to explain, but also because it leveraged the mighty forces of nature, dissolving all distinctions between friend and foe and potentially implicating himself. At this moment, under the influence of the Yellow Earth ninjutsu, the ground suddenly shook, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake were erupting beneath his feet. Even Uchiha Chi swayed under the shaking, using chakra to bind his feet and steadied himself. But before he could regain his footing and attack the Yellow Earth again, his vision suddenly went dark. A shadow, so massive it completely obscured his vision, leaped out before him. The palace, built atop the mountain, was collapsing. The ruins, bricks, timbers, earth, and even the debris scattered skyward. The world before him seemed to be spinning and turning upside down. Standing on the ground, he could see clouds streaking across the sky. At this moment, Uchiha Chi suddenly started, realizing something. He jerked his head upwards, and saw, where the sky should have been, he saw a vast, upside-down city and palace complex. No, it wasn't the city itself that was hanging in midair. It was the mountain beneath his feet that was collapsing. It was like a massive earthen platform rising from the ground, carrying him as he crashed down towards the inner city, the most prosperous part of Yunming City. Uchiha Chi and his Setsuna were like nails driven into the top of this crumbling earthen platform. The moment they touched the ground, they would be crushed to dust by the weight of the entire mountain. Kid, go to hell. Wang Tu, hanging upside down not far away, had a distorted and ferocious expression on his face. Even in this predicament, he still raised his hands to form seals. Earth escape, mountain earth technique, boom. The ground beneath Setsuna cracked with a bang. In this situation, Wang Tu once again unleashed his mountain earth technique. However, this wasn't intended to suppress Setsuna, but simply to dig away Uchiha Chi's footing, sending him plummeting into a flying rock. This would prevent Uchiha Chi from using his earth-style, fish reflection technique to survive. After this, Wang Tu gasped for air, his face weak. Even simply prying a mountain to its knees was a near impossible feat for a ninja. It was only because of his immense chakra reserves and his status as the second strongest in Iwagakure that he could achieve such a feat. Now, staring intently at the falling Uchiha Chi, and the mountain beneath him that threatened to crush him into pulp, Wang Tu suddenly let out a relieved smile. Then, his feet lifted off the ground, plummeting from the sky into the bustling city. After this intense battle, Wang Tu's chakra was completely depleted. He could have used his last chakra to perform the earth-style, reflection of the fish in the heart technique, infiltrating the mountain and avoiding the impact of the collapse. However, to ensure he could kill Uchiha Chi, he ultimately chose to use the earth-style, mountain earth technique to personally sever Uchiha Chi's last remaining hope. In his final moments, Wang Tu sighed suddenly, unable to resist gazing from the upside-down sky toward Iwagakure. "Oldie," he said, "perhaps you're right. We shouldn't have come here." The next moment, boom. The mountain leaped in terror, crashing into the city. Chapter 303 The sword flies out from the eaves and sweeps across the world. A mountain over 1,000 meters high toppled, and a gust of wind blew the hair from his forehead high. At that moment, Uchiha Chi stood on the rock excavated by Wang Tu, plummeting rapidly towards the inner city of Yunming City, a look of slight horror in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Wang Tu's information from the original novel, he believed Wang Tu was merely a pure earth-style ninja. While his earth-style ninjutsu was so powerful that it could even control an outer path demon statue, its offensive power was, to be honest, not very strong. Setsuna, a physical armor formed from dense chakra, was extremely resistant to ninjutsu, but was relatively fragile against extreme physical attacks. Therefore, Wang Tu's only jutsu that could pose a threat to Uchiha Chi was his earth-style ninjutsu, Super Heavy Rock Fist. But if this jutsu were used to shatter Setsuna, Wang Tu would immediately face the extremely formidable Uchiha Chi in physical combat. He would be unable to defeat him. Mechanically, a ninja with a single earth escape technique would already be defeated. However, Uchiha Chi could never have imagined that the mountainous terrain of the Land of Lightning would so greatly enhance Wang Tu's abilities, allowing him to unleash this absurdly powerful jutsu, harnessing the power of nature, at the cost of his own life. Earth Escape Technique, Super Earthquake Core. In terms of difficulty and power, this move was no less powerful than the S-rank Lightning Escape Technique, Kirin. At this moment, plummeting from the sky, his vision was completely blurred, and everything around him was reduced to lines, being pulled backwards. Faced with this situation, Uchiha Chi gritted his teeth, immediately unleashing his Susanoo and straining to reclaim some of his chakra. Then, he formed a yin seal with his hands. The next moment, a surge of fiery power surged from his pre-ignited heart. This power then transformed into blazing white lines, instantly spreading through every limb and bone. The violent power instantly overflowed from his body, illuminating the night sky. Suddenly, a large sun rose slowly over Yunming City. Fire style, chakra mode, activated. Uchiha Chi extended his arms forward, clasped his palms together, and then, facing the ground, launched into the opening position of a Kamehameha wave. Then, shooting greatsword, flame wind dragon dance, a vast amount of chakra gathered in his palms, transforming into a massive beam of flaming fire that erupted towards the ground. Whoosh! A raging wind roared in his ears. Uchiha Chi gritted his teeth and hardened his back with Earth Style, Earth Spear. The dragon fire blade, transformed from the flame wind dragon dance, pierced downwards, shattering the 9-ridged roof of a palace. It instantly slammed into the ground, stirring up a storm of flames. The terrifying force of this strike sent Uchiha Chi plummeting back into the mountain, his back scraping against the ground. Then, like a cannonball, he scraped against the side of the peak and streaked backwards, practically slicing through the mountain. Only then did he escape the direct impact of the mountain and the terrifying jutsu. Then, Uchiha Chi plummeted from midair. Having used Susanoo once, followed by fire style, chakra mode, Uchiha Chi's chakra was running low. But facing a terrifying ninjutsu of this magnitude, using ordinary wind style to escape was simply impossible. He had no choice but to gamble his limited remaining chakra on his most proficient forbidden fire style. He had no choice. Once he was out of the range of the mountain's terrifying leap, Uchiha Chi once again formed hand seals. Using his last remaining chakra, he waved his hands in mid-air and released a wind style, sky-splitting palm to cushion the impact. Suddenly, like a bird falling from the sky, Uchiha Chi slammed headfirst into a side hall within Yunming City's inner city. Elsewhere, Killer Bee, Old Purple, and Yukang, who had recently been entangled in Yunming City, immediately rushed towards the inner city after witnessing the terrifying scene of the mountain's collapse. At that moment, the over 1,000-meter-high mountain collapsed vertically, like a pounding rod, smashing straight into the inner city. In an instant, the walls surrounding the high city were crushed by the falling mountain, collapsing and collapsing. Endless rock crashed into the city's most prosperous palace complex. As the crimson sun rose high in the sky, a river of pure mud surged forward, plunging into the city, crushing and engulfing countless buildings. For a moment, the scene resembled Pain's future devastation of Konoha with his Super Shinra Tensei. Screams rang out from every corner of the inner city. Rushing to the crumbling walls, Killer Bee and the other two stood frozen in shock at the wailing scene before them. What the hell is happening? Before they could process what was happening, a powerful light suddenly blazed in the sky. Looking up, they saw a figure engulfed in blazing flames descending from the night sky, like a burnt-out sun, plummeting into a side hall within the inner city. But when they saw the figure's appearance, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed. That guy is Uchiha Chi. Two cold rays suddenly shot out of Killer Bee's eyes, and his face wrapped in bandages instantly twisted hideously, which was very scary. On the side, Yukang and Laozi, who had never seen Uchiha Chi before, were shocked when they heard Killer Bee's gritting teeth voice. That kid is Uchiha Chi. Yukang's eyes fixed for a moment, and her heart trembled when she saw the scene in front of her. She knew how much hatred Chiao had for the kid named Uchiha Chi. If Uchiha Chi also went for the daimyo's son, then a conflict would definitely break out when the two sides met. And now, after the scene of a brutal and fierce battle, Chiao and at this moment, cough cough cough, a very weak cough suddenly came from the ruins not far away, and then, a raised mound of earth collapsed and shattered, and two figures supporting each other staggered out and knelt on the ground. The two men were Chiao, the elder of Tsunagakure, who had earlier engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Chi, and Mifune, the great general of the Iron Country. They were in a state of profound distress, covered in dust and dirt, their bones broken, their faces bleeding from the impact. Mifune, in particular, had one eye socket ruptured, bone protruding, his eyeball missing, his nose collapsed, and half his face, as if struck by a cruise ship's anchor. As he gasped weakly, his broken teeth, half shattered and covered in blood, could be seen. He was trembling all over, unable to speak. Had Chiyo not used the ninjutsu to protect them at the critical moment, and had Huangtu's primary target not been them, both would have perished instantly. The three men, observing Mifune's tragic appearance, felt a chill run down their spines. Then, upon seeing the two men in the rubble, Ukang exclaimed, "Grandma Chiyo!" He rushed forward and supported Chiyo. "What happened to you?" Without caring about watching the touching scene of the villagers reuniting, Laozi on the side hurriedly frowned and asked Chiyo, who was still alive, "Hey, old woman, have you seen the Lois?" Lois. Chiyo raised her head slightly in Ukang's arms, and was in a trance for a while. Soon, her face suddenly changed, and she said tremblingly, "He's dead." Upon hearing the news, Laozi's eyes were wide open, and she stood there like a clay sculpture or a wooden sculpture. After a long while, she asked in a daze, "How did he die?" Chiyo took 2 weak breaths and said with difficulty, "Fought with Uchiha Chi, the three of us against him," and then, at this point, Chiyo, who was in a trance, shuddered suddenly, turned her head abruptly, looked in the direction of the setting sun not far away, tightly grasped Ukang's hand beside her, and said excitedly, "Yes, that's right, Ukang, listen to me." She raised her palm, tremblingly extended a finger, pointed in the direction of Uchiha Chi's fall, and roared angrily, "Quick! Over there, that Uchiha brat, I can sense that his chakra fluctuations are very weak, he has no power to fight back, we must get rid of this great enemy for Sans village here." Hearing this, Ukang was stunned. It was 3 against 1, and even such a terrifying scene had occurred. How could that brat named Uchiha Chi still be alive? How strong was he? And could she defeat such a being? Questions suddenly surged through Ukang's mind. Before she could make a decision, the two people beside her, Killer Bee and Murasaki, had already stood up. Killer Bee, who had a long-standing grudge against Uchiha Chi, and Murasaki, whose face was filled with rage upon learning of Wangtu's death, suddenly turned their heads and glared in the direction of Chiyo's finger. The skin at the corners of their eyes stretched as if it would break, and their round eyeballs seemed to be about to burst. "Kill him, he must be killed here, this evil Uchiha brat, we can't let him grow any longer." These thoughts simultaneously crossed Killer Bee and Murasaki's minds. Without hesitation, they immediately took off and leaped towards the palace with a hole in the roof. As they ran, 2 terrifying auras instantly surged into the sky. The scarlet coats of the tailed beasts, along with the tails of the beasts extending from their backs, gradually enveloping their bodies. The 4 tails and the 8 tails, the 2 Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, had unexpectedly united at this moment, intent on killing Uchiha Chi. For a moment, as the 2 men erupted with terrifying momentum and charged towards the palace, the atmosphere on the scene instantly reached a fever pitch. Ukang, with a blank expression, looked up at the 2 figures leaping out beside her. Her heart suddenly became even more bewildered. Just by sensing the slightest chakra aura of the 2, she could sense that she couldn't defeat either of them individually. And how powerful could Uchiha Chi be, who would require the combined efforts of 2? What would be the point of charging forward alone? However, this thought lingered in Ukang's mind for only a moment. No matter what, for this ninja village on the verge of decline, she still needed to fulfill her responsibilities as a Tsunagakure ninja. However, just as Ukang stood up, about to join the 2 Jinchuriki in killing Uchiha Chi, Chiyo, with a look on her face as if she had seen a ghost, suddenly grabbed Ukang's hand. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled, as if something ominous was about to break out of the ground. Ukang looked up blankly and saw that magnificent palace not far away, a prosperous place. Suddenly, a flame shot straight into the sky and instantly pierced the palace's hanging roof, piercing the eaves, severing the beams, and shattering the tiles. The flames rose and surged, accompanied by a piercing crackle of thunder and a terrifying flash of lightning. From mid-air, a magnificent sword nearly 100 meters long formed, with lightning as its spine and blazing flames as its edge. It was like the Bizun Nagamitsu blade described in the Nitenki, the longest weapon known as Monogansho. Then, the magnificent sword, a blend of fantasy and reality, suddenly swung. Appearing slow, yet actually swift, it slashed out in an instant, each splitting into 3 beams of light. The terrifying sword light transformed into 6 tangible sword energies, sweeping out across the sky. Then, Yukang saw the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki, who had just rushed forward, leaping towards the palace, froze in shock. They didn't dodge or evade the terrifying sword energy, as if they had run headfirst into it. The sword energy sliced through their bodies, instantly ripping up the tailed beast's outer garments, tearing them apart and sweeping them away. Both of them were swept back with even greater speed than when they had come. The next moment, the palace collapsed, revealing the dust-covered, panting youth within. At that moment, Uchiha Chi stood amidst the ruins, a phantom flaming skeleton looming around him. The most striking sight was the magnificent greatsword, held high and connected to it by a bony hand. Uchiha Chi panted heavily, his eyelids nearly closing with fatigue. At the last moment, he activated the forbidden technique, flesh transformation, forcibly squeezing his body to generate the last chakra, enough to use a single Susanoo, half-body Susanoo. Furthermore, sensing the 4-tailed old purple and the 8-tailed killer bee charging towards him, he used his own Susanoo skeleton and his own fire style, chakra mode. As a last resort, he unleashed the Butsu Shinobi order, merging the 3, forming a magnificent greatsword. He then swung it with a secret sword, Swallow Return, combined with the Uchiha style, Sun Halo Dance. This was the beginning of the scene just now. But now, Uchiha Chi truly had not a single drop of chakra left. Even so, he forced a cold glance at the 5 men standing atop the city wall, a look that promised he'd fight them all day. Seizing the moment their death gaze frightened them, he manipulated his massive skeletal hand to seize the mighty greatsword. Then, twisting the hilt, he thrust it skyward, instantly unleashing the divine sword's ultimate move, Thunder God's Sword, Izumo, the destroyer of nations. His survival depended on this next strike. The next moment, from the ruins, blazing flames erupted, accompanied by a violent storm. The piercing mighty sword transformed into a beam of fire and lightning, soaring high into the sky. Above the ruins, beneath the horrified gaze of Killer Bee, Old Purple, Chiyo, Yakura, and Mifune, as if looking at God, he soared into the heavens. And then, the sky suddenly darkened. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, Izumo destroyed the country and killed people. What is true art? According to the Buddha, there are 3 types of hell: the fundamental hell, the peripheral hell, and the solitary hell. The solitary hell can suddenly appear anywhere, in the mountains, in the wilderness, under trees, in the air, and everywhere else. It robs one of lasting interest in anything, unable to escape the suffering at the edge of dreams, leading one to live a passive life, oblivious to pain, day after day, until the Rashomon of all judgment is flung open, eliminating all suffering, but also all extravagance, and banishing all indulgence in wine and women. The eye of heaven descends upon the world, but annihilates human nations. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkens, and dark clouds, swirling like ink, cover hundreds of thousands of miles of the sky. The dazzling beam of lightning and fire shone only for a moment, the moment it soared high into the sky. Then, a narrow slit, like a human eye, rips through the gloomy sky. Rolling dark clouds swirled around, opening in all directions, swirling and expanding. Illuminated by the cold moonlight, one could even see distinct layers of cloud, from a deep, murmuring black to a moonlit gray, then, beyond, a milky white cloud drifting in the distant azure sky. And beyond, like a celestial eye, the full moon indifferently surveyed all things. Countless people within the burning city looked up, gazing at this seemingly miraculous celestial phenomenon, their faces dazed and bewildered. Under the gaze of this moon within the hole, the eye of the sky, it seemed as if no secrets could escape them. And then, a moment later, a pale, blazing light engulfed everything before them. From the heavens, a bolt of lightning, like a pillar of light, descended, slamming straight into the most luxurious abode of Yunming City. Boom, atop the shattered ruins of a palace, Uchiha Chi gazed up at the massive pillar of lightning falling from the sky. Endless lightning, upon contact with a Buddha Mimio soul held high by Susanoo's palm, was absorbed entirely by the divine weapon. Now, the 18-meter-long blade, gripped by the giant skeletal hand, surged with utterly compressed thunder. The blade's hue shifted from its initial azure blue to a deep, dark black. It was as if he had returned to the day when the sword had subdued the Nine Tails. Through a series of coincidences, he had conjured a mighty force of 8 million gods, unmatched and unwieldable by human power. Unlike that day, this time, Uchiha Chi's arm survived the crushing blow. This level of ferocious power had finally been subdued by him. Using the divine weapon Buddha Mimao Soul, he summoned heavenly thunder, employing the techniques of fire release, chakra mode and lightning release, Kirin to draw the lightning down. Then, absorbing this might of heaven and earth with a divine weapon in his hands, he recreated a technique no less powerful than that used against the Nine Tails. Finally, he lifted it aloft with the divine power of Susanoo. What is that? Yukang stared in astonishment at the massive sword, shrouded in black lightning. The lightning emanating from its surface alone was powerful enough to shatter the very earth, sending a chill through her heart. A direct strike from that thing would instantly scorch a fragile human body to dust. She had no doubt it was even more terrifying than her own scorch release. And just then, "Let's go," Chiao, lying in Yikang's arms, gripped her hand tightly and spoke with difficulty. "This brat is no longer someone we can contain, Yikang. Let's get out of here while he's about to fight the four-tailed fox and the eight-tailed fox. Quick!" Yikang was stunned by the words. She thought, "Didn't you just tell me to kill him quickly?" Fearing that if I was any slower, he'd jump up and run wild. "Why did your expression change so quickly?" However, Yikang's mind was only slightly strayed, not foolish. Hearing Chiao's instructions, she nodded with lingering fear. She immediately carried Chiao on her back, held Mifune in her arms, turned, rushed to the city wall, and leaped down. And just then, whoosh! Thor's sword, Izumo, destroy the country, a whirlwind of wind, accompanied by a young man's furious roar, suddenly resounded. Having just leaped onto the inner city wall, Yikang's heart suddenly tightened, and he instinctively lowered his head. Behind him, a pale light framed with black suddenly shone brightly. This light obscured his peripheral vision, and Yikang, like a startled bird, quickly dropped the two men in his hands, fell to his knees, and rolled over. Turning his head in horror, he saw, the nearly 10-meter thick city wall behind him was pierced by a pale beam of light, laced with black lightning, and swept away. Countless broken bricks, rubble, and dust flew into the air. Boom! Without a moment's delay, the beam, like a laser cannon, suddenly descended, blasting the city wall before sweeping in a circle, completely reducing the towering walls stretching for thousands of meters around the inner city. With his vision suddenly clear, Yikang watched in horror as two massive figures, obscuring the sky, leaped up, dodging the sweep of the laser cannon and charging towards the seemingly tiny youth in the center of the ruins. One was a terrifying ape with four tails, the other a giant bull wielding its eight-tentacled tail. However, facing the onslaught of these two ferocious beasts, the youth in the ruins at the center of the palace complex stood still, motionless. The bony hand holding the great thunder sword swung its arm behind him, swung it skyward for a full circle and a half, then, gripping the handle with both arms, struck down with a thunderous blow. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the blade of the thunderbolt sword. The moment it was swung, the thunderbolt sword surged against the wind, instantly expanding to nearly 100 meters long and nearly 10 meters wide. It struck the four-tailed ape squarely on the forehead. With one strike, it slammed head and ape into the ground, leaving it unable to struggle. Then, the light faded, and the sword returned to its original form. Just as the eight tails, another ferocious beast, was about to pounce upon Uchiha Chi, Susanu's giant palm twisted the hilt fiercely. A massive beam of light, 10 meters in diameter, blasted from the blade, striking the eight tail's abdomen and sending it hurtling through the sky. After soaring 200 meters, the beam vanished, and the eight tail's massive form suddenly slammed down from mid-air. Boom! The earth shook, and endless dust rose in a ring, spreading out like a tsunami. Yikang's eyes were instantly enveloped by a sandstorm, drowning him, leaving him with nowhere to escape. She had only seen a sandstorm like this when Raza used all his might to unleash the magnet-style, gold burial. However, this was merely the aftermath of the battle. At that moment, Yekira finally understood why Chiao had let her escape. Because right now, she couldn't even handle the aftermath of this battle. Yekira bared her teeth, trembling all over, looking up at the incoming sandstorm, a chill running down her spine. Although she possessed the Scorch-style Kekkei, capable of vaporizing enemies on contact, that only limited her to a battle between normal ninjas. This situation, however, was completely beyond the capabilities of a normal ninja. At that moment, a weak voice echoed from behind Yakira, puppet technique, mechanical light shield. Chiyo, lying nearby, struggled to form hand seals, creating a curtain of azure chakra in front of her, shielding her and Yakira from the oncoming attacks. Then, raising her head, she gasped, "Yakang, give up Mifune and carry me on your back, I'll help you withstand the blow from behind. We need to get out of here quickly." Before she could finish her words, her injuries flared up, causing her vision to go black. Her chakra supply suddenly stopped, and a sandstorm suddenly overran the barrier of the puppetry jutsu, mechanical light shield, threatening to engulf them both. Yakang's expression suddenly changed, but she was helpless due to the nature of her ninjutsu. Her jutsu is too dangerous. Using it at close range could kill Chiyo, but not using it could also kill her. And just then, the sandstorm that had been bearing down on them suddenly parted in front of them, slicing to either side. Yakang was stunned by the miraculous scene before her. However, the situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to think carefully. She rushed forward, picked up Chiyo, and fled directly out of the inner city. Not far from the two, a red-haired young man in a black robe silently watched them depart. After a long pause, Scorpion snorted coldly, stopping the manipulation of the third Kazakage, who had been transformed into a human puppet. He glanced at Mifune, who looked relieved at his feat. Then, he slowly drew a kunai from his waist pouch and plunged it directly into Mifune's throat. "It just so happens that I'm still in need of a puppet proficient in taijutsu. It's a bit tattered, though, but it can still be used after some modifications." Scorpion, having sealed Mifune's body in the scroll and secured his first trophy since arriving in Yunming City, showed no sign of joy. He didn't flee like the two men from Sand's village. Instead, he slowly stepped onto the half-dropped city wall and gazed towards the center of the battlefield, where the young man was battling two-tailed beast Jinchuriki. "Sure enough, this fellow is Uchiha Chi," Scorpion muttered silently, gazing at the man's skeleton and the giant thunder sword wielding a volley of light in its giant hand. His eyes were lost. Logically, he should have been angry at Uchiha Chi's deception. Furthermore, killing him and transforming him into an eternal human puppet was exactly what Scorpion desired. However, recalling Uchiha Chi's expression of ecstasy as he touched the hand cannon not long ago, witnessing the brat's uniquely artistic techniques, each one transcending his time, and more importantly, Scorpion raised his head, gazing at the awe-inspiring celestial phenomenon in the sky. His gaze was transfixed. The human body was as fragile as a candle in the wind. Only by transforming it into a puppet could a mortal being be transformed into a work of art imbued with eternal beauty. But, in essence, this was merely a form of escape. The unattainable things of his youth trapped Scorpion in the first half of his life. In reality, he knew that even puppets would decay, and at a faster rate than humans. Turning a human into a puppet, freezing it in that moment, didn't yield eternity, but merely a frame made of delicately assembled components. What he had been pursuing wasn't true art, but the skill to preserve the beauty that had so astonished him. Until this moment, until now, gazing at the scene in the sky, like a masterpiece of oil painting, painted by Uchiha Chi with his ink, the eternally twinkling stars, clouds, and a full moon that looked like the pupil of the sky, Scorpion felt a profound awe for the first time. His innermost thoughts roared at him, telling him that was the eternal beauty he should pursue. But reality told him he was powerless, penniless, like a down-and-out art student, unable to afford even a paintbrush, rejected by the art world. At that moment, Scorpion felt a surge of jealousy towards Uchiha Chi. Then, a wave of reflection and inquiry followed by a single, deafening question that involuntarily rose to his mind. Scorpion tilted his head back, meeting the enchanting moon eyes with his gaze, and muttered to himself, bewildered, "What is true art?" Ahem. With a single punch, she smashed the obstructing boulder before her. Grabbing the half-dead Hazuki Mainjutsu by the collar, she leaped from the gap in the mountain peak and landed on the crumbling city wall. She had been waiting outside the daimyo's son's palace. Then, swiftly, a bolt of lightning struck, leaving her wondering just how utterly wicked the people within the palace must be to have drawn the wrath of heaven. But then, realizing Uchiha Chi was still inside, she tensed. Just as she was about to enter the hall to see if the idiot had been struck dumb by the thunder, she ran headfirst into Ryuzaji Sudani, sweating profusely as he ran, dragging Minato Namikaze with him. Before she could even comprehend what had happened, the hall collapsed with a bang. She barely managed to protect Ryuzaji Sudani and Minato Namikaze, escorting them away. Just as she was about to lead Meijetsu Hazuki into the ruins, the entire mountain collapsed with a bang. As luck would have it, they were right in the path of the collapse. In the moment of crisis, Meijetsu Hazuki desperately used water-style Tateboshi, neutralizing the initial impact. This was the miniature water Gundam Meijetsu had summoned in the castle above the evil god cult. Madarumi then used boiling-style, unparalleled strength to forge a path through the mountain that had trapped them, ultimately freeing them. At this moment, Madarumi, now freed from the light of day, frantically scanned her surroundings, searching for Uchiha Chi. As her gaze fell upon the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Chi seized the massive sword of thunderbolt from the shattered and disintegrating Susanoo skeleton. Veins bulged in his arms as he forcibly lifted the Budamimao and aimed it at Killer Bee and Murasaki. By this time, the two had already exited their full-tailed beast form. While powerful, the fully-tailed beast form was a mere target against the Budamimao, capable of varying its length and power. After being blasted by 2 beam blasts, the two finally learned their lesson. Now, they exited their full-tailed beast form and, in their half-tailed beast form, sprinted around Uchiha Chi, attempting to dodge Budamimao's beam blasts while raising their heads to charge a tailed beast ball at Uchiha Chi. The lightning within Budamimao was nearly depleted. Uchiha Chi looked at the increasingly dim Butsu-Yuhan in his hand, and his brows furrowed. He had finally reached the end of his rope. Chapter 305, Tearing the Tailed Beast Apart with Bare Hands, a home run with the tailed beast ball. A crimson shadow raced around him at breakneck speed, its afterimage and true form almost forming a single line, making it impossible to distinguish and predict its location. Uchiha Chi bared his teeth, veins bulging from his forehead and even the sides of his eyes. He held the 18-meter-long Butsu-Mimaohon in his arms like a massive pillar. The crimson in his eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of sharp, serpentine golden pupils. As his chakra gradually depleted, Susanoo dissipated, and his Sharingan could no longer sustain its activity. Fortunately, his eyes, transformed from the absorption of natural energy, continued to absorb it, barely holding him from collapsing within a second. The feeling of harnessing the raging natural energy, without relying on chakra, or even the Senjutsu chakra fused from Sage Mode, was a wondrous one. Freed from the influence of 4 external forces, or Orochimaru's heavenly curse seal, the animal-based Senjutsu of the 3 sacred summoning beast sites, the chakra inherited from the Otsutsuki lineage, and the tail beasts, the body now embraces the purest, all-pervasive energy of nature. Under the pressure of these waves of natural energy, capable of withstanding this intensity, the body gradually adapts to this rhythm, and, in tune. It feels as if breathing with the world. You have mastered, unknown sage form, you may name it, unknown sage form, has the effect of significantly increasing physical strength and amplifying the senses for a short period of time. Intense use will cause a 3-day period of weakness. Long-term practice will have the remarkable effects of nourishing the body and prolonging life. 2 new subtitles suddenly appeared before my eyes. Uchiha Chi didn't scrutinize the object that popped up. He only knew, time was running out. Natural energy in a given area was limited, and compared to the deep forests of Hell Valley or the prosperous capital of Yunming City, the natural energy content in the air was even lower. By draining all the natural energy within his reach, Uchiha Chi estimated that this would give him a surge of strength, enough to allow him to lift the true form of the Budoheim soul in his human form, for at most half a minute. After half a minute, exhausted of chakra, natural energy, and the lightning absorbed by the Budoheim soul, even the forbidden technique of physical transformation could not extract a single chakra. Having fought 5 cage-level masters in a row, he was doomed to defeat. While he could still hope for support from Madarumi and Mei, who were nearby and might see the commotion and come to his aid, in battle, Uchiha Chi trusted only his own judgment. To survive adversity, he had to defeat every enemy. Half a minute to defeat 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki was more than enough. A thought flashed through Uchiha Chi's eyes, and a fierce look suddenly appeared. At that moment, Killer Bee and Old Purple, who had been circling him at breakneck speed, suddenly fixed their gazes. The Sharingan has closed, and the skeleton holding the lightning sword has also disappeared. Has this kid finally reached the end of his rope? The two thought at the same moment, and a ferocious grin stretched from ear to ear across their half-tailed beast forms. Perfect opportunity, the moment the thought left their mouths. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Killer Bee and Old Purple simultaneously stamped their feet onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. They tried to twist their bodies around, facing Uchiha Chi's face and blasting the tailed beast balls in their mouths. However, the moment they moved, the figure in the center of the ruin suddenly leaped up, even faster than them. In an instant, it leaped out like a cannonball. Sitting back and waiting for death was definitely not Uchiha Chi's style. At that moment, he clutched the 18-meter-long thunderbolt sword, as tall as a building, raised it above his head and leaped into the air. The veins in his arms throbbed wildly as if they were about to explode. Then, with one strike, as if lifting a pillar, he thrust the thunderbolt sword straight into old Shizen's mouth, which was about to release the tailed beast ball. So fast, damn, what kind of speed is this? Old Shizen's expression suddenly changed drastically, his eyes bulging with shock. Boom, the concentrated tailed beast ball in front of his mouth was forced back into old Shizen's throat by the thunderbolt sword. The sword smashed old Shizen's head back into the broken bluestone pavement, leaving only his four tails swaying helplessly in the air. Half a second later, the place exploded, sending violent energy soaring into the sky, and a mushroom cloud rose from the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Chi chose to attack old Shizen, and Killer Bee immediately seized the opportunity. Swish! 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 8 scarlet tails instantly burst forth from the ground, rapidly sweeping towards Uchiha Chi, completely sealing off the space behind him. Then, half-tailed, Killer Bee, his limbs tucked into the ground, lifted his head to the sky, ripped open his mouth, and swallowed the tailed beast ball. He glared fiercely at Uchiha Chi, who had exhausted his strength with one blow, and sat there spitting air. Bang! The hollow dog cannon blazed with a black and red beam. Without the support of its tails, the violent recoil even sent Killer Bee flying. At this moment, there was no skill involved, only the most brutal, desperate fight. Uchiha Chi's golden, snake-like pupils suddenly gleamed with 2 cold rays. The next moment, in a posture that completely distorted the laws of physics, he draped his arms over the hilt of his 18-meter-long sword, curled his waist, and squatted and kicked his legs in midair. Suddenly, a cannon of compressed air erupted from his feet. Immediately afterwards, the Butoshi soul, originally intended to blast Old Z, was unexpectedly yanked out with incredible force, tilted like an Archimedean lever, and launched into the air. Then, Uchiha Chi roared, his 2 muscular arms swung the thunder sword like propellers, spinning wildly in midair. Damn it! Take my powerful, massive flying sword technique. Staring at the hollow dog cannon barreling toward him, Uchiha Chi's face was distorted, veins throbbing wildly. As if he could ground even without support, his feet crushed the air. He lunged. With a swift movement, he swung his arms, spinning and leaping high. Then, his arms, stretched to their limit, thrust forward with a thud, swoosh, like a thunderclap between heaven and earth. The 18-meter-long Butoshi soul was thrust straight out of Uchiha, colliding instantly with Killer Bee's hollow dog cannon. The azure lightning giant sword, resembling the mythical Gungnir, tore through the incoming hollow dog cannon with a single strike. The thick black-red beam, like a delicate flower, stood up to the incoming thunder sword. From the tip of the sword, it split into 4 tiny black-red beams, leaping back. What's wrong with this guy? Killer Bee's forehead throbbed, his face filled with shock and a tingling sensation. This fighting style was completely different from the Uchiha Chi he'd faced in the past, who relied on dirty tricks to steal. This man was even more like a big brother than his elder brother, even more like a grandfather than his grandfather. However, before Killer Bee could remain stunned for long, a figure emitting a terrifying aura rushed towards him, following the incoming giant sword, following the hollow dog cannon's beams that had been torn apart by the Butoyuhan. It was Uchiha Chi, and his speed was even faster than the hollow dog cannon and the incoming thunder giant sword. When Killer Bee came to his senses, he saw an ordinary fist appear before his face in a flash. Uchiha Chi fiercely moved his waist and stomped his foot hard, instantly shattering the ground within a 10-meter radius. Dust suddenly shook the air. The back of his fist, veins throbbing wildly, punched directly into Killer Bee's half-tailed beast face. Bang! A sonic boom suddenly rose in front of him, rippling the air. Killer Bee instantly shot out like a cannonball at a speed faster than a hollow dog cannon. One taken. Uchiha Chi took a deep breath, glanced at his fist, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This move was more powerful than he had expected. However, his joy didn't last long. Little brat, you've pissed me off, Old Z. having just pulled his hut from the ground, glared at Uchiha with a ferocious expression. He clasped his hands together in his half-tailed beast form. Melting release, burning river great fire eruption. The next moment, Old Z summoned half of the massive ape's body and lifted him up. Harnessing his full-tailed beast form from his half-tailed beast form, he could harness the chakra of the four tails, simultaneously possessing the power of the tailed beast ball and molten release. The next moment, the ground heaved with a bang, and a massive volcano rose from the ground, spewing terrifyingly hot magma like a red spider lily. Then, melting release, flower and fruit mountain, the endless magma transformed into rain, forming a sea of magma that blasted towards his opponent. Too slow, but just then, Uchiha's furious roar echoed from behind Old Z. Then, he raised one fist, bursting out of the earth with a bang, leaping high above the fort of the fully transformed tailed beast, Old Shizuku. In the brief moment Old Shizuku cast hand seals and spewed magma, Uchiha, unable to use ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or even Susanoo, dug a tunnel beneath his feet with incredible speed, dodging the lava flow and digging behind Old Shizuku. Damn it, what's wrong with this kid? Old Shizuku whipped his head around, staring in shock at the young man leaping towards him, his scalp tingling. He controlled his four massive tails like a whip of God, whipping up a fierce wind and lashing out at Uchiha. If this strike hit, Uchiha would experience the sensation of bathing in magma. As the tails approached, Uchiha's face darkened. He reached out and grasped a tail tightly, choosing to absorb the impact head-on to avoid being sucked into the magma below. With no chakra left, falling in would be fatal. Soon, Old Purple glared at Uchiha, who was crawling towards him in a shadowy, swift manner. Clutching the tails with both hands and feet, he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly controlled his massive, four-tailed body to spin, sending the tails reverberating and slamming into the city wall. Boom, the walls of Yunming City's inner city instantly collapsed, and the imps attached to the tails were immediately smashed into them, embedded deeply in the wall. Puff, cough cough, Uchiha violently vomited blood, his lips and teeth throbbing with blood, his face grim. He raised his hands and clenched them. A sharp, twisted sound echoed, like a squirrel being pulled by both hands and feet simultaneously, stretching its body to the point of screaming. Old Purple's expression had just softened, and he was about to retract his tail. However, he pulled, only to find that, even in his full-tailed beast form, he couldn't pull it back. His face drastically changed, and he turned back again. Then, a bloodied, ferocious-looking Uchiha, in that instant, had toppled the tower with a single punch. He then lifted the tower with one hand and smashed it into the ground, pinning his tail to the ruins of the city wall. Then, stepping on the stretched tail, Uchiha unsheathed the giant thunder sword embedded in the nearby city wall and swung it backwards, charging towards Old Purple. Hiss! Old Purple gasped, shuddering. His neck shrank as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes fixed, his face pale. Quickly, he regained consciousness, opened his mouth in panic, and roared, gathering a terrifying wave of chakra. Blue-black chakra spheres rapidly merged at a ratio of 2:8. The prototype of the tailed beast ball quickly condensed in his mouth. However, Uchiha grinned fiercely, his arms throbbing with veins and muscles pumping. He leaped up, clutching the 18-meter-long thunderbolt sword. Then, he spun wildly in midair, catching the Butsu mimetic soul and striking out. Under the terrifying centrifugal force, the thunderbolt sword even flung out 7 or 8 afterimages. Then, he swung. Bang! Uchiha's ears seemed to ring with cheers from the entire stadium. A home run. Attached to the Butsu mimetic soul, acting as a baseball bat, and carrying the tailed beast ball, at that moment, he launched backwards at an extremely terrifying speed. Through the four tails' open mouth, it poured directly into the fully transformed four tails' head and exploded. The Butsu mimetic soul finally exhausted the last of the lightning in the sword, dissipating into a flash of lightning and returning to the equipment slot of Susanoo. The tailed beast ball, still in its infancy, traced a perfect parabola from the sky, smashing into the heart of the inner city, the castle tower. Boom, like a magnificent burst of fireworks, it announced the end of the final half-minute countdown. At that moment, Uchiha rested his foot on the shoulder of the headless four tails, surveying the entire scene. A dark, unreadable expression flickered in his eyes, his face flushed, as if he was still unsatisfied. Standing at that lofty height, he took a deep breath. Inside and outside the inner city, Completely reduced to ruins by the horrific battle, countless eyes turned to the young man. There was Killer B, sprawled on his back, unable to rise, Yikang, running off into the distance, Scorpion, standing on the wall, Mainjetsu, with a frail face and a dazed gaze. And then there were the many prying eyes from the dark, and Madarumi, who wanted to step forward to help but froze in place, half extending her hand, hesitant to speak. The entire place was aghast. Chapter 306, Assassination Declaration. Crisis comes again. Akatsuki assembles. Amidst the silence created by the most brutal and wild fighting style, suddenly, a string of suppressed laughter descended from the sky and resounded throughout the venue. Everyone looked up and saw Uchiha Chi, standing on the shoulders of the Four Tails, his head and face covered in blood, his face as ferocious as a demon. At this moment, he tilted his head back, covering his face with one hand. The pair of golden snake eyes revealed between his fingers and palms suddenly flashed with two cold rays. He looked around, as if unsatisfied and unsatisfied, chanting angrily, "Too weak, too weak, too weak, you bunch of beasts, you are so weak that I can't muster the slightest desire to fight." After a brief silence, Uchiha Chi let out a deep breath, his eyes sweeping across the audience with ice-cold eyes. Finally, he fell on Killer B, who was trembling all over and dared not speak angrily, and snorted a laugh. "Well, I'll spare your life. Listen, remember my next words, and tell those cowardly rats hiding behind the scenes." Uchiha Chi's golden serpentine pupils suddenly condensed into a beam, a murderous intent etched in his eyes. He raised his hand, pointing to the only building still standing in the inner city, the half-raised castle tower in the center. 6 days from now, I will be present at the Five Nations talks. I will personally decapitate the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Third Hokage. Silence fell. Such a blatant assassination declaration was made, yet no one dared to raise a single objection. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man standing atop the headless-tailed beast. Some were nervous, some were terrified, some were trembling, some were burning with fighting spirit, some were relieved, some were considering. Countless eyes converged on one point. However, while everyone now considered Uchiha Chi a truly unforgettable hunk, already acknowledging his victory and awaiting his glorious exit, only Uchiha Chi's face twitched slightly as he stared blankly at the ninjas below. The atmosphere gradually grew awkward. His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but glance down at the 70-meter drop below. His eyes went dark, and he swallowed hard. His half-minute hunk experience card had expired, and an unprecedented sense of weakness surged through his body. His natural energy was depleted, his chakra was depleted, his stamina was at its limit, and all his abilities were unusable. Now, even a single genin could take his life at will. 70 meters, equivalent to a 25-story building. In Uchiha Chi's current state, if he jumped from 25 stories, he'd probably be Uchiha Chi-chan right there and then. This forced him to face an awkward question. No, how am I supposed to get down? Mina-san, can you please stop looking at me? If you keep looking at me like that, it's going to be hard if I don't jump. I don't want you to see me crawling down like a bug. It's so windy and cold, I'm shaking. Where are your teammates? Can you help me up? Uchiha Chi pursed his dry lips and subconsciously glanced at Madarumi, who was staring at him infatuatedly, tears of excitement threatening to stream from her lips. He couldn't help but glare at her with disapproval. "Hoo girl, you, move a little," but then, a panicked, nervous roar suddenly rang out. Immediately, a flash of lightning blazed from the distance. Soon, a tall, muscular young man with dark skin and flaxen hair, dressed in the standard uniform of the Hidden Cloud Village, descended upon Killer B, whose face was half mangled. This man was none other than the son of the third Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, the future fourth Hokage, young Ai. Seeing his beloved brother in such a state, his face darkened with fear, like a clear sky suddenly darkened and filled with dark clouds. He raised his head in anger, and the scene around him became clear: a ruined city, a ground ablaze with flames and molten embers, a wall nearly a kilometer in radius, as if cut cleanly by some sharp object, and various shattered palaces. And then there stood the young man atop the shoulders of a massive, headless, 70-meter tall-tailed beast. When those indifferent golden snake eyes glanced at him, an endless chill rose from the depths of his heart, as if he were enveloped by a heavy, inextricable darkness and fear. Those cold eyes, what Ai thought they were, instantly froze the expression on Ai's face, which was about to burst into flames, causing his breath to hitch. What happened here? That guy is Uchiha Chi. AI's heart suddenly pounded, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the hair on his back instantly stood up. At this moment, Kirabi, lying on the ground with a bruised face, suddenly reached out and grabbed the leg of AI's pants, his face tense. Brother, don't be impulsive. He was afraid that AI would rush forward in anger and engage the humanoid beast in a humiliating fight. After the previous battle, Kirabi was already frightened by the blows he received from Uchiha Chi in this form. Now, seeing Uchiha Chi's eyes still gleaming with those golden snake eyes, he dared not act rashly. As far as Killer Bee knew, the elder, the third Hokage AI, who could fight this fellow, had been confined to the hidden cloud village to protect the daimyo of the land of lightning. He certainly wouldn't be in Kumo City right now. Even though Big Brother had arrived just in time, he was no match for this fellow. The ninjas hiding in the ruins below were suddenly struck by realization upon seeing AI arrive. They had been wondering why Uchiha Chi hadn't left yet, but now it seemed he was waiting for AI. For a moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Uchiha Chi again. Standing on the Four-Tailed shoulder, seeing this uninvited visitor suddenly appear, Uchiha Chi's heart skipped a beat. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and the muscles in his cheeks tensed and visibly twitched. No way, the guys were all ready to leap towards Terumi Mei, and now here comes another birdman? This is a stunt. Uchiha Chi's expression twisted slightly as he glanced cautiously at the young AI, fearing the brute might rush forward in a fit of impatience, slamming into his face and shredding his false facade. However, as the saying goes, what you fear will surely come true. Suddenly, from the rubble, a figure with a spiky head and a face painted green with oil paint burst forth. Forming the sensing seal of the way, unknown meaning, with both hands, he ran towards Killer Bee and the young AI, shouting, "Bay, AI-sama, that brat has no chakra left, he's faking it." Hearing this, AI and the other two froze, turning to look at the newcomer. Matoi, it was none other than Matoi, the sensing ninja from the hidden cloud village. Upon hearing this, their expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Uchiha Chi, who stood atop the tailed beast's shoulder. "Are you telling the truth?" Matoi nodded firmly. "It can't be wrong. I've been sensing it from the beginning, although I don't know how that guy made those last few blows, but now, even if we do nothing, he's almost losing consciousness. That weak chakra fluctuation can deceive people." Hearing this, two cold rays of light shot out of Killer Bee and young man AI's eyes at the same time. "He kicks you. This kid actually wants to deceive us in this way." Killer Bee gritted his teeth, raised his head angrily, and looked at Uchiha Chi. Sure enough, he is still the same as before. He's full of the disgusting smell of fraud. Young man AI's face sank, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously, raised his arms, and also looked at Uchiha Chi. "Can you still move?" Killer Bee nodded heavily. Struggling to support the half of his body that was almost paralyzed by Uchiha Chi's punch, and stretched out his fist to collide with AI. "That evil Uchiha brat is far too dangerous. We must kill him right here." Kill him. Their fists collided, their minds connected at that moment. They both raised their heads, staring intently at Uchiha Chi with murderous intent in their eyes. Meanwhile, alerted by Matoi's roar, the gazes of those within the inner city turned back in surprise at Uchiha Chi. Atop the city wall, the expression on Meidarumi's face suddenly changed. She had been wondering why that idiot had been posing on the Four-Tailed shoulders. Now she realized it was because he had reached his limit. Indeed, after battling 5 powerful warriors in quick succession and unleashing that terrifying chakra giant in the daimyo's son's palace, even if Uchiha Chi had a lot of chakra, without his tail beast, it should have been depleted by now. Meidarumi's heart tightened, and she was about to leap out and run towards Uchiha Chi. But just then, a pale arm stretched out, blocking her way. "Meidarumi, you can't go." Mainjetsu Kazuki struggled to stand up, holding the double swords behind him, Hiramaui, and weakly stopped Meidarumi. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Uchiha Chi, who seemed powerless and helpless, standing on the shoulders of the tailed beasts with his lips pursed, and pointed at the Konoha forehead protector with a horizontal cut on his forehead. "Look carefully, that guy is now a traitor. Moreover, he just made such an outrageous assassination declaration. Next, no matter whether he will do such a treasonous thing, the 5 major countries, the small countries, and the entire ninja world will put him on the wanted list. To have an affair with him is equivalent to giving up your future." Mainjetsu Kazuki coughed several times in succession, looked at Meidarumi with a resolute face, and said coldly, "I know this is cruel, And I also know that you two have feelings for each other, but this is reality. Hearing these words spoken at an extremely fast speed, Meidarumi's face immediately sank, the veins on her forehead throbbed, and she stared at Meigetsu Kazuki unkindly. And scolded, "It's such a critical moment, how can you still care so much, Meigetsu Kazuki? Get out of my way." Meigetsu Kazuki looked determined, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "Impossible, Meidarumi. Don't forget the big thing you are going to do, and the promise you made to me, to give up the future of the village for this guy. I won't allow it." Meidarumi's fair and delicate face instantly turned cold as ice, her almond eyes widened, her eyebrows raised. Just as she was about to force her way through Meigetsu said with a resolute look on his face, "So, you can't go, I'll go, I'll save him." Hearing these somewhat outrageous words, Meidarumi's face froze, as if she had been hit on the head with a stick. She looked at Meigetsu in astonishment, as if she was looking at a big idiot. "How the hell did you come to this conclusion?" "Because I can't become a traitor, so you become a traitor, to save Uchiha Chi, to go to this guy with no future?" "No, who are you working for?" "For the sake of the village, Uchiha Chi is a worthy target, especially now that he's a renegade ninja." Hazuki Meigetsu curled his lips, leveraging his height advantage to pat Mini's shoulder from above with a sly smile of an elder. "Don't worry, until we've evened this guy up," he glared, his single lavender eye ablaze with fighting spirit. "I won't let him die before me." With that, Hazuki Meigetsu bent his foot, stepped onto a broken brick of the city wall, and was about to leap out. However, at that moment, a figure had gotten ahead of Hazuki Meigetsu. Before the Abe brothers could charge at Uchiha Chi, they leaped from the rubble and stood before the Four Tails. The newcomer wore stylish square sunglasses and traditional ninja attire from a century ago. He had short, light gray hair, and behind the sunglasses, a pair of bloodshot eyes shone brightly, crimson in the whites. It was none other than Uchiha Chi's previously lost teammate, Miyashiro-en. After hearing Uchiha Chi's irreversible words in front of the Kumagakure, Miyashiro-en had recognized Uchiha Chi. "Want to kill my partner?" Miyashiro-en stood calmly before the Four Tails, his ferocious blood-red eyes narrowed as he gazed indifferently at Abby and the others. He sneered, "Did you ask me, who is this guy?" Young Ai's expression darkened as he looked at Miyashiro-en, his brow furrowing. However, he didn't take Miyashiro-en too seriously. With Killer Bee by his side, the Abe Matsumoto duo were practically unbeatable in the ninja world. However, just as young Ai was about to ignore Miyashiro-en's attack, Miyashiro-en's words were like a rallying cry. The next moment, terrifying chakra fluctuations erupted, and the figures that had been hiding in the inner city leaped out one after another. The first to step out was a tall man wearing a black robe and a black mask, a Tokigakure renegade ninja Ford protector. He had a pair of luminous green eyes and was dressed in a black robe. Kokuzu. Immediately following, a handsome, red-haired young man in a black robe, his face impassive, as if nothing mattered, calmly leaped from the top of the city wall and landed in front of the Four Tails. It was none other than the genius of the Sand Village, who had exposed the safe house and been chased out of Yunming City by Killer Bee and his men. Scorpion of the Red Sand. Kokuzu, Scorpion of the Red Sand? The young man's gaze narrowed, a look of caution on his face. But after taking a deep breath, his expression hardened, ready for a fight to the death. "Even the two of you can't stop us from killing Uchiha Chi today." However, as if in response to his words, a clear and capable voice suddenly came from in front of the Four Tails. Then, three figures wearing red clouds and black robes suddenly appeared, along with a huge summoning beast that looked like a chameleon. They appeared out of thin air here. "So, what about us?" Chapter 307 Peace or War, it all depends on your thought. At that moment, on the city wall, Meidarumi and Meigetsu Hazuki fell silent as they watched the group standing before the Four Tails, protecting Uchiha Chi behind them. The atmosphere gradually grew awkward. First, there was this red-eyed young man, whose style was different from the others, and who seemed very powerful. Then came Sasori and Kokuzu, both renowned throughout the ninja world. Finally, three uninvited guests appeared out of nowhere. Meigetsu Hazuki's half-stepped leg suddenly froze in midair, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Jump out, and you'll become a traitor," but who in their right mind would want to become a traitor? But she wouldn't jump out. After all, those nice words had already been spoken. Meanwhile, Meidarumi stared stiffly at the situation on the field, and at Uchiha Chi, who stood there bewildered. She'd long known this guy possessed a unique aura, constantly attracting people with diverse ambitions to pursue unrealistic goals with him. Hidden, Shenin, and herself were prime examples. Later, she even heard that Orochimaru, the Sannin who had attacked them both and wanted to skin him alive, had accepted him as a disciple. But after just 2 months, a swarm of strangers had appeared around him like a bunch of bean sprouts. No matter how you look at it, this is too much. How on earth did you manage to lure so many powerful people along? Moreover, watching the crowd below occasionally glance at Uchiha Chi, and the special emotions in those eyes that transcended ordinary friendship, Terumi Mae couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp, a heart attack. It was like a gong clanging in her head, ringing alarm bells. If this continued, if this guy, who held a special allure for men, women, and children, were allowed to run rampant throughout the ninja world, she couldn't imagine how many admirers would be swarming around him. Danger. At this moment, even in such a serious moment, Terumi Mae couldn't help but think this, and even a vision flashed before her eyes, as if she saw ominous red words rising slowly above her head. At the same time, she imagined the scene of the ninja world's most famous beauties, movie stars, and noble ladies surrounding Uchiha Chi, flirting with him, while that fool, surrounded by a bunch of bitches, his chin lifted, his face flushed, his heart pounding, and his head thrown back in laughter, emitting a foolish laugh. Oysters, oysters. Get out of here. I was clearly here first. Thinking of this, Terumi Mae turned stiffly, staring at Meigetsu Azuki, who stood in front of her with half a foot dangling in the air, unsure whether to step forward. Then, she spoke softly. We're already here. Meigetsu's heart sank. Wait, this situation doesn't seem to require. Hearing this, Terumi Mae smiled a piercing smile and gently interrupted. Meigetsu, just think of it as for the village. This dangerous organization assembled by Uchiha Chi also needs people to gather intelligence. With that, Terumi Mae smiled and gently pushed Meigetsu Azuki's back as he leaned forward. Swish. At this moment, immediately after the 3 people who had suddenly appeared spoke, another nimble figure suddenly leaped from the city wall. He wore his signature short white hair, wore the Kirigakure's signature forward protector with 4 water patterns, and carried a broad, bandaged sword. His features were handsome, with a canine fang lingering at the corner of his mouth. This man was the so-called Kirigakure prodigy, a genius capable of masterfully wielding 7 ninja swords, Meigetsu Kizuki. Upon seeing this, AI glared at the newcomer and demanded, Kirigakure, what are you doing here again? However, Meigetsu Kizuki ignored him. In fact, after 2 battles with Uchiha Chi, each of whom had been outmaneuvered by him, he had become resistant to such pre-battle exchanges. Upon landing, Meigetsu Kizuki immediately reached out and began slowly unwrapping the bandages wrapped around Hiram Flounder. His single eye narrowed, glaring menacingly at AI and the others. His attitude spoke volumes. Seeing this, the young man's heart sank even deeper, almost numb. Seeing that Meigetsu couldn't communicate, AI couldn't help but turn his gaze again to the 3 uninvited guests who had suddenly appeared before him. At this moment, the leader of the 3 hooded men slowly removed his hood. This man had short orange hair and wore a hidden rain village forward protector with 4 vertical stripes. His face was resolute, his gaze firm. He stood before Uchiha Shin and extended his palm to protect him behind his back, making his position clear. Son of the Wreckage, please step aside. Today, we will never let you harm him. Young AI stared intently at the unhooded Yohiko, his brow furrowed. Are you, Yohiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain? After Jiraiya left the Land of Rain, on the eve of the Third World War, when Jiraiya received a letter from Konoha announcing the impending war, the 3 youngsters, under Yohiko's leadership, established the first Akatsuki organization. Operating on the principle of peace through dialogue, they established their reputation in the chaotic Land of Rain. Now, as Akatsuki grew in strength, intelligence about the organization had reached the various factions of the ninja world. At the very least, young AI knew some information about Akatsuki's leader, Yohiko. What is your relationship with this guy? The young man AI frowned, pointed at Uchiha Chi behind the crowd, and asked in a cold voice, why do you want to protect such a traitor? Do you understand what a ridiculous thing you are doing now? However, facing AI's questioning, Yohiko's expression did not change. He took a step forward, put his hand on his chest, and said with a firm face, I understand. It is precisely because I understand that I know that the person who has shaken up the ninja world must not be allowed to fall here. AI took a deep breath and said coldly, I know you have always been acting to save the Rain country from war. Although your actions seem naive and ridiculous to me, I personally have no ill feelings towards you, but your actions now are protecting that little brat, protecting the man who will be wanted by the 5 major countries. Have you ever thought that such actions will bring disaster to your country, your village, and even to you? AI's face turned grim, and he threatened in a deep voice, it will lead to war. As soon as these words were spoken, even though they were prepared for this outcome, Konan and Nagato behind Yohiko couldn't help but tense up. Their eyes from under their hoods were fixed on the Abbey duo, preventing them from making a sudden attack on Yohiko. However, Yohiko took a deep breath, and then his expression gradually became ferocious. His angry eyes shot out like sharp swords. War, really? So this is your justice? As a big country, as the protagonist of the era, you can say such words so nonchalantly. You can abuse small countries without any guilt in your heart. You can turn a blind eye to the tragic scenes of thousands of miles of wasteland and cannibalism. But, are you the only ones who can define peace and justice? The assassination storm caused by the young ninja who chose revenge after being deeply bullied by you, can't make you alert, really? I understand. Yohiko's eyes turned cold, and he grasped the big sword behind him with his backhand, swung it between his hands, and pointed it at the Abbey group. If you don't understand the pain of others, you can't truly understand others. And even if you can understand, you can't reconcile with each other. You have no remorse at all, and you should be taught what repentance is. Nagato, Konan, get ready for battle, Yohiko shouted in a deep voice, and Konan and Nagato behind him immediately bent slightly, ready for battle. Then, he resolutely looked at the young AI and said indifferently, now, son of the wreckage, if you refuse to retreat, then you will die here, peace or war, it's all up to you. At that moment, the young AI stared grimly at the large group before him, Miyashiro and Hazuki Mainjutsu, Sasori, Kokuzu, Nagato, Yohiko, Konan, and behind them, Madarumi, who stood on the city wall, watching from afar, and Uchiha Chi, who stood on the Four-Tailed shoulder. Looking at these 9 people, the young AI's palms felt damp, and he couldn't help but clench his sweaty fists. He was a straightforward person, preferring simple and ruthless solutions, but he was no fool. Faced with such a group of people working together, he would believe you even if you said they were out to hunt his father. If Killer B were still in good condition, AI would have had the confidence to test the waters with him. But Killer B had been severely wounded twice by Uchiha Chi, and even cooperating with him was a stretch. He, and Killer B in his current state, was no match for so many people. But this was right in front of their home, the capital of the Land of Lightning. He couldn't retreat. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly lit up, and then a streak of white lightning suddenly descended. Amidst the lightning, a scroll landed before the Abbey group. Young AI was momentarily startled, then he picked up the scroll, teleported by the heaven sentence jutsu. Unfolding it, he saw a line of urgent, scrawled characters, Turtle Island is under attack by Orochimaru. Urgent assistance. AI's face paled as he recognized the handwriting of his father, the third Raikage, AI. But his eyes held a look as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Let's go. Meanwhile, while everyone's attention was focused on the Abbeys, what was Uchiha Chi doing? He was climbing. To say climbing wasn't quite right, it was more like climbing the tailed beast. He was pulling at the Four-Tailed hair, stealthily climbing down from behind it when no one was watching. His posture was somewhat awkward, like a caterpillar, looking back with each step, teeth bared, and wriggling in the wind as he slid downward. The side effects of his new sage form were gradually draining Uchiha Chi's body, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness, a weakness that only continued to escalate. However, in this situation, depleted of all strength, halfway up, holding the Four-Tailed hair, he suddenly noticed something quite interesting. With his mutated eyes, he could clearly see that the natural energy he had drained from the surroundings was slowly returning after a period of time. The newly generated energy, upon contact with his body, would naturally flow into it, much like the only way to grow muscle is to tear it apart. When all strength was lost, relying solely on natural energy to fight, and pushing it to its limits, his body seemed to crave this power. At that moment, his body, like Jugo of the Libra found by Orochimaru in the future, had become a constructed immortal body capable of autonomously absorbing natural energy. And unlike Jugo, who had experienced mental madness and physical changes when exposed to areas of strong natural energy. His body did not. This body, which had harnessed, conquered, and forcibly suppressed natural energy, had cells blending seamlessly with the influx of natural energy, like milk and water. His body's strength was constantly and steadily increasing. Special abilities, perhaps even talents, seemed to be pried open from within the body's hidden recesses. You have acquired a new talent, Sage Transformation. Acquired, along with a talent, Sage Transformation, you are gradually awakening the various abilities of Sage Transformation, Recell Expulsion, Recell Attraction, Multi-Lotus Self-Relay Cannon, Axe/Explosive Blast. Based on the talent, Sage Transformation, you have acquired a new talent, Natural Communication. Beginner. Lines of subtitles appeared before his eyes, and Uchiha's gaze narrowed slightly. Sage Transformation, even in the original story, is an extremely rare ability among the Tenpei clan, possessed only by Jugo. This talent possesses a series of powerful abilities but also extremely severe side effects. It's safe to say that even if Jugo knew no ninjutsu, his Sage Transformation alone could have reached the threshold of Kage. However, he had forcibly created such an ability through a series of random modifications to his body. Moreover, this body's composition was quite complex, and the side effects of Sage Transformation seemed incapable of affecting him. And with a Sharingan, he could even perfectly control this power. After a brief moment of warmth, like being in front of a fireplace, the natural energy, drawn in by his body, finally flowed into each cell. And then, Uchiha's expression suddenly changed. It was as if countless needles were piercing his body. Those countless needles, formed from natural energy, punctured his meridians, his blood vessels, his muscles, myofibers, bones, and tendons. It was as if everything was being shattered and then reassembled. A horrible, excruciating pain surged up. Even Uchiha, who could still crack a joke even when his heart was being ripped out, couldn't bear the pain. It instantly robbed him of all his senses. And then, his vision went black. His hand loosened its grip on the four-tailed fox's hair, and he felt like he was falling. This feeling of falling reminded Uchiha of the helplessness he had felt when he fell off the cliff in Hell Valley a few days ago. He was slightly distracted, his face shrouded in pain. Until, an anxious yet crisp and gentle voice approached, and Uchiha felt himself falling into a warm embrace. In the endless darkness, it was as if a light illuminated him. Dang. Chapter 308, Dark Cloud, the Ultimate Weapon Zio. Dang, you bravely confronted the Iron Country Admiral Mifune, who attempted to kill you. He died and could not rise again. You received a critical hit as a reward, and you gained a random skill from him, Secret Sword, Sky Slash, A+, Mastered. Dang, you bravely confronted the Sands Village Elder Chiyo, who attempted to kill you. He was unable to refute you. You received a critical hit as a reward, and you gained a random skill from him, Forbidden Technique, Reincarnation, Incomplete, Mastered. Dang, you bravely confronted the Rock Village powerful Wong Tu, who attempted to arrest you. He died and could not rise again. You received a critical hit as a reward, and you gained a random skill from him, Earth Release, Super Heavy Rock Jutsu, A+, Mastered. Dang, you bravely confronted the Rock Village Jinchuriki Lao Shi, who attempted to kill you. He played dead and could not rise again. You gained a random skill from him, Molten Release, Granite, B, Mastered. Bonus, because you've mastered the transformations of fire and earth, and with the increased proficiency from mastering all martial arts, you've mastered the advanced skill of Molten Release, Granite, Melted Release, Undersea Needle, A, Mastery. At the same time, you can attempt to practice Molten Release and master the new Keki Genkai, Molten Release. Your heart steel level has increased. When Uchiha regained consciousness, he struggled to open his eyelids, which felt like they had been sealed by a steamroller. The gloomy sky he'd seen before was no longer visible. Sunlight filtered through dewdrops hanging from the cave entrance, reflecting onto Uchiha's face, causing him to squint uncomfortably. Beyond the incomplete cave entrance, resembling a prison cell, the sun blazed high, and the endless rows of buildings built into the mountainside stretched as far as the eye could see. Outside, a heavy rumbling noise echoed, seemingly accompanied by a carriage laden with heavy objects. Uchiha stretched his arms and legs, only to discover that his body was covered in blood-stained bandages, with faint traces of black stitches visible beneath. With the slightest movement, a dull ache, as if sand were mixed with his flesh, spread throughout his body. He lay in a cave that looked like a damp dungeon, yet also a refuge. As a drop of water fell from the ceiling onto the back of his hand, Uchiha Chi frowned slightly, raised his hand, and looked up at the cave ceiling. Is this rain tiger freedom technique? For some reason, Uchiha Chi felt his body reacting extremely sensitively to external chakra. The mere touch of the water droplet against his hand made him sense the strange chakra contained within it, like a link, channeling through the humid atmosphere of the cave toward a specific location. From this, he quickly deduced from the principles of the technique that it was a perception ninjutsu. As if confirming Uchiha Chi's suspicions, footsteps soon echoed outside the cave. A 15-year-old boy with long red hair, a forward protector from the hidden rain village, and a black, high-collared robe entered the cave entrance, gazing at Uchiha Chi with curiosity. Are you awake? Uchiha Chi recognized the newcomer. This was Nagato, the chosen one by Uchiha Madara, the founding member and second-generation leader of Akatsuki. However, at this point, he had no prior experience with him. Their only previous encounter had been during the Rain Country era, when Yuhiko invited him to join Akatsuki. Even then, Nagato hadn't removed his hood, revealing his true face. Therefore, at this point, Uchiha Chi should not have known Nagato. Just call me Nagato. We've met once before, in the Land of Rain, one of the three people with Yuhiko. Yuhiko's other partner is called Konan. Nagato stepped forward and squatted in front of Uchiha Chi. He took out some dry food and water from his arms and handed them to him. Uchiha Chi took them and listened to Nagato continue. You are seriously injured. We wanted to catch a medical ninja, but after Mr. Kikuzu sewed you up, he said. No need, you don't need to do anything, you can heal yourself. However, the scene at that time was a bit scary, so I still bandaged you. I hope you don't mind. Nagato smiled shyly, and his smile looked a little stiff. Uchiha Chi thought about it. Before he fainted, he used a sage posture that was different from the snake sage mode, and then after a series of accidents, he gained the talent of sagehood. However, the process of natural energy infusing the body and fusing with the body's own cells was just like when his alienated eyes almost exploded during the battle with Ebizo. It was like a balloon inflated, then exploded with a bang. Hot swappable parts shattered to the ground. It was no wonder Nagato, accustomed to carnage from childhood, found it a bit difficult to accept. I understand, thank you. Uchiha Chi closed his eyes and sensed the situation within his body. At this point, the surface of his body was largely intact, thanks to the powerful resilience granted by his tailed beast physique and immortality. However, some parts of his body remained unaffected, primarily Kikuzu's earth grudge sutures and Nagato's bandages. His body, overused in the sage form, had temporarily entered a period of weakness. His heart rate was slow, his metabolism was somewhat affected, and his tissues and cells seemed to have lost their vitality. Furthermore, his eyes, overwhelmed by the continuous use of Susanoo, sage mode, and the sage form, were blurry, but since he hadn't yet entered the realm of the Mangekyo, this would recover over time. After a day of deep sleep and recuperation, the amount of chakra that could be converted from the recovered strength within his body was extremely scarce, only about half the amount of Susanoo, and it was difficult to extract much chakra in this state. This state would last for approximately 2 days. So, I've been unconscious for a day. Uchiha Chi opened his eyes and looked at Nagato, who habitually lowered his head, his hair shadowing his Rinnegan. Nagato, can I ask you something? What happened during the day I was unconscious? Where is this place? And where are the others? As he asked this, the sky outside the narrow cave entrance gradually became obscured by clouds. The sunlight that had been streaming into the cave gradually faded, and the damp cave was shrouded in silence. The sound of falling water droplets could still be heard by the ears, and Nagato raised his head slightly in the shadow, and looked at Uchiha Chi with his eyes with strange patterns. He was silent for a moment, then, he said calmly, we are wanted, the 5 major countries, 5 ninja villages, and small countries. The 5 daimyos jointly issued a decree through television, classifying us as a terrorist organization that attempts to subvert the world. Sarutobi Hirozen of Konoha has classified you as an S-class traitor, and Hanzo of Omegakure has classified us as A-class traitors, and that Scorpion of the Red Sand and Mainjutsu Kazuki have also become traitors of their respective villages. Nagato paused, and his eyes that fell on Uchiha Chi revealed a strange calmness and scrutiny. Then, he continued, but none of this matters, Uchiha Chi. Before taking you to see the others, I also have a questions I want to ask you." Hearing this, Uchiha Chi raised his head slightly and glanced at Nagato suddenly. At this moment, the shyness and lack of confidence on the face of the red-haired boy completely disappeared. He looked directly at Uchiha Chi with an extremely terrifying, cold gaze, as if he had opened Pandora's box. He looked at him in the darkness, and then said indifferently, "Uchiha Chi, the greatest pain in my life originated from 10 years ago. That year, the war instigated by Konoha spread to the land of rain. Your Konoha ninjas broke into my home and killed my parents. I will never forget the grief at that time, until today. This grief turned into hatred for Konoha and for you ninjas from the great powers, and the unpredictable part of fate is, after that, I met Yohiko and Konan, and under their leadership, I became a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. The Konoha ninja who killed my parents became my teacher. With hatred, fear, and cowardice, I was gradually won over by Jiraiya sensei's broad-mindedness and came to understand his ideals." At this point, Nagato closed his eyes and clenched his fists tightly. "But, I still can't let it go." Uchiha Chi listened to these words without a word or objection, simply listening quietly. His gaze, however, shifted from initial sympathy to scrutiny. As a member of the Uchiha clan, a ninja of Konoha, this was something Uchiha Chi couldn't refuse. Furthermore, he didn't intend to refuse this gift. He hadn't killed Nagato's parents, nor had the Uchiha. If Nagato took his anger out on him, Uchiha Chi couldn't make him understand his own limited broad-mindedness. He could only let him feel the weight of his punching bag. At this moment, Nagato took a deep breath again, then opened his Rinnegan, looked at Uchiha Chi, and suddenly said, "At this point, I don't want to dig deeper into what happened back then. Teacher Jiraiya once told me that when people are hurt, they will remember hatred, and if you hurt others, you will be resented and tortured by guilt. But it is precisely because we understand this kind of pain that we can care for others based on this experienced pain. Think about it, and then find the answer to creating a better world." Nagato paused and shook his head. "I'm ashamed that even with the teachings of teacher Jiraiya, I still can't understand and can't find the answer to this proposition, but I found Yohiko." Nagato's expression sank, and he said in a serious voice, "Yohiko is the man who can change the Rain Country and even the world. Yohiko's ideals have never changed from beginning to end, although he has always said that he wants to achieve a future where people can understand each other without using extreme force, and that he wants to be open with his enemies, not hide anything from each other, and show his true feelings, and then sit down and drink with him as brothers. He has always been walking in front of us with such words and actions." Nagato's expression became tense, and his face became more and more solemn. "But, only I know, only I who have been watching him from behind know, buried deep in his heart, hidden beneath his kind appearance, his first and most original vision, Yohiko wants to become a god. In this world of constant war, he wants to stand at the top of this world, become a high god, and prevent all wars from happening. However, he knows that he can't become a god, so he placed his dream on me, hoping that I will become a god and become a bridge to peace. And now, after knowing everything about you, knowing what you have done, and knowing the power you possess, a power that far exceeds the eyes of the immortals, Yohiko chose you, Uchiha Chi." Nagato looked at Uchiha Chi, his face heavy. His Rinnegan eyes, sharp and scrutinizing, reflected the gloomy, dark cloud-shrouded surroundings. He asked, "Are you ready to become a god?" Uchiha Chi was stunned. "Me? Becoming a god?" He had assumed Nagato was just looking for trouble with a Konoha ninja like him, and he had already prepared for a fight with Nagato, who now had mastered 6 nature changes and could summon a mobile toilet. But what was going on now? "No, why were you guys trying to push me onto a pedestal out of the blue?" Uchiha Chi's scalp tingled. He was about to ask, "What are you doing to deserve such a prestigious position? Can't this be postponed for 2 years? I really can't defeat the Sage of 6 Paths right now." He wasn't even sure he could fight Senile Spot, who was living under a tube. "You're so impatient, aren't you just throwing me into a fire pit?" However, at this moment, Nagato's face hardened and he said quietly, "It doesn't matter if you're not ready now, it's just, forget it, just follow me." With that, Uchiha Chi, bewildered, still pondering his words, shook his head. Without a word, he grabbed Uchiha Chi's arm and forcibly supported him out of the cave. As the scene before him changed, the blazing sunlight shone down on him. Uchiha Chi realized that he was actually a section of the outer wall abandoned during the expansion of Yunming City, and it also served as an abandoned shelter. As they walked out of the damp shelter and came to a platform on the outer wall, Uchiha Chi saw Goejian, Hozuki Maingetsu, Sasori, Kokuzu, Konan, and Madarumi, 6 people sitting in a circle there, and looked up at the same time, with expressions of confusion, disdain, interest, or sighing and shaking their heads, looking at Yahiko standing in the middle, arms outstretched, waving his hands, wearing a red cloud robe, watching him raise his head and say loudly, "So this is my ultimate plan, absorb those ninjas who have suffered from war, establish an organization that travels between the major countries and acts as a bridge of peace, and around Uchiha Chi, forge an ultimate weapon that can shock the entire ninja world. Prevent all wars from happening, and prevent all tragedies from happening again." Akatsuki. Chapter 309, One Man is the King, Zio's Invitation. A convoy, hauling massive beams, timber, and bricks, sped across the vast plain. The weight of their wheels crushed the rocky pavement, the combined sound creating a resounding rumble. That's the convoy carrying materials for the castle tower. With only 5 days left, the Land of Lightning has mobilized its forces to rebuild a brand new castle tower from the ruins before the start of the Five-Nation Talks in the Land of Lightning's Yunming City. This will serve as the venue for the Five-Nation Talks. Standing on the platform of the abandoned city wall, Yahiko pointed to the convoy heading toward the ruins in the distance and explained its origins. Uchiha Chi suddenly realized the source of the loud noise he'd heard upon waking. But, 5 days? Is that enough time to build a castle tower? He frowned. While the name Tenshukaku carries the word pavilion, it's not just a tower, but a massive fortress, capable of observation, command, and defense. Hearing Uchiha Chi's question, Yahiko's face darkened. He raised his hand and pointed toward the distant inner city. So, this time, the Land of Lightning has mobilized the power of the ninja. At that moment, the towering, majestic walls of Yunming Inner City had lost their former splendor. The entire city seemed to have been neatly cut in half. From afar, figures could be seen leaping up and down the walls. Under the actions of the superhumans, the shattered and macy walls were neatened at a visible speed. Bricks and stones were rhythmically stacked and repaired, and gradually restored to their original state under the earth jutsu techniques of the ninjas, rising from the ground. In order to guard against the assassination declaration you left yesterday and ensure that the Five-Nation Talks proceed as scheduled, the Hidden Cloud Village has almost come out in full force. The Hidden Cloud Army stationed in the Frost Country has arrived at Yunming City after a day and night of marching. Yahiko stared at the heavily guarded city, frowned and said, "Now, the scene here is completely different from yesterday." At this time, Scorpion, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted and said, "Not only that, the chakra cannon that was originally placed in the Hidden Cloud Village and repelled Orochimaru has also been transported here, although this chakra cannon is a semi-finished product. Its power is no weaker than the Thunder Sword cannon you fired yesterday, and, based on my disassembly of the design drawings of that weapon, with a chakra provided by the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, its power can be further enhanced," you said. Chakra cannon. Hearing this, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but be stunned, and glanced at Scorpion who appeared here for some reason. Despite being teammates for a brief day, he still had a limited understanding of the changes that had taken place within Scorpion. Now, from what he was saying, it seemed he had participated in Orochimaru's surprise attack on Kumagakure, and he had even taken advantage of the chaos there to steal the blueprints for the giant chakra cannon? So, was this the reason for Scorpion's sudden change in style? According to the original story, the giant chakra cannon secretly developed by Kumagakure would, in later stages, be capable of shattering the moon with a single blow. Even with only 2 barrels illuminated, it could be blasted into outer space, perfectly intercepting meteor showers with its extra atmospheric scattering. The scene was so abstract it resembled the Millennium Falcon's mother cannon being dismantled from Star Wars. Fast forward 20 years to the present day, and Uchiha Chi would have never imagined that Kumagakure would already be working on this seemingly sci-fi cannon, and even have achieved some success. Scorpion muttered. Uchiha Chi stroked his chin in thought. If it could repel Orochimaru, who possessed the 8-headed snake jutsu, then this giant cannon should also have some lethality against Susanoo. While this weapon lacked legs and could only be fixed in place, there were many ways for a ninja to destroy it before it could be launched. However, with the third Hokage, who had fought him before, holding him back, it would be difficult for him to destroy the weapon. This made things a bit tricky. The third Hokage was incredibly fast, his speed sufficient to deflect visual eye techniques, and his defenses practically ignoring all non-resistance attacks. His stats were already incredibly high. Only when he was determined to kill Uchiha Chi would he resort to sustained close combat. If he miscalculated, he would be trapped in a desperate situation. In a second battle, with the opponent's experience from the previous encounter, it was hard to say whether Uchiha Chi would be able to deliver a fatal blow. However, the difficulty of assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Lightning is not limited to this. At this time, Maid Arumi, who was standing on the platform of Wingchang and looking at the inner city of Yunming, said, "See, do you really understand what you are going to do? From the moment you issued an assassination declaration to the daimyo of a major country, your enemy is not just the Land of Lightning. Under the joint decree of the daimyo of the 5 major countries, the nature of this 5-country talks has changed. The ninjas of the 5 major countries who came to participate in this talk under the orders of the daimyo of the major countries will definitely stop you from assassinating the daimyo. What you are facing now are the 5 major countries of the ninja world. It is a crusade against you by almost the entire ninja world." In other words, Maid Arumi looked at Uchiha Chi, her pair of clear green eyes full of solemnity. "You will be the head of a country." Under such questioning, Uchiha Chi fell silent. Although he had been mentally prepared for this and understood what he was about to do, but when he was really faced with the seemingly hopeless difficulties in front of him, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but feel a little unsure of what to do. "Listen, Uchiha Chi, you need help." At this time, Yohiko turned around, facing Uchiha Chi and everyone, and said solemnly, "We have traveled thousands of miles from the Land of Rain to come here just to help you. The era of subverting the structure of the ninja world has been born because of you. Regardless of whether the daimyo dies this time, countries ruled by ninjas will continue to emerge like mushrooms after rain, just like the Land of Rain. At that time, a brutal war that will spread throughout the ninja world and far exceed the intensity of the current Third Shinobi World War will surely rise. In this era of constant war, we want to end all wars and eliminate all disputes. We need a weapon, an ultimate weapon that can deter the 5 major countries. Deter all ambitious people who attempt to start a war, put pain above them, and allow people to understand each other in the advent of the era. For this, Yohiko solemnly took out 2 things from his arms. One was the red cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization that had not been given away in the Land of Rain, and the other was a ring engraved with the word 0. "I invite you again, join Akatsuki. This time, you will become the leader of Akatsuki, Akatsuki 0. 5 days later, let the entire ninja world witness the birth of God." Chapter 310 Playing God, Mustard Disease. On the Wangchang platform, everyone present couldn't help but frown at Yohiko's boastful words. A god? What kind of person could be called a god? A day earlier, in the battle within Yunming's inner city, Uchiha Chi had faced 7 masters possessing the strength of a Hokage, killing 2, scaring off 2, and severely wounding 2. The last, a young man named Ai, retreated under their intimidation. Uchiha Chi was the first in the entire ninja world to achieve such a terrifying feat. But to say he had become the strongest in the ninja world was an overstatement. There was the 3rd Hokage Ai, who wielded the strongest spear and shield, the 3rd Tsuchika Jinoki, who wielded the unrivaled blood-stained annihilation, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen, who was said to be the strongest Hokage and ninja hero, and the 3rd Mizukage, whose enigmatic power was beyond measure. These individuals truly stood at the pinnacle of the cage. And it was clear that Uchiha Chi had been defeated in the battle at Hell Valley. Regardless of the reasons, even if he had the opportunity to kill the 3rd Hokage during the fight, the outcome showed that Uchiha Chi, defeated after being knocked off a cliff and disappearing, was seen as a failure by the world. This was also the view of those present. If the strongest in the ninja world hadn't yet been determined, how could they claim to be a god? Upon hearing this, Kokuzu, the longest lived and most experienced, was the first to snort. Then, staring disdainfully at Yohiko, he sneered and asked, "God, kid, have you ever seen what a true god looks like?" With a sneer, Kokuzu instinctively turned to look at Uchiha Chi, about to offer a rebuke. But upon seeing his face, which bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Madara's, he fell silent. After a moment, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "Even if he has that potential, he's still a long way from it. You simply don't understand how powerful a true god is." Meanwhile, Sasori, Maid Arumi, and Meijetsu Hazuki, standing nearby, though they didn't utter a single word in protest, clearly conveyed the same sentiment in their eyes. Meijetsu Hazuki, in particular, glanced sideways at Uchiha Chi's battle-filled gaze, practically saying, I can evenly match him, are you kidding me? Standing at the edge of the city wall, Oshiro and wore a bewildered expression from beginning to end. Over a century removed from the modern ninja world, he couldn't understand what anyone was saying, nor did he understand what the brat named Yohiko had been trying to convey by pouring out his heart and empathy with him. But to emphasize his powerful persona, Oshiro could only feign an I understand expression, hands clasped behind his back, staring silently and resolutely toward the inner city of Yunming. In reality, his toes were awkwardly digging into the floor, like a player frantically searching for the skip button in a non-skippable plot. He just wanted to ask everyone present, minus N, when are we going to kill the daimyo? But Kokuzu interrupted him, so he couldn't speak at this moment. His fair face turned a little red. On the other hand, Yohiko was not angry at all when his idea was rejected. Instead, he turned his head and exchanged glances with Nagato and Konan, who were standing next to Uchiha Chi. After reading the determination in Nagato's eyes, Yohiko took a deep breath and said, everyone, I understand your concerns. But the core of the plan I mentioned is, creating a god, rather than making Seikun at this time really become a high and mighty god. The focus of the entire plan is to deter the 5 major countries in the ninja world, rather than directly declaring war on them. From a long-term perspective, the assassination of the daimyo initiated by Seikun is beneficial to the entire ninja world, but the price of this behavior, in the long run, will inevitably be a war that will cause unrest in the entire ninja world, and the intensity will far exceed that of the previous Ninja World War, and from a short-term perspective, the wrath of the 5 great nations and the 5 high and mighty monarchs will all be released on Uchiha Chi, implicating everything related to him, including us, Akatsuki, and you, who helped Uchiha Chi. Since you have chosen to help Lord C at this juncture, you must have been prepared to share the risk with him. But Yohiko opened his arms, raised them above his head, and said with an extremely determined look in his eyes, we can't just sit there and wait for death. On the contrary, for us who are about to bear the first wave of anger from the entire ninja world, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and this is the core of our Akatsuki plan. At this juncture, now that all the pressure is on us, in the future when the wrath of the old forces is all released on our heads, Yohiko swung his arms violently, clenched his fists, and his eyes ignited with a fierce flame of war. We can only fight head-on, crush all their offensives, under the gaze of the entire ninja world, relying on our power. We created an unrivaled god, the entire ninja world, forcing everyone to look up to the god. At this moment, Konan nudged Uchiha Chi beside him, causing him to stumble forward 2 steps and stand before the crowd, his gaze fixed on him intently. Single-handedly defeating 7 Kage Masters, surviving a battle against 2 Jinchuriki of Kumagakure and the 3rd Reikage, and slaying a Jinchuriki, bearing the name Shiro, changing the course of the Rain Country War in one fell swoop, and killing Ebuzo, without a doubt, Uchiha Chi, you, who regularly shock the entire ninja world, are the perfect fit to play the role of god. Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to Uchiha Chi, their eyes gleaming with thought. Everyone gathered here for Uchiha Chi. It could even be said that Uchiha Chi was the absolute core of this impromptu group. Whether it was for money or for people, Kokuzu, whose attitude was unclear, yet willing to sacrifice himself. Scorpion of the Red Sand, pursuing eternal art. The 2 from Kirigakure, Mainjetsu Hazuki and Madarumi, who had a long-standing bond with him. Miyashiro N, whose fates intertwined after falling off a cliff. And then there were the 3 Akatsuki members, who had been following and gazing at Uchiha Chi's back, acting for their dreams. Everyone present, except Miyashiro N, understood that taking that step would essentially be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire ninja world. Having made that choice, they were like grasshoppers tied to a rope. Acting god, Uchiha Chi frowned, his gaze darting to the exchange of glances between Yohiko and Nagato. Seeing the look between Nagato and Yohiko, and the resolute expression on Nagato's face, he had a rough idea of what the 2 were planning, acting, rather than reality. Intimidation, rather than war. By imbuing themselves with the power possessed by Akatsuki, they could demonstrate divine might before the world, thereby deterring the 5 great nations from precipitating war, suppressing the intensity of the impending conflict, and ultimately achieving a peaceful evolution within the ninja world. The key to this was likely Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan. In the original story, after Yohiko's death and Nagato's furious summoning of the Outer Path demon statue, Konan nervously asked Nagato, are you planning to use that power? This suggests that, before that particular moment, The three children must have experimented with the power of Nagato's eyes and witnessed their extraordinary strength. This is also why Yohiko, until his death, believed that Nagato could change the world. Building upon Uchiha Chi's existing abilities, fusing Susanoo, summoning the giant snake from the Ryuchidong cave, and wielding the Thunder God sword, he stormed into the Five Nations Conference. Then, riding atop the head of Nagato's summoned Outer Path demon statue, he soared into the air. With a defiant pose, Nagato secretly unleashed two impressive moves, Super Shinra Tensei and Outer Path demon statue Chakra Dragon. A single burst was enough to raise the entirety of Yunming City to the ground and crush most of the assembled Kumagaki army. On the surface, it looked like Uchiha Chi had single-handedly destroyed one of the five great ninja nations. Such a feat worthy of the title of God. At this point, the three young members of Akatsuki were only 15 years old, having founded and developed the organization for just over a year. Compared to Uchiha Chi, whose impressive military record, connections throughout the ninja world, and perceived as a thorn in the side of the great powers, their fame was insufficient to sustain the world's fear. However, with Uchiha Chi, a peerless genius from the prestigious Uchiha clan, committing such acts, and with the example of Uchiha Madara as a warning, the ninja powers were forced to temper their arrogance, as they had 40 years prior, and carefully consider how to deal with Uchiha Chi in this state. Perhaps Sarutobi Hirozen would even have to revoke the order to label him a traitor overnight? However, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but sigh. What's true is true, and what's false is false. This plan was essentially based on Nagato's sacrifice and Yohiko's far-sighted vision, but time didn't wait for me. Though only 15, Yohiko could see the devastating war Uchiha Chi's assassination would unleash. A land like the Land of Rain, a site of three wars, would be in imminent danger of collapse in a war of that magnitude. Though Akatsuki was already gaining momentum, it was powerless against a war of this magnitude, affecting the entire ninja world, let alone saving the Land of Rain. Therefore, Yohiko abandoned his struggle with the demigod Hanzo and his original plan, heading straight for the Land of Lightning to aid Uchiha Chi and launch such a ruthless plan. He hoped to lend his power to Uchiha Chi, hoping that he could prevent the impending chaos. Fear drove the three Akatsuki members here. I understand what you mean, but Uchiha Chi's gaze shifted slightly as he looked at Yohiko and the other two, realizing all this. He understood Yohiko's foresight, Nagato's sacrifice, and Konan's concern. However, he raised his head, wanting to speak but stopping himself. Uchiha Chi truly hated the thought of others sacrificing for him, hated the act of imbuing him with willpower, and hated all the expectations that came with moving forward. Power is merely a phenomenon, a physical manifestation, but it's not something you can just shout about and try to turn the tables on by doing sit-ups, burdened by the excuse that you can't lose. This plan was Yohiko's only way to save the Land of Rain, but he overlooked a crucial point. The power of the five great nations of the ninja world was far more complex than that. The forces hidden within the ninja world weren't necessarily subject to his will. Furthermore, in Uchiha Chi's eyes, the daimyo system was nothing more than a minor infirmity. He had never even considered this power. Wasting Nagato's strength, now a teammate, on such a situation would be a waste. The ninja world's greatest enemy, the root cause of all tragedy from the beginning to the end, has been the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Tonari, Otsutsuki Hamura, Otsutsuki Haguramo, Otsutsuki Kaguya, Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Mamashiki, Otsutsuki Aishiki. Even Otsutsuki Shibe, who has merged everything within himself, seemingly transcending all existence. The end of the battle in the ninja world is simply to reach the realm of the six paths and resist those alien invaders. In a world where power reigns supreme, reforming the system, then uniting like-minded companions to create a fleeting yet beautiful home, is of no use. Can it withstand Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi, or the rooting of the second sacred tree, or even the absurd divine art that could forcibly reverse everyone's will and return everything to square one? All the way to this point, the motivation that has sustained Uchiha Chi has been more than sufficient, even more than enough to the point of being bloated. His desire to change the world is overwhelming. His will to sacrifice everything, to test his resolve through battle after battle, has shone brightly. From the very beginning, he's been driven forward by unexpected events, by those who risk their lives for him, forcing him to grow stronger and stronger, all the way to this point. Now, as Yohiko attempts to once again embellish Uchiha Chi with a divine aura, attempting to orchestrate his future and present, Uchiha inexplicably feels, enough. Continuing on this path guided by others' wishes is a mistake. Uchiha has reached the pinnacle of Kage, and no one can guide him from here on out. Not Chihiko, not Nagato, not even the master of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara. He must make his own decisions, his own thoughts. He must consolidate everything he's gained so far, elevating his abilities to another level. He had already mastered the 6 attribute transformations, could attempt to fuse bloodline limits within this body, had a glimpse of the true sages auras beyond the animal senjutsu of the 3 sacred shrines of the ninja world, and could even briefly reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Without disguise or leverage, Uchiha could become a god. And just as he made this decision, about to reject Chihiko's proposal, something in his mind, as if a contract signed with his own name, suddenly activated. Uchiha tilted his head slightly and glanced towards the corner of the city wall. There, a small white snake, hissing and spitting its tongue, gazed at him with a serene gaze. "Excuse me for being blunt, at this time." Madarumi stood up and interrupted Uchiha, staring at Chihiko, and said in a deep voice, "Your plan is completely messed up. You only thought of pushing C to the altar, but what about everything after that? What are you going to do? Huh? Establish an organization that travels between countries and stops the war? Sorry, this is not a child's play. The greed lurking in the human heart cannot be curbed, restricted, or controlled no matter how powerful the force is. Listen, compared to your plan, I have a more reliable plan. Enough." Just as Madarumi was about to blurt out the vision in her heart, Uchiha took a deep breath, pushed away Nagato who was supporting her, staggered twice, looked around at the people around him, and said calmly, "I'm tired, please give me some time to think." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Master and Disciple meet again. The white snake swallows the immortal. The sun blazed down overhead, the intense sunlight from the high altitude cracking the surrounding ground. Across the deserted plains, cast in the shadow of towering mountains, Uchiha walked alone. His body began to whine. His stomach growled, having not even had a proper meal for days of continuous battles. His organs, strained by his sage-like demeanor, felt a dull, nauseous sensation in the sweltering heat and dryness. He felt weak, dizzy, his vision blurred, nauseous, and exhausted. It felt like low blood pressure. Then, he arrived at a dilapidated, deserted park. He stopped before an old, dusty chair with a broken back. He sat down heavily, propping himself up on his elbows and lowering his head. He watched a group of ants, still crawling on the lifeless earth, even in this harsh environment, carrying a dead insect corpse. Another group of ants, seemingly sensing food, swarmed over, claws and fangs bared. The two colonies seemed poised to clash over the corpse. Then, a single ninja boot crushed the ants guarding the insect corpse, the ants fighting over it, and even the corpse itself, all reduced to dust beneath its feet. "Shhhh," a hoarse voice echoed in Uchiha's ears. "My disciple, you look a little lost." Hearing this raspy voice, Uchiha suddenly realized something, his blurry vision beginning to focus again. Orochimaru, at that moment, a pale hand stretched out before Uchiha, and like a magic trick, a large, rosy apple emerged from its palm. This is an apple from the land of lightning, grown in the mountains at an altitude of 2,000 meters. It's rich in sugar. A young man with long black hair, purple eyeshadow that extended to the wings of his nose, and emerald blue magatama earrings dangling from his ears stood before Uchiha. His narrow, golden, snake-like eyes darted down, gazing at the boy before him. Orochimaru spoke hoarsely, "I like it very much." Uchiha paused for a moment before realizing that Orochimaru really did like apples. Besides apples, he also liked eggs, just like a snake. He took the apple, grabbed it, and took a deep bite. The sweet juice burst between his teeth, and as he swallowed it down, a little something filled his stomach, and Uchiha finally felt alive. And the feeling of being alive was wonderful. Then, Orochimaru asked curiously, "Is it delicious?" "Not bad," Uchiha muttered incoherently, chewing the fruit. Orochimaru chuckled, reaching out and pulling out another apple, tossing it into Uchiha's arms. "Then let's begin, feast on it, everything I've prepared for you has been found." and all the conditions have been perfectly met. Next, let me see, after unleashing this sweet power, how far will your wind blow? Uchiha Chi raised his head, glanced at his teacher, who was gradually beginning to riddle him, and rolled his eyes. He gnawed on his apple in a way that people could understand. Has the White Snake Sage been captured? He had come here because he had seen Orochimaru's message to the White Snake in Wang City, a unique way for master and disciple to communicate. Earlier, during the battle at Hell Valley, the White Snake Sage had taken his heart in Zero Tail, while Orochimaru had previously planted a trap within Zero Tail. The White Snake Sage, Zero Tail, and Orochimaru had fought fiercely for control of Zero Tail's body, ultimately disappearing from Hell Valley, where they were never seen again. However, Uchiha Chi had already informed Orochimaru of the Sage technique, transmitting the distant shadow. With foresight and thorough preparation, even the White Snake Sage, the founder of the Raichi Cave, one of the 3 sacred sites of the ninja world, would have been utterly defeated by Orochimaru's trick. And Uchiha Chi had been waiting for this moment. His abilities were essentially all chakra intensive, and with Uchiha Chi's current chakra level, he simply couldn't sustain them all. Even the most basic form of ninjutsu, performed while enveloped in Susanoo, was abandoned due to the chakra limitation. He could only unleash less than 30% of his full potential. The key to resolving this issue, and even transforming this weakness into core strength, lay in the White Snake Sage. The dragon vein that the White Snake Immortal coveted, the terrifying yin-attributed natural energy reserves in the Dragon Cave, and the Moon Immortal technique that the White Snake Immortal said corresponds to the Senju Hashirama Immortal technique system. Even if you can't get these 3, getting the White Snake Immortal himself, and stuffing this old thing into your body to use as a battery for the tail beast, that would be a huge profit. However, facing Uchiha Chi's question, no, Orochimaru shook his head. The power of the White Snake Sage is far beyond your and my imagination. If these old antiques that have survived for more than 1,000 years hide in the 3 holy places, no one in the entire ninja world can do anything to them. But I have to say, as a bait, see, you are very qualified. Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth and laughed hoarsely. It has taken the bait. Uchiha Chi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? With Zero Tail, me, and the White Snake Sage competing for the body of Zero Tail, all 3 of us have gained something. Orochimaru snorted and chuckled, telling the final result. Zero Tail obtained the White Snake Sage's Senjutsu chakra. And I obtained the White Snake Sage's forbidden knowledge, and the White Snake Sage gained control of Zero Tail's body. And that's not all. Under the White Snake Sage's methods, your heart, which could not have completed the fusion of Hashirama's cells, has also been sublimated. It used Tsunade's necklace as its base, imbuing it with life through the Senjutsu, inorganic reincarnation. It then used the Senjutsu, transmission of distant shadows to steal control of Hashirama's chakra within the necklace. And then, using this bizarre method, it successfully fused your heart with Hashirama's cells, which should have been impossible. Hearing this, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Previously, after suppressing the 9 tails, during his hospitalized coma in Konoha, Orochimaru had attempted to insert Hashirama's cells into his body. However, the rejection reaction to Hashirama's cells was so severe that even current medical ninjutsu, and even Tsunade's intervention, could achieve the desired effect. Even though Uchiha Chi possessed immortality, the body of a tailed beast, the forbidden technique of corporeal transformation, and battle intuition etched into his cells at the cellular level, his own cells were as powerful as Hashirama's. However, if the rejection reaction wasn't resolved, the 2 equally powerful cells wouldn't fuse, ultimately exhausting their vitality and ultimately dying. In the current ninja world, the only person capable of completing the fusion of Hashirama's cells is Uchiha Madara, possessing the White Zetsu's disguised body. But now, the White Snake Sage has, through this ingenious method, in some sense replicated the Jiu disguise technique, thus completing the fusion of Hashirama's cells with Uchiha Chi's own heart. The immortal technique, transmitting the distinct shadow, surprisingly, has such an effect. Rather, the immortal technique, transmitting the distinct shadow, itself a technique that usurps the host's original abilities by impersonating them, a unique technique rivaling the White Zetsu's Jiu disguise technique. It is the ultimate technique meticulously developed over millennia by the White Snake Sage in his quest to seize the body of a true dragon and ascend to the level of dragon mastery. But, Uchiha Chi quickly frowned, extracting another message from Orochimaru's words. The White Snake Sage has gained control of the Zero Tail, It squeezed you out of the Zero Tail's body? Orochimaru, you died when you buried the clone of the Zero Tail, so you know this. Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded calmly. Indeed, but knowledge is power. I already know what the White Snake Sage wants to do. I already know what kind of rituals and techniques it wants to use to cross the Dragon Gate and become a true immortal. At this point, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and spoke in a sinister and hoarse voice. Next, the White Snake Sage only needs to perform a ceremony on the night of July 15th, the day of Ghost Festival, when the gates of hell open and the moon is eaten by the heavenly dog, the coldest night in the entire ninja world, at the dragon vein of Laolin in the Kingdom of Wind, and steal the dragon's body. It may become the legendary, immortal dragon, and all we need to do is the moment the White Snake Sage swallows the dragon vein, let Zero Tails perform the magic technique of transmitting distant shadows and swallow the White Snake Sage. Finally, if you swallow Zero Tails, you can take away everything from the White Snake Sage. Hearing this, Uchiha couldn't help but twitch his lips. He abruptly interrupted Orochimaru's slightly crooked words and said, "Let Zero Tails perform magic? No, sir, with Zero Tails' IQ, that stupid snake, who can't even read, you expect him to perform magic? Besides, Zero Tails is now in the White Snake Sage's body. It must have only had a very short period of time to act when it was trying to seize the White Snake Sage's body. In such a short moment, you expect him to teach that stupid snake Zero Tails how to use magic? No, I'm not Naruto. I can open the Kodokan Jiu in 0 frames with just a touch of fists and chakra. How can you expect me to teach you?" Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, his golden eyes lowered as he glanced at Uchiha with a cold snort. "That's your concern. I'm only responsible for providing you with a plan that might succeed. After all, the pursuit of truth always involves danger." Uchiha was stunned by Orochimaru's attitude. This only proved that Orochimaru had no immediate idea how to solve this problem. Moreover, even if he ignored this, how could he swallow the Zero Tail? While his current sealing technique had achieved some success, it was still far from the 8-trigram seal or the 4-symbol seal that could seal the tailed beasts. Was he supposed to pull Minato over and have him carry the 8-trigram seal to stuff the Zero Tail back into his body? For a moment, Uchiha felt a sense of embarrassment. Orochimaru just glanced at Uchiha's wrinkled and bitter face, and continued, "Swallowing the White Snake Sage is only the first step. If you want to achieve a true sage body, after seizing the dragon vein, you also need to go to the Dragon Earth Cave, and under the noses of the 3 immortal snakes under the White Snake Sage, take away all the natural energy in the Dragon Earth Cave, then, use the yang of the dragon vein to merge with the yin of the Dragon Earth Cave, and unite the yin and yang to reach the state of perfection. Only then can it be possible to become a true dragon that once dominated the ninja world, and become a creature stronger than Mao." For some reason, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, looked up at the sky, looked at the moon that had not yet risen, and reminded meaningfully, "See, the world we see seems to be more dangerous than you and I imagined." Looking at Orochimaru with an inexplicable expression on his face and looking thoughtful, Uchiha's heart skipped a beat. Just now, he was certain he'd heard Orochimaru mention the word Mao. The deity this word corresponds to is none other than the legendary heaven-sent figure, the goddess of Mao. More specifically, it's Kaguya Otsutsuki, the source of the ninja world's chaos. Combined with Orochimaru's claim to have received forbidden knowledge from the White Snake Sage, perhaps Orochimaru now knows many of the ninja world's secrets. The only thing limiting such a scientific madman is his vision. Uchiha couldn't imagine what Orochimaru would do when he learned the truth about the ninja world, the Otsutsuki clan that towered over myths, sages, and ninjas. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel those seemingly distant thoughts, Uchiha turned to Orochimaru, frowning and asking, "Yin and yang unite, what does that mean, and how should it be done?" Hearing this question, Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. "See, that's what I've prepared for you, the place of immortality." Orochimaru's deep golden eyes lit up, and he spoke solemnly, word by word, "Turtle Island." Hearing this, Uchiha's pupils suddenly shrank. From Hell Valley to now, all the information before and after connected together, forming a complete logical chain. So that's it. No wonder Orochimaru didn't reply after he sent out a distress signal that night in Hell Valley. No wonder he later learned from Scorpion that Orochimaru had attacked Kumagakure village that night and launched the Kumagakure collapse plan. No wonder young AI chose to retreat at his doorstep a day ago and urgently send aid elsewhere. It turned out that all this was Orochimaru's plan. Orochimaru had been planning Turtle Island all along. Turtle Island, a giant turtle that has existed since ancient times, its shell as vast as an island itself. Atop its back, a variety of natural terrains and independent ecosystems exist. Within these, methods exist that allow Jinchuriki to cultivate and perfect their abilities, perfectly controlling the tailed beasts. But if we ignore its role in supporting Jinchuriki and return to ancient times, what about the island's real waterfalls, controlled training grounds, and mysterious spiritual realms? Before the birth of the ninja community, for whom and for what purpose were these creations established? Uchiha Chi's heart was shocked, and an answer was about to come out. There is no doubt, Turtle Island serves that group of supernatural powers that only exist in history and in this world itself. Sage Uchiha Chi took a deep breath, raised his palm, and looked at the light spots formed by natural energy that were constantly flowing into his palm, which ordinary people could not see. Then, he suppressed the shock in his heart, raised his head slightly, looked at Orochimaru, and asked, "Teacher Orochimaru, have you obtained Turtle Island?" Orochimaru nodded and responded hoarsely, "Yes, although it's a bit early, it's better to prepare in advance to save trouble later." After obtaining Turtle Island and exploring it, in Orochimaru's opinion, Turtle Island is basically useless before the fusion of the yin and yang power of the sage. Although it is the place for the tailed beasts to master the perfect Jinchuriki mode, Uchiha Chi's tailed beast has been taken away and cannot be used for the time being. After hearing Orochimaru's answer, Uchiha Chi's heart was moved, and he asked, "Can I go to Turtle Island?" Chapter 312, Human Immortal Art, Orochimaru's Gift. Uchiha Chi had always wondered, are the senjutsu inherited from the 3 sacred sites of the ninja world truly suitable for humans? Setting aside the wet-boned forest senjutsu, which never explicitly appears in the original story, the remaining Raichi Cave senjutsu and Myabukuzen senjutsu all have side effects, either transforming into a snake or a toad. The strange fossils that fill the back hills of Myabukuzen and the underground caves of Raichi Cave attest to the countless individuals who have sought senjutsu at the 3 sacred sites, only to fail in their quest for senjutsu. Furthermore, the senjutsu of these 2 sacred sites possess unique animal-like characteristics. When cultivation is not yet complete, or when it reaches a certain level of perfection, animal-like traits appear on the face and body. Jiraiya's toad sage mask and Kabuto Yakashi's 2 pointed horns and snake tail are all manifestations of this senjutsu. These senjutsu, in effect, seem to be causing humans to mutate into animal-like genes. However, by a series of coincidences, after infusing the natural energy of the Raichi Cave into his eyes, which caused a transformation, Uchiha Chi further absorbed pure natural energy into his body during the battle in Yunming's inner city. This resulted in a physique similar to Jugo's sage transformation, but with its side effects suppressed and eliminated, allowing him to assume the sage form. This was a completely different power from the second form of the Heaven's Curse seal, the snake sage mode. Furthermore, during his brief experience, Uchiha Chi felt that this form, pure use of natural energy, was more suited to his body and more suitable for a human like him. If the snake sage mode was a genetic modification that imbued humans with the characteristics and powers of snakes, then harnessing this pure natural energy was like tapping into the hidden depths of the human body without altering its structure, unleashing an extremely terrifying power. With immense strength, he could wield massive weapons weighing tens of tons with his bare hands, reach speeds exceeding Mach 8.8, entering the hypersonic realm. His coordination skyrocketed, and even his 5 senses, the mind's eye, were greatly amplified. For a human, he could defeat 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki in half a minute. This level of strength was truly absurd. After all, Hashirama had to employ the true 1,000 hands, and the Buddhas had to deal with the 9 tails. Uchiha Chi delivered 2 bangs, and the tailed beasts were subdued. Perhaps this was the senjutsu that humans should cultivate. However, the threshold for mastering this senjutsu, even for humans, was so high that even Uchiha Chi was astonished. The prerequisite for attaining this power was a sufficiently durable body, capable of withstanding the corrosive effects of natural energy, like Uchiha Chi, who possessed immortality, the physique of a tailed beast, and the forbidden technique of corporeal transformation. He could keep it flowing smoothly through his body like chakra, and possess a specialized eye technique, the bloodline, that allowed him to see and absorb natural energy. Without even one of these elements, achieving this power was virtually impossible. In other words, Uchiha Chi, by accidentally taming the violent energies of nature, had reached the realm of true immortals from ancient times. Or, in other words, he had reached a realm never before explored by humans. So, could this ability be further deepened? In the dilapidated and deserted park, "You want to go to Turtle Island?" Orochimaru was slightly surprised when he heard Uchiha Chi say this. "Yes, I have a hunch that some things on Turtle Island may be useful to me. After all, in 5 days, I will break into the side of the Five Nations Summit and face the third Hokage head-on." Uchiha Chi's face was a little solemn. "Although I have gained some new power, my overall strength is still much weaker than before I lost the Zero Tail. The last fight leaked too much information, and the third Hokage has been fully prepared. It is basically impossible to deal with him like last time." Then, Uchiha Chi subconsciously glanced at the palm of his hand holding half an apple, and the scarlet Sharingan lit up in his eyes. The three Magatama turned slightly, and the world in front of him seemed to be pressed down by 0.5, 0.25, and 0.125 times the speed in turn, and everything was visible in every detail. Points of light, gathering natural energy, continuously merged into his palm, passing through the gaps between muscles, penetrating into the fascia and bones, and finally merging into the bone marrow, where they split into countless tiny branches and merged with the bone marrow cells. In this repetitive process, the strength of his palm gradually increased. The weakness of his body gradually faded. If I could strengthen this ability on Kame Island, even if it was just to extend the duration of Sage Stance by 10 seconds, I could accomplish so much more. Uchiha Chi couldn't help but think. Assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Lightning wouldn't just involve facing the Sandaime Hokage alone. Upon receiving the news, the daimyo of each nation would undoubtedly force all the major ninja villages to dispatch their best forces. The situation would be chaotic, potentially even more dangerous than Sasuke's future disruption of the 5-Cage Summit. But Uchiha Chi didn't really want others risking their lives for him, not even those who had already made up their minds, like Akatsuki and Miyashiro-en. If possible, he would rather single-handedly defeat the 5 great nations. Roar, roar. Hearing Uchiha Chi's words, Orochimaru stared at him up and down with interest. "Sure enough, have you gained new power?" Although he was attacking Kumagakure's Kame Island when the Battle of Yunming City took place, he also had a general idea of the situation there, especially the series of new abilities used by Uchiha Chi, the skeleton that was like a burning flame, the giant skeleton, and the violent posture that reversed the situation at the last moment and defeated 2 Jinchuriki in a row. The former should be the unique power of the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan, but this eye doesn't seem to be it, and the latter. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then smiled confidently and said hoarsely, "I thought you were troubled by something." "I see." With that, Orochimaru turned his back and walked towards the outside of Yunming City. As he walked, he curled his lips and said with a hoarse smile, "Then let me give you a gift. See, follow me." Gift? Uchiha Chi was stunned for a moment, a little confused. He hurriedly stumbled to his feet and hung behind Orochimaru like a little tail. A gift from Orochimaru? Bringing him information about the White Snake Sage and the whereabouts of Zero Tail was already a big surprise to him. He had never expected that Orochimaru would have another gift for him. So, what would this gift be? Following Orochimaru through a deserted park, they approached the residential area of Yunming City. Orochimaru tossed a bamboo hat to Uchiha Chi and donned one himself. Donning the hats, the two men walked through Yunming City's complex streets, undulating hillsides, and dotted with suspension bridges. Soon, they scaled the outer city's low walls and leaped down from them, arriving at a hidden cave nestled high in the mountains. Entering the cave, they discovered a different world: neat, flat steel walls, embedded sensor lights, and massive pipes of indeterminate purpose. It was as if they had suddenly traveled from the ancient charm of the Showa era to the modernity of the Reiwa era. Here, surprisingly, was a secret research institute. The master and disciple now stood before a large steel door. Click, the door swung open. Uchiha Chi looked up curiously, peering into the laboratory beyond. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw the huge thing soaked in formalin. Chapter 313, Eight-Tailed Horns, Secret Decision. Looking at the object before him, soaked in formaldehyde or some other liquid, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but be filled with astonishment. "This is..." "Yes," Orochimaru said, his lips curled up in a hoarse laugh. "This is the Eight Tails," Uchiha Chi silently added, "the Eight Tails horn." Although he knew that Orochimaru possessed the Eight Tails tissue, the fact that this object before him shouldn't exist in this era still baffled Uchiha Chi. The object, Immersed in the giant glass jar in the unknown liquid, was the horn severed by the young AI during the Eight Tails rampage several years ago. However, it wasn't the same horn. This particular horn was a small sample of the Eight Tails horn Orochimaru had collected when he had cast the Jinjutsu on the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Furubi orchestrated the rampage, and infiltrated the scene. From this sample, Orochimaru cultivated a complete Eight Tails horn. Even from a close proximity, a mere 3-meter tall section, one could sense the staggering chakra reserves within it, far exceeding those of the Zero Tails. This creature was supposed to have appeared during the Fourth Shinobi World War, and it was cultivated by Kabuto Yakushi, the second person to master the core technology, who took over from Orochimaru. At this point, it should still be a finger-sized object. It couldn't possibly have been cultivated so quickly. At this moment, facing Uchiha's astonished gaze, Orochimaru began to explain. Do you remember the day I gave you the curse seal training scroll? Uchiha thought about it for a moment, then looked up, stunned. You mean, the iterated Hashirama cells that acted on the Zero Tail can also be used on the Eight Tail? The day Orochimaru gave him the record and method of experimental inhibition of the heavenly curse seal was the night of suppressing the Nine Tail. At that time, Orochimaru told him that there were some problems with the experiments on Hashirama's cells. The experiment of fusing Hashirama's cells with Uchiha's own cells had been attempted over 300 times, all of which ended in failure. However, this led to another achievement, the technology of using Hashirama's cells that had been iterated over 30 times to temporarily amplify the Zero Tail. This technology was later used in the battle against the White Snake Sage in Jigakudani 3 days ago, allowing the Zero Tail to become as powerful as Viagra in a short period of time, and even able to compete with the White Snake Sage for the body. Now, this technology is being used on a sample of the Eight Tails horn. The technology still has some flaws, but for a short period of time, using this sample as a tailed beast and sealing it into your body will achieve half the effect of the real Eight Tails. There should be no problem. Also, while the Eight Tails is alive, you can think of it as a disposable consumable. Once the chakra is exhausted, it will disappear. You only need to extract a little powder as a sample at the end, and you will have no worries, and the damage to your body caused by extracting the sample is almost negligible to you. Orochimaru crossed his arms, looked up at the behemoth in the tank, curled up the corners of his mouth, and said with a hoarse laugh, with this kind of power, it's enough for you to cause a big fuss at the Five Nations Summit. Uchiha nodded in sudden realization, and immediately stepped forward happily. He raised his hand and rubbed it vigorously through a layer of glass, blowing a thin layer of mist at the glass. Compared with his luxurious +20 configuration, the little chakra on his body was really a bit shabby. It was like a Ferrari Enzo capable of 280 miles per hour being stuck in traffic on the way home from get off work, forced to slog along in first gear. He was just worrying about having no place to use the engine, when Snake Master Unbridden sent him a copy of the Rampage DLC. Looking at the mouth-watering contents, Uchiha couldn't help but chuckle. Ha 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 ha, what a treat, I've never fought a battle this rich. This guy is going to blow you all away. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha's overjoyed expression, and a smile flashed in his eyes, but soon, this look was covered by a greed and fear like the abyss. He took a last glance at the eight-tailed horn soaking in the tank in front of him, then turned around and walked towards the depths of the laboratory with a heavy face. From a distance, he left two last words to Uchiha. There is a reset Kame Island drifting root on the table. After sealing the eight-tailed sample, go and have a look if you want. Before the Ghost Festival, you must improve yourself as much as possible. Uchiha. Orochimaru left quickly, and Uchiha was the only one left in the laboratory. After laughing foolishly for a while, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking at the huge eight-tailed horn in front of him, Uchiha frowned slightly, and suddenly thought of a question. If according to what Orochimaru said, through a little sample of the eight-tailed, combined with the inexhaustible cells of Hashirama, a complete eight-tailed horn can be cultivated, and this tailed beast material can also be sealed within the body, allowing it to be used as a tailed beast even when extracted without side effects. Does that mean Orochimaru has already been able to mass-produce tailed beast Jinchuriki? Meanwhile, elsewhere in Yunming City, beneath a dilapidated chapel in an abandoned church reminiscent of Eastern Orthodox architecture, a small figure in a black robe stood before a headless statue. Leading two prostrate figures beneath the headless statue, they silently prayed. A closer look revealed the two figures, both slumped before the headless statue, their eyes vacant. They had recently died, and each bore a large, transparent hole in their chest, as if pierced by a spear. A pool of blood slowly spread across the ground. The small figure before the statue, enduring the pain, pulled out the pitch-black spear from its chest, slumped to the ground, and wiped the blood from its mouth. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes as he recalled the information he had learned from the two Kumagakure ninjas. Uchiha Chi, that idiot, he's not dead after all, and he's even come to Yunming City, and, 5 days later, assassinate the daimyo, the young figure muttered, raising the blood-stained black spear in his hand, a flicker of determination in his eyes. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the chapel. A red-haired man wearing an Iwagakure forward protector and a monk's uniform, his head covered in blood-stained bandages, stepped out of the shadows. He glanced at the recently deceased ninja lying on the ground. It was none other than Old Z, the man who had been decapitated by Uchiha Chi's home run. At that moment, he turned his head and looked at the small figure. A look, hard to tell whether it was relief or madness, flashed through his bloodshot eyes. He said, "Well done, Hidden." Then, he glanced at the two dead Kumagakure ninjas on the ground. His eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Another Kumagakure ninja? This never ends. Earlier, Wang Tu had used Earth-style, super earthquake core to send a mountain of meteors crashing into the inner city of Yunming City, injuring countless innocents. The relationship between Iwagakure and Kumagakure had instantly plummeted to a freezing point. Kumagakure, already harboring ill intentions towards Iwagakure, now set their sights squarely on old Murasaki, who had been severely injured by Uchiha Chi and lacked the skills to become a perfect Jinchuriki or the tailed beast to help him recover. Kumagakure's recent wave of searches had made it unclear whether they were aiming to find Uchiha Chi, the mysterious organization that had aided him in his escape, or if they were simply after old Murasaki himself. But it will be soon. Lao Zi bared his teeth, a madness flashing in his eyes. 5 days later, Uchiha Chi and the beasts of Kumagakure, you all must die. Chapter 314, Spear of Death, Enemies Hidden in the Mist. In the dilapidated underground chapel, Hidden listened to old Shizuku's mumblings, his eyes slightly tense. When he turned his head and announced his intention to kill Uchiha Chi, a fierce murderous intent suddenly flared in his eyes. 2 days ago, he should have been under the protection of Terumi Mei, who purportedly held her captive. However, after his second assassination attempt failed, the daimyo of lightning, enraged, dispatched a large number of Kumagakure ninjas, including the young Ai, son of the third Hokage. Members of the undead cult fell one after another before Hidden's eyes. Seeing nearly all of them apprehended and about to be executed, Hidden, desperately seeking help from all sides, relied on a few veteran ninjas, and appealed to various forces, including Konoha, Kirigakure, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure. His appeal to Tsunagakure exposed his intelligence to Shisui. His appeal to Konoha fell on deaf ears, receiving no response at all. Minato didn't recognize Hidden and was busy contacting the daimyo's son and Kirigakure. The letter to Kirigakure finally landed in the hands of Terumi Mei. However, before Terumi could reach Hidden, another faction had already contacted him. It was Iwagakure. The bargaining chips, plans, and future promised by the other faction gave Hidden a glimmer of hope that could save the land of Hot Springs from war. It was precisely for this reason that, with Iwagakure's help, Hidden had mysteriously disappeared from Kirigakure's custody a day earlier. Each side had its needs. Iwagakure needed Hidden's power, while Hidden needed the peace promised by Iwagakure. He remained silent for a moment, clutching the jet-black spear. Even after hearing that the other faction threatened to kill his elder brother, Uchiha Chi, Hidden suppressed the urge to kill him immediately, abandon the deal, and seek out Uchiha Chi instead. He might still be a child, but he was no longer just a child. Beyond his friendship with Uchiha Chi, Hidden now held the future of the entire land of Hot Springs on his shoulders. This heavy burden forced him to abandon all unrealistic fantasies and accept the present reality. If possible, Hidden would have loved to have trusted Uchiha Chi unconditionally, as he had done in the underworld of the evil god, to bet everything on him, hoping he would bring a bright future to the land of hot water. However, Hidden was forced to face the reality that after the flooding of the capital, a war far more intense than ever between Iwagakure and Kirigakure unfolded across this land, forcing them to flee like dogs. Uchiha Chi, having made his promise, had fled without a backward glance. There was no further news or response. Now, even if he heard the real Uchiha Chi arrive in the land of lightning and issue a declaration to assassinate the daimyo, Hidden had no way out. He could only close his eyes in grief. Uchiha Chi, you've come too late. With this thought, Higan raised his head, trying hard to suppress the murderous rage in his expression. He spoke dully, don't forget what you promised me. Hearing this, Old Purple tilted his head slightly, revealing a dark, sinister smile. Of course, the land of hot water will find peace because of this. The sacrifices of all the undead evils will be meaningful, while Kurigakure and Kumagakure, who have abused you, will pay a heavy price. After all, you are a secret weapon. It was given to the third Hokage, AI. To pierce the strongest shield that had made him so arrogant, Old Purple stared at Higan, unable to sleep due to the grief of Wang Tu's death before him. A glimmer of madness flashed in his bloodshot eyes. The Spear of Death, elsewhere, after sealing the Eight-Tails horns in the sealing scroll provided by Orochimaru and obtaining the drifting route map of Kame Island, he also found a large amount of Orochimaru's stored supplies in the laboratory's storage room, including clothing, ninja tools, food, and military ration pills. After finally having a good meal, Uchiha Chi cleaned himself up, trimming his long, tangled hair, which had nearly reached his waist, until it was just enough to hang over his shoulders without affecting his fighting style. He donned a black short-sleeved shirt with a gray lining and a stand-up collar. He tied a purple hanami, sleeveless robe, around his waist, the same style Orochimaru wore, with loose-fitting trousers, leggings, and black ninja boots. The only drawback was that his clothes lacked the Uchiha clan crest, making them less eye-catching. Stepping out of the secret laboratory, the now renovated Uchiha Chi donned a black robe and a conical hat, and made his way through the residential areas of Yunming City, heading for Turtle Island. After being seized by Orochimaru, Kame Island is currently drifting at sea, following a route unknown to Kumagakure. Kumagakure City is located inland, some distance from the coast. To reach Kame Island, one must first reach the coast. Getting there is easy. With Uchiha Chi's speed, he could reach it in less than 2 hours. However, crossing the sea is more complex. First, walking on the boundless sea is impractical. Reaching Kame Island, adrift at sea, requires chartering a boat. However, given Orochimaru's recent capture of Kame Island, the coast of the Land of Lightning is fraught with uncertainty. Losing Kame Island would mean losing a future Jinchuuriki. Kumagakure is taking this matter very seriously, having secured control of all shipping on the east coast and continuously dispatching fleets to search for Kame Island. Under these circumstances, securing a boat to sail in the Land of Lightning presents a significant challenge. Orochimaru had captured the island by land and controlled the island turtles with a large dose of illusion pills. Therefore, he couldn't offer Uchiha Chi any assistance in reaching the island, nor could he manipulate the island turtles from thousands of miles away to swim to shore and fetch him. Uchiha Chi could certainly use his Sharingan to hypnotize and seize the ship, having it taken to Turtle Island. However, with the ship under control and inspection, seeking help from Madarumi was undoubtedly a better option. Soon, he returned to the abandoned city wall and happened to run into Madarumi, who was looking for him. Borrow a boat? You want to go out to sea? Madarumi looked in surprise at Uchiha Chi, who had just returned from a stroll, seemingly having earned some rich money from somewhere, now clad in brand new gear. Her beautiful eyes lingered on his face for a moment before she spoke in surprise. The boat is fine, it's just that, Madarumi frowned. Something's going on along the east coast of the Land of Lightning. It's been under strict control by Kumagakure. All ships entering and leaving are subject to investigation and consultation. If you want to go out to sea, you can only depart from the dock in the Land of Frost. But, Madarumi said with hesitation. But what? Uchiha Chi asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. As the heir to the Darumi family, one of the three great Kurigakure families, how could Madarumi be so troubled by such a matter? 5 days later, the other Kurigakure force coming to participate in the Five Nations talks will also arrive from this direction. Madarumi frowned and said hesitantly, are you leaving today? Can you wait a day? Uchiha Chi thought for a moment and shook his head. Sealing the Eight-Tails horns and verifying some of his own conjectures and abilities would take time. Add to that the time it would take to go back and forth, and he would have to come back in 5 days to give Akatsuki and everyone a clear answer, as well as take down the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Time was tight. Okay, Madarumi let out a breath, looked directly at Uchiha Chi, and said solemnly, then you have to be careful to avoid certain people. The Kurigakure Pursuit Force, a direct subordinate of the 3rd Mizukage, in addition to Main Jetsu Kazuki, there are some terrifying monsters in this team. Chapter 315, The opponent to be matched is the Sandai Mizukage. At this point, Kirigakure was in the grip of internal strife. Three factions were at play: the third Mizukage, his Anbu and the Kirigakure's pursuit forces, the elders, led by the master and the major bloodline families, to which Madarumi belonged, and finally, the Kirasame organization, centered around Yagura Karadachi, which encompassed the majority of the village's civilian ninja and jounin squad members. Madarumi's arrival in the Land of Lightning was at the behest of the elders, not the third Mizukage, who currently represented Kirigakure. During this process, Maingetsu Kazuki, a member of the Pursuit Ninja Squad, defected from the village and joined the terrorist group gathered around Uchiha Chi, becoming a renegade ninja. He even seemed to be plotting an attack on the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. This blame fell squarely on the third Mizukage. To explain himself to his own daimyo, participate in the Five Nation talks, and demonstrate a stance to Kumagakure, lest these barbarians impulsively launch a war against Kirigakure, which had just concluded its battle with Iwagakure, the third Mizukage dispatched members of his Kirigakure Pursuit Ninja Squad to participate in the talks. After Madarumi explained the logic behind this, Uchiha Chi suddenly understood. I understand, but who could be coming? Among the Kirigakure Pursuit Ninja Squadron, the most powerful were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Ninja Swordsmen. As far as Uchiha Chi knew, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the people like Watermelon Mountain Blowfish, Hazuki Maingetsu, and Hoshigaki Kisame are members of the Kirigakure Tizen Squad. Kyorazan Kashimaru, who wields the long sword sewing needle, is a member of the Kirigakure Anbu. Others like Biwajuzo, Mori Shinpachi, Kurachurega, and Churuji Edo are all affiliated with a third Mizukage, but it's unclear whether they are regular Kirigakure ninjas, Anbu members, or Tizen members. Some say it's Watermelon Mountain Blowfish, while others say it's Biwajuzo. Terumi shook her head, looking worriedly at Uchiha Chi. How about I go with you? If it were Uchiha Chi in his normal form, Terumi wouldn't be worried, but now he was stumbling, looking like he was suffering from kidney deficiency. Not to mention fighting the Kirigakure troops, she was genuinely worried that Uchiha Chi would die mid-journey due to some inexplicable reason like heat stroke or seasickness. If we traveled together, she meant that with her around to take care of things, these problems wouldn't be difficult to solve. Uchiha Chi shook his head decisively. The news of Orochimaru seizing Kame Island from Kumagakure hadn't yet spread, but if word got out, it was hard to say if the Kirigakure faction would become greedy if they knew Terumi had also been to Kame Island. After all, Kirigakure also possessed the 3 tails and the 6 tails. And since they were a rival faction, Uchiha Chi wouldn't mind helping her eliminate them. Although he was currently weakened, that was relatively speaking. As long as the third Mizukage wasn't there in person, and without the ability to use Susanoo or Fire Release Chakra mode, with his Taijutsu abilities, he wouldn't have any trouble taking down a few of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Seeing Uchiha Chi shake his head, Terumi sighed. She looked at him in front of her, wanting to say something, but stopped herself, unsure how to begin. She had proactively sought out Uchiha Chi, intending to share her thoughts and plans. She wanted to tell him how much she had grown since returning to the village, how she had reflected on his inspiring words in the castle above the evil god cult, and had formed her own perspective. She wanted to invite the now renegade Uchiha Chi to join her cause. But was this a calculated move driven by a desire for profit? Or was it simply a desire, driven by her own strength, to gain his help, a subconscious reliance on him to fulfill her own ideals? During the recently concluded Akatsuki gathering, she had observed Uchiha Chi, and had keenly observed that he clearly had his own will and agenda. If she now, under the guise of friendship, coerced him into serving her and pursuing her dreams, would their brief yet profound friendship be tarnished? The intelligent, emerald-eyed girl was torn. She longed to prove herself and hoped to fight alongside Uchiha Chi, but she cherished their friendship and hesitated to take the leap. There will be a way, even if I don't rely on Uchiha Chi, but instead give him help. I can still realize my dream. With this thought, Terumi swallowed the invitation that was about to come out of her mouth. She lowered her head sullenly, untied a sachet from her white belt, and handed it over. At 6 p.m., a steamship bound for the Water Kingdom will arrive at the only ferry crossing in the Frost Kingdom. Take my seal and find the captain. He will help you prepare a thunder ship for a solo voyage. Uchiha Chi looked at Terumi strangely, her sudden displeasure. Not understanding what was going on, he scratched his head. Thank you very much, Ming. Terumi If there's anything I can help with. Uchiha Chi suddenly straightened his face and patted Terumi Mei's smooth shoulders. Don't keep it to yourself. Tell me, after all, we're friends. Uchiha Chi took the sachet from Terumi Mei, turned, waved, and walked away. Terumi Mei's eyes suddenly widened, her face flushing slightly as she watched Uchiha Chi's back. What did he just call me? With a map he'd obtained from Orochimaru's secret testing facility in the Land of Lightning and his previous experience with Miyashiro and the others, Uchiha Chi quickly reached the ferry crossing from the Land of Lightning to the Land of Frost. Water transportation in the ninja world is generally divided into three categories: the wooden paddleboat, which appeared in the Land of Waves arc of the original novel, and the sailboat, the most common and largest type of water transportation in the ninja world. The third type of transportation, however, was steam-powered ships. At this point in time, only the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning possessed this mode of transportation. Of course, the distant air ninja village even possessed aircraft carriers. At 6 p.m., just as Terumi Mei had predicted, Uchiha Chi saw the steam-belching behemoth from the Land of Water at the dock. After meeting the captain and presenting Terumi Mei's token, the captain ordered the sailors to lower a smaller boat from the massive ship. This was a thunder ship, an electric-powered vessel manufactured by the Land of Lightning, capable of maneuvering 2 to 6 people. After gathering supplies for the voyage and learning how to navigate the sea under the captain's guidance, Uchiha Chi set off in the direction of Kame Island. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, a massive ship, carrying the Kurigakure crew bound for the Land of Lightning, slowly approached. On the deck stood the members of the Kurigakure ninja squad, who had come for this expedition. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, bearing the great sword Samethoda, and a group of other Kurigakure ninja squad members, dressed in Kurigakure ninja uniforms and wearing masks with 4 water patterns. Among them stood a figure, tall and muscular like a shark, wearing a long sword and a mask. And in front of them, standing at the tip of the deck, was a man with long gray hair, a handsome face, and a pearl-like ornament on his head. He habitually kept his eyes closed. The third Mizukage of the Kurigakure. Chapter 316. Uchiha Madara stood up overnight. On the border between the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Frost, close to the coast. The ley lines that stretched from the mountain cemetery across the ninja world reached here. At this moment, in the still night, before the endless black ocean, an old man with withered white hair, a sickle in his hand as a cane, sat quietly on a rock, cast in the vast shadow of a behemoth, waiting for something. The old man raised his head slightly and looked at the crescent moon that was already at the zenith and was looming. His brows knitted together. Bailan, why did this loser miss the time again? Tisk, as expected. I should have killed him last time. The old man snorted coldly, and the impatience on his face became more and more serious. At this moment, the reef beside the old man's hand suddenly turned over like waves on the water. A pale figure wrapped in pitcher plants popped out half of its body, with a strange smile on his face. Lord Madara, good evening. It seems that the third Mizukage has encountered an unexpected person. Bailan? Who did he meet? Uchiha Madara frowned and asked in a cold voice. The so-called third Mizukage is named Bailan. This person is from the same snow clan as the first Mizukage Bailan in the mist, and inherited all of Bailan's ice escape, water escape, and wind escape ninjutsu. In the original story, he participated in the first 5-cage tournament and served as the bodyguard of the first Mizukage. He participated in the first 5-cage tournament and served as the bodyguard and confidant of the first cage of each village, essentially being designated as the cage's successor. However, unlike the 4 kingdoms of thunder, fire, rock, and wind, the second Mizukage was not Hakurin, but the later known mustache, Hazuku Jinjutsu. The story behind this is unknown to outsiders. It's that brat you were interested in before. White Zetsu smiled mischievously. Uchiha Chi. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's gaze froze, a pair of eerie crimson 3 Magatama Sharingans suddenly lighting up. 4 days ago, you changed your plan. Instead of killing the third Mizukage, you lent him a fei. That guy is incredibly powerful now. Swish. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A deep blue Susanoo bone hand appeared in an instant, easily condensing into a giant palm of flesh and blood. It gripped White Zetsu's body tightly, squeezing him so hard that his whole body creaked and he let out a scream like a dying rat. Madara-sama, I was wrong. Uchiha Madara stared at him coldly. You said, Uchiha Chi, when you reported to me the day before yesterday, Wasn't that brat playing an innocent game of house in the land of lightning? After the Battle of Hell Valley, White Zetsu had been keeping an eye on Uchiha Chi. Madara knew all of C's experiences in the land of lightning, and his plan to make the brat face reality was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, now, the chosen heir and the pawn used by his subordinates to control an entire country were about to clash, allowing these two soon-to-be enemies to meet prematurely. No matter how you look at it, this was a dereliction of duty on White Zetsu's part, a mistake in intelligence. White Zetsu spoke with a face filled with pain. Madara-sama, the boy who houses the Rinnegan is near that brat. I can't get too close. After all, it's your eye. By the time we discovered Uchiha Chi's whereabouts, those two were already incredibly close. They were above the sea, unable to escape. Bang! White, rotten flesh shattered to the ground, and Uchiha Madara abruptly stood up. Uchiha Madara, who sat behind the scenes, strictly controlling the direction of the entire world, hadn't anticipated that this moment would go awry. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at the ocean beyond his sight, and exhaled deeply. Hopefully, there's still time, before that rubbish is forced to use wood release. Uchiha Madara stood up, leaning on his side, and walked towards the sea with a stern expression. Behind him, the massive outer path demon statue cast a terrifying shadow. Otherwise, no matter how much I admire you, Uchiha Chi, becoming someone outside the plan, you can only be abandoned. Elsewhere, on the endless azure sea, a lone ship sat at the intersection of the sea and the moon. Damn it! Why, as the engine flooded, Uchiha Chi stood in the lower cabin, holding a maintenance manual. He clanged and kicked the smoke-belching engine twice, scratching his head. New things like thunder ships are good, but this new technology has emerged so quickly that the corresponding supporting technology is not as complete as it would be in the future. Faced with such an unexpected event, it's difficult to grasp the situation. Ahem. Uchiha Chi would never admit that this was the reason he was speeding. Looking at the increasingly disassembled parts at his feet, unable to be put back together, Uchiha Chi wore the expression of an old man checking his phone on the subway. Thankfully, we're already in front of Turtle Island's path. Next, we just have to wait for the island turtle to swim over. As for going back, Orochimaru will have to figure out a solution. He attempted repairs but was met with frustration. Confirming he didn't have the gift of human-machine fusion, just touching machinery, Uchiha Chi sighed, stood up from the deck, and walked to the deck. Well then, since there's nothing else to do, let's start testing some of my theories. Sitting cross-legged on the deck, he glanced at the moon's position above his head and estimated it would take about an hour for the island turtle to swim over. Uchiha Chi wasn't going to sit idle. This time, he had come to Turtle Island to further explore the possibilities of advancing to the sage form. Kame Island holds two things: one, a literal waterfall that allows one to confront one's inner darkness; the other, a training room that allows one to reach one's own spiritual world after passing the test. Controlling the tailed beasts shares similarities with mastering the power of the sage. Both seek to tame a brute force that is not one's own. By using the psychic waterfall to overcome oneself, reaching a spiritual void, and then awakening the transformed Sharingan, perhaps, similar to the cat's eye stone gifted by Shyangsen Snake Princess in the Raichi Cave, the transformed Sharingan could observe and grasp the dense natural energy within the countless Raichi caves, developing a method to prolong the sage form, or in other words, accelerate the practice of the sage form. Uchiha Chi recalled that the moment he grasped the cat's eye stone, his entire mind felt cleansed, completely empty, reaching a wondrous state of symbiosis between man and nature. This spiritual void bears some resemblance to the state of mind achieved through training on Kame Island in the original novel, capable of controlling the tailed beasts and becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Having plotted against the White Snake Immortal once, it seemed unrealistic to go to Longdi Cave again to get the cat's eye stone. The last time he was summoned to Longdi Cave by the White Snake Immortal in Hell Valley, he didn't see the cat's eye stone hanging around his neck. This might indicate that even in Longdi Cave, the cat's eye stone was extremely precious. Furthermore, before reaching Turtle Island, Uchiha Chi had another thing he wanted to verify. It was the seemingly powerful item displayed on the panel, but it had never given him much help until now. Talent, Incomplete Ten Tails Body, S. Chapter 317, Characteristics of the Tailed Beast, Seal of the Sage. The incomplete Ten Tails Body talent is a combination of the bodies of the collected tailed beasts. Compared to the near-infinite chakra capacity of a true tailed beast, The chakra limit increased by this incomplete talent is modest, even lower than the chakra boost achieved when Uchiha Chi awakened the 3 Magneto Sharingan. It seems to grant Uchiha Chi more of a conceptual ability. Accordingly, when he stumbled upon the Konoha stronghold in Yunming City and met Kakashi, this talent's actual power was revealed, acquiring the chakra characteristics of the corresponding tailed beast. Based on the 3 existing tailed beast body talents, he gained the 2 tails, fire style, rat jade flame, the 8 tails, octopus seal, and the 9 tails, thought of hatred. The situation was urgent, and a series of battles followed. Uchiha Chi hadn't had time to study and master these 3 newly acquired abilities, forcing them to be set aside for the time being. However, judging by the violent explosion caused by the 2 tails chakra at the scene, their effects were straightforward. The 2 tails chakra increased the power of fire style, while the 9 tails chakra stimulated and heightened the body's strength, perhaps even allowing for its application in illusion techniques. These 3 abilities were essential for Uchiha Chi's journey to Kame Island, in addition to his primary goal of developing his sage form. Of these 3, the one that Uchiha Chi was most interested in and eager to experiment with was, whoosh, jet black chakra surged through the meridians of his palm, transforming into a swirling squid ink ball within it. It's not very powerful, and a Rasengan form with this kind of chakra doesn't have the ability to instantly seal. Staring at the pitch-black ball in his palm, Uchiha Chi pondered for a moment. Giving up on the Rasengan, he formed several hand seals and unleashed another jutsu, sealing jutsu, 1 series light array. Pressing his palm against the deck, a complex cipher quickly expanded, gradually ejecting a basketball-sized semicircular black bubble from its center. This most basic sealing jutsu, 1 series light array, can seal the movements of anyone standing at its center. Furthermore, if applied in reverse, ejecting the binding runes, it can form a very fragile sealing barrier. Uchiha Chi pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and struck the bubble fiercely. However, the powerful blow was deflected with a smooth deflection. Then, Uchiha Chi raised his hand again and formed the tiger seal. Flames erupted from the kunai blade, and it pierced the black bubble again. Bang! A series of light arrays shattered. Sure enough, we still need to use a sealing technique to open this chakra. A series of light arrays cast with the 8 tails chakra possesses a defensive power nearly as strong as the 3-sided seal, and a 3-sided seal cast with this chakra. Uchiha Chi's eyes flew open, veins throbbing around his eyes. He first formed a cross with his hands, creating 2 shadow clones, which then created a black 3-sided seal. Then, he raised one hand, brought his 4 fingers together, and a frantic flash of lightning suddenly ignited from his palm. Hell thrust. 4-point penetration technique. Suddenly, the 4-point penetration technique sliced through the 3-sided seal, but for a moment, it couldn't penetrate the sealing technique's defensive barrier. Uchiha Chi immediately clenched his little finger and struck again with Hell thrust, 3-point penetration technique. Zzz, crack. Bang. Bang. A hand wrapped in lightning stabbed the 3-sided seal, unleashing a cascade of lightning. It took nearly 5 seconds to pierce the seal, shattering it and dissolving into smoke along with the 2 shadow clones maintaining the seal. Not bad, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at the effect. Just now, the 2 shadow clones hadn't unleashed a simple 3-sided seal, but one infused with Senjutsu chakra, Senjutsu, sealing jutsu, 3-sided seal. This instantly transformed the 3-sided seal, previously incapable of even the 3rd Raikage, into a seal with a defensive power only a 3-handed wielder could pierce. But that's not the key point. The key is this: the 3-part seal originally lacked the ability to transform into a Senjutsu. When applied to ninjutsu, Senjutsu primarily amplified the power and scale of the technique, as exemplified by Jiraiya Senjutsu Gomen and Hashirama Senjutsu Maijinman. The sealing effect stems from the wood release's chakra-absorbing properties. The key to the 3-part seal's enhanced defensive power lies in the fusion of the 8 tails chakra with natural energy, creating Senjutsu chakra that effectively neutralizes the surging natural energy, forcing otherwise impossible Senjutsu to be performed. This is similar to how the 9 tails Kirama, who reconciled with Naruto in the latter stages of the 4th Shinobi World War, was able to create shadow clones to help Naruto absorb the Earth's natural energy. Tailed beasts possess the ability to absorb and store natural energy. Uchiha Chi doesn't possess a tailed beast, but he possesses the 8 tails chakra, which has the ability to seal and store natural energy, making it even more suitable for storing natural energy than the 9 tails. And this, then, is the answer Uchiha Chi needs. If I could use the Eight Tails chakra to create a Senjutsu seal similar to the Yin seal, capable of storing natural energy, then I could extend the duration of Sage Stance, and the sustained combat capability of Sage Transformation, but a Senjutsu seal is theoretically impossible, because there's no way to create a cage capable of holding large amounts of natural energy, and I don't know the principles of the Yin seal. But Uchiha Chi was silent for a moment, then pulled out a scroll with serpentine patterns. It contained the Eight Tails horn. I have half of the Eight Tails chakra to spare, and with the synergistic properties of the Eight Tails chakra, and the family sealing technique I've learned, in silence, Uchiha Chi summoned the little white snake, causing it to spit out a special scroll bearing the Uchiha clan crest. Inscribed upon it were 6 large characters, Uchiha Fire Formation. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Uchiha Obito performed this barrier technique. The chakra in the caster's 5 fingers transforms into fire, connecting it with the earth's raging fire, creating a vast flaming barrier around the target. This is a B-rank sealing technique capable of resisting attacks from tailed beasts. The Shura's infernal fire forms a barrier, reducing anyone who resists to ash. Uchiha Obito used this technique to protect the 10 tails from the 8 tails attack. The 8 tails attack, striking the barrier, was like a tickle. Of course. This technique requires stirring the earth's raging fire to form a defensive barrier capable of incinerating the enemy. Uchiha Chi is currently at sea, and finding an active volcano is difficult. However, Uchiha Chi's own fire release chakra mode, combined with his flaming heart and the 2 tails chakra powered flame release, should be even more powerful than an active volcano. Looking at the 2 scrolls before him, Uchiha Chi couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, great strength can make bricks fly. Powerful things don't need to be complicated. Even without the Yin seal, I can use relatively outrageous methods to create a Sage seal suitable for my buddy. Thinking of this, Uchiha Chi's eyes lit up. He bit his finger and swiped across the 2 scrolls. The young man's excited voice immediately rang out from the dispersing smoke. Let's do it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Immortal Sealing Technique Uchiha Flame Formation. Peering Shadow. Amidst this whirling white mist, 2 objects appeared on the deck. One was a massive object, its appearance cracking the deck and causing the thundership to plunge violently downwards. It was none other than the severed horn of the 8 tails. The second, a sealing scroll summoned by the scroll, the Uchiha Flame Formation. The scroll itself wasn't made of waterproof material, so it was encased within the white snake's body. The scroll not only recorded the method for enacting the Uchiha Flame Formation, but also possessed the ability to perform it once. This scroll, gifted by Uchiha Fugaku during his training in Hell Valley, was undoubtedly a priceless item. If performed on crucial terrain, it could even change the course of a war. Although Uchiha Chi had already mastered this barrier technique during his time in Hell Valley, he now had to engrave the Uchiha Flame Formation into his own body. For safety's sake, using a scroll that already contained the complete sealing technique was the best option. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Chi first set his sights on the 8 tails horn. The Uchiha Fire Formation, in some ways, resembled the earth opening and excavation technique performed by Dode earlier. It harnessed the power of nature. Without this, it would consume a significant amount of chakra. His first step was to deal with the 8 tails horn, severing a portion and integrating it into his body as the energy core supporting the sealing technique. Uchiha Chi's gaze narrowed, his eyes widening as he clasped his hands together. Then, first, we must cut. Susanoo, cut. With a command, blazing flames swirled behind him, a roar of wind roared, and a Susanoo's bony palm transformed from illusion into solid form, materializing into the world. Then, a shimmering azure sword light emanated from its palm. The Thunder God's sword, Butsu Mikayao, was instantly swung down, severing the 8 tails horn in a single stroke, a 2:8 ratio. 1/5 of the 8 tails horn was sufficient for the chakra required to create the sealing technique. Just by summoning Susanoo with one hand and recharging the Butsu Myojin, Uchiha Chi's body swayed, his steps staggered, sweat dripped from his forehead, and he nearly collapsed to the ground, drained of chakra. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Chi immediately dispersed Susanoo and the Thunder God sword, stepped to the slightly shorter eight-tails horn, raised his palm, and pressed it forward. This step required the use of the human puppet technique, chakra core. This technique, which could refine a person's chakra into a marble-sized chakra core, was undoubtedly superior to the current ninja world's decompression technology. Uchiha Chi even suspected that the chakra pills used by Otsutsuki Momoshiki to absorb ninjutsu and consume them might be based on the same principle. There are still many talented people in the ninja world. As his palm pressed against the eight-tails horns, unholy runes spread across them. A sharp, crunching sound, like a bone-crushing machine, echoed. Even after being severed, the remaining two larger horns, larger than Uchiha Chi's, gradually shrank under the pressure of the spell. No, not shrinking, but rather the chakra within them was converging toward Uchiha Chi's palm. The portion deprived of chakra became a shrunken, limp, drooping hue. A moment later, Uchiha Chi withdrew his hand, revealing an irregular, round bead gleaming with a pitch-black glow. This is the moment of true danger. He gazed solemnly at the bead in his hand, raised his other hand, turned it over, and pointed the fingertips of his closed palm at his heart. Then, puff! In an instant, a hand blazing with lightning sliced through the chest, exposing the heart, now blood-spurting and entangled with earth grudge threads, to the moonlight. Uchiha Chi endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and inserted the eight-tails chakra core into the heart. He immediately activated the secret technique, earth grudge suture, and the forbidden technique, flesh transformation, mending the heart and enveloping the eight-tails chakra core. Then, drawing upon his heart's essence and blood, Uchiha Chi spread his fingers and slammed down, pressing down on the scroll at his feet. As he did so, his eyes flew open, and the blood vessels around his eyes leaped, drawing in a surge of natural energy from his entire body, merging with his own chakra to create Senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu, sealing technique, Uchiha flame formation. With a shout, the densely packed characters on the scroll twisted where his palm landed. Powered by Senjutsu chakra, a fusion of the eight-tails chakra and natural energy, it climbed up his arm, then flowed from his shoulder to his left chest. A series of pitch-black symbols connected interline, landing on his heart and firmly binding it, forming a technique that expanded from his heart to his left chest and shoulder. This step marked Uchiha Chi's modification of the technique's activation direction. The core principle of the Uchiha flame formation was to stir up subterranean fire to create a powerful barrier. However, there was no subterranean fire or volcanoes here. If Uchiha Chi wanted to create a similarly powerful barrier to lock away natural energy, he would have to find a source of fire within himself. He let out a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat more steadily and the wound on his chest begin to heal. At this point, all preparations are complete. Next, Uchiha Chi raised his blood-stained palm, and each of his 5 fingertips lit up with a blazing flame, his gaze fixed. All that's left is ignition. At that moment, on the other side of the sea, black smoke billowed from a tall chimney as a massive steamship slowly approached from the direction of the land of water. On the deck, Mizukage-sama, a torpedo ship has been sighted ahead. The flagman has signaled several times, but they haven't responded. What do you suggest? A middle-aged man dressed as a captain approached, hunched over, and asked the handsome old man with long gray hair at the front of the deck. Torpedo ship? Who's on it? The third Mizukage, Bailan, frowned slightly, reaching up to retrieve a telescope from the captain's belt. He peered through it at the vessel, still a tiny white dot, on the sea ahead. Through the telescope, Bailan's gaze quickly drifted to the thunder ship. Then, he took in everything aboard, massive bovine horns, blood smearing the deck, and the dark-haired youth standing atop the bloody mass, 5 balls of flame blazing from his fingers, a look of deep thought. The next moment, the dark-haired youth's expression darkened. He suddenly flipped his palm, clasping his 5 flaming fingers against his chest. With a twist, it was as if he had flipped a switch to something terrifying. Boom! An invisible, raging wind rippled outward, spreading from the youth's center in a circle of transparent waves. Crack! In a narrow gap, the mirror of the telescope used for observation shattered instantly, sending dense fragments of lens shards hurtling down the copper tube toward Bailan's eyes. Startled, Bailan quickly steadied himself, ducking to avoid the debris. Then, on the swaying ship's deck, he looked up and saw a beam of crimson flame, reaching for the sky, suddenly rising from the sea level. Chapter 319, Secrets in the Water Mist, Murderous Intent Arises. The entire sea surface surged with violent waves, centered around the rising pillar of fire. The massive ship, facing this wrath of nature, rocked like a small boat in a storm. Standing on the ship's deck, the third Mizukage, Bailan, suddenly felt a change in expression. That guy is Uchiha Chi. Back in the land of hot water, he'd been caught in a genjutsu and followed that man to witness a battle between young geniuses. Now, just 3 months later, Bailan could easily recognize the young man on the Thunder ship. It was none other than the Uchiha brat favored by that man. Why is he here? And it looks like he's been waiting for me along my path for ages. Could he have been instigated by the elders to kill me? Bailan's expression darkened. Who told him my route? Main Jetsukazuki. No, that's not right. Main Jetsukazuki left the village on a mission 2 weeks ago. The only one who knows my whereabouts is. Bailan's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the group of ninjas swaying on the deck behind him. His whereabouts on this trip were among the most secret of Kirigakure's secrets. It involved a bargain with Uchiha Madara. He offered the Three Tails Jinchuriki's life as a bargaining chip, providing vitality for the Outer Path Demon statue in exchange for Madara's help in suppressing the growing power of Kirigakure's other forces. This trip, along with a delegation to the Land of Lightning, was a last-minute decision, specifically to deliver the Three Tails Jinchuriki to Madara. Furthermore, he was prepared to sacrifice the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Only a handful of the tailing ninja who had been following him knew his route, and they had been keeping under his watch, leaving them no chance to pass on any information. Except for the tailing ninja leader, Shirolan, who suddenly turned his head and cast a cold gaze at the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, who was leaning on the great sword Samehoda. At that moment, on the deck, feeling the sudden, sinister glance from the third Mizukage, the bewildered Zigwishin pufferfish shuddered, his grip on Samehoda's hilt unconsciously tightening. Why is he looking at me? What does that look mean? Could it be that the third Mizukage knows I've joined the Yagura faction? Does he want to kill me? For a moment, Zigwishin pufferfish nearly chopped off Sharon's forehead with Samehoda's hilt, roaring, the one-eyed stone man is stirring up rebellion against the Yellow River. He brazenly defected, raising the banner of rebellion for Yagura, to whom he had pledged allegiance. However, the decisive moment planned for the third Mizukage wasn't here yet. Yagura, Kanryu, and the others weren't ready yet, and Zigwishin pufferfish barely managed to resist chopping off the third Mizukage's head. Then, Bailan commanded him emotionlessly, Zigwishin, take everyone and kill that brat. Huh? Zigwishin puffer ghost looked bewildered. Following Bailan's finger, he looked toward the culprit causing the ship's shaking, the flaming beam reaching into the sky. Then, he recognized Uchiha Chi within it. Zigwishin puffer ghost's mind shuddered again, his bewildered mind suddenly clearing. Me? Kill Uchiha Chi? No, you're kidding. After the Battle of Hell Valley and the destruction of Yunming City, Uchiha Chi's reputation had already spread throughout the ninja world, and rumors of his assassination attempt on the daimyo were widespread. Putting aside the question of whether he could defeat them, who knew how many S-rank rebel ninjas would swarm around him if he charged in? However, at this moment, Bailan glanced at the Zigwishin puffer ghost with increasingly impatient eyes. The Zigwishin puffer ghost's expression immediately became stern, knowing that if he did not carry out the mission as ordered, with the suspicion and terrifying methods of the third Mizukage growing with age, he would definitely not end up well. After gritting his teeth, he immediately waved his palm, jumped out from the deck with his men, and ran straight towards Uchiha Chi. Upon seeing Zigwishin pufferfish's gesture, all the ninjas immediately followed. Just as the shark-like ninja at the end of the group was about to leap out and brush past the third Mizukage, Bailan suddenly spoke quietly, calling out, Hashigaki Kisame, a cold, indifferent voice, heard only by the two of them, suddenly echoed in Hashigaki's ears. Later, seize this opportunity to kill Zigwishin pufferfish, the great sword Samehoda will be yours from now on. At Bailan's words, Hashigaki's expression faltered behind his mask, and he raised his shark-like eyes to gaze at him. After confirming the resolute expression on his face, Hashigaki nodded silently and leaped out. Having done all this, Bailan gazed indifferently at the two groups about to collide, his gaze growing colder. Regardless of whether this brat's appearance here was intentional or accidental, at this critical juncture, anyone who might leak the secret must keep their mouths shut. This must never be leaked. Having exposed Uchiha Madara's presence behind him, Bailan wasn't afraid of what the Kirigakure would do to him. His only real fear was Uchiha Madara. He was afraid that Uchiha Madara would kill him for his incompetence. A month and a half ago, when he'd traveled to the land of hot springs to meet Uchiha Madara, the look in his eyes had already betrayed him with murderous intent. That day, That man must have truly intended to kill him, but for some reason changed his mind, suddenly claiming he still had some use. This corresponds to chapter 218, where Uchiha Madara declared he would kill someone, only to change his mind because of C. Thinking of this, Bailan couldn't help but let out a wry, self-deprecating laugh. He'd chosen to court a tiger to prove himself stronger than Hazuki Huanayu, for the sake of a future within the mist. Little did he know that he'd now become a threat. He was clearly the shadow of the mist, yet the entire water country was shrouded in that man's shadow. With this thought, Bailan stared at Uchiha Chi, the figure at the center of the waves, and the Zigguishan pufferfish ghost leaping away. His gaze darkened. The Zigguishan pufferfish ghost alone couldn't possibly kill Uchiha Chi. Therefore, Bailan took a deep breath, extended his hand from his wide sleeves, and a spore quietly blossomed within his palm. The spores took root and sprouted on his arms, wrapping around half of his body. Soon, a white Zetsu with a pale face and a vortex-like head popped out from his shoulder. He third Homo, are you finally going to tell me what it's like to poop? Bailan's face sank, and he turned his head to look at the vortex-shaped head, looking into its empty and deep eye sockets, and then said, your name is Zetsu, hurry up and help me, I can't kill him alone. Huh? Since Lord Madara ordered me to help you, of course there is no problem. The white Zetsu with a vortex face laughed, and then said seriously and funny, but, my name is Fei. Chapter 320 The heart is the strongest muscle. At this moment, Uchiha Chi, deeply immersed in his own research, naturally had no idea that the nearby Sandai Mizukage, already fully armed and poised to attack him, was at a crucial juncture. After striking his heart with 5 fingers of fire to activate the Uchiha flame formation, Uchiha Chi realized he had overreached. Activating fire-style chakra mode combined with the 2 tails chakra, the combined natural energy and the 8 tails chakra formed a Senjutsu chakra, forming an Uchiha flame formation around his heart that was impenetrable even to the level of tailed beasts. This barrier, imprinted upon his body, was incredibly strong. To what degree? Even the hell thrust, one-handed hand, couldn't penetrate its defenses. It rivaled the defenses of the strongest lightning-style Kai at full power. From now on, Uchiha Chi no longer had to worry about anyone ripping out his heart, for his heart was now as strong as a diamond, physically speaking, but a problem arose at this point. Uchiha Chi was only focused on strengthening his defenses to contain the massive amount of natural energy that could potentially run rampant. However, he overlooked the fact that the Uchiha fire formation, executed through celestial magic, was essentially composed of natural energy and chakra. Trying to contain natural energy with the same density of natural energy was somewhat unrealistic. Consequently, while the Uchiha fire formation, based on the fire-style chakra model, was self-circulating, effectively encasing the hard inner layer of armor that could expand to the surface and even beyond, it failed to effectively contain the massive amount of natural energy. The problem lies in the energy compatibility. Uchiha Chi scratched his head, his expression grim as he opened his Sharingan and stared at his chest. With his Sharingan's vision, he could closely observe the flow of chakra from the Uchiha fire formation within his body. At this moment, the natural energy absorbed by his eyes flowed in and out of his heart, flowing freely and unimpeded. It seems I've made a mistake. I was blinded by the defensive power of the sealing technique enhanced by Senjutsu. I shouldn't be using Senjutsu to contain natural energy. I should be using the tailed beast's chakra to create the seal directly, but there's another way. Uchiha Chi immediately formed hand seals again. Since Senjutsu couldn't contain natural energy, he would construct layers, and even more layers, of sealing techniques powered by the tailed beast's chakra within the Uchiha flame formation. Coincidentally, he possessed a sealing technique of considerable difficulty and high rank, the Super Death Battle Barrier, Mastery. This sealing technique, derived from the Uzumaki clan's regenerative barrier, possesses a continuous regeneration effect. While its defensive power wasn't strong, its unique properties, coupled with the mastery gained from his mastery of all martial arts, made it perfectly suited for this purpose. Combining the two, the Sage's Heart, a technique that possessed both superior defensive power and yin sealing properties, would be a complete success. However, at this moment, Uchiha Chi, absorbed in his scientific research and oblivious to the outside world, suddenly saw darkness before his eyes. Under the moonlight, a massive shadow suddenly loomed. A ship, so massive it couldn't even see its tail, suddenly surged onto the crest of a wave over 8 meters high. Then, from the ship, leaped a series of figures of extraordinary skill and agility. The leader, A burly figure with spiky orange hair wielded a massive sword shaped like a door panel. With a flick of his hand, the blade flew and slashed diagonally at Uchiha Chi's shoulder. This person was none other than Zigguishun Pufferfish. His face was tense, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Chi's shoulders and waistline, his mind furiously calculating. The key to surviving this indestructible bread is to prevent him from unleashing that terrifying fire style, so I must hit him with one strike, blasting his heart. According to the latest intelligence, this brat also possesses an earth style that hardens his body. This strike won't work, but that doesn't matter. I've instructed Kisane to attack him from behind and pierce his heart. If my Sumehoda strikes, it will absorb the hardening technique on his surface, then, if my second strike succeeds, I'll have a good chance of surviving him. Indeed, Zigguishun Pufferfish's sole concern was survival. Even the combined might of the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki had been defeated by Uchiha Chi. He never considered himself victorious against Uchiha Chi, even with his unique ninja sword, Sumehoda, capable of absorbing chakra. Moreover, having already betrayed the third Mizukage and joined the fourth Mizukage, Kirudaji Yagura, he certainly didn't want to risk his life for him at this moment. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider how to survive the first wave of suicide attacks he launched, feign serious injury, and leave this terrifying brat before him to the third Mizukage. Contrary to what the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had anticipated, Uchiha Chi saw a door-like blade suddenly fly towards his forehead, and his heart suddenly panicked. His own chakra had already been used to construct the sealing array, and the Eight Tails chakra core, which generated chakra, was currently forming a regeneration barrier, unable to be transferred into his body. Furthermore, the natural energy he absorbed was locked in his heart by the sealing array, unable to benefit his body. Without the chakra and natural energy amplification, his body, which had just begun to cultivate its speed, could not dodge the blow. He could only take it head-on. However, despite his body's inability to react, thanks to his increasingly perceptive Sharingan, Uchiha Chi saw Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish's movements as if they were painstakingly moving frame by frame. Therefore, the right stance to block the blow became crucial. Relying on his combat instincts to maneuver within a small radius to avoid irreparable damage had always been Uchiha Chi's fundamental skill. In the past, he had always fought to protect his heart, the core of his system. But today, Uchiha Chi was shocked to find that, facing the blade aimed at his heart, his body's premonition of danger had no effect at all. As if, standing still was the best course of action? All his thoughts flashed through his mind in a split second. At that moment, with a solemn expression, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish's face swung to Sumehoda's handle. The broad blade, carrying a gust of wind that once produced a sonic boom, spun down. With a single swish, the blade slashed diagonally across Uchiha Chi's left shoulder. With a swish, flesh and blood flew everywhere, bones shattered beneath the ferocious force. Crack! 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 With almost no hesitation, the blade sliced through the shoulder, crushing bones along the way before slashing heavily towards Uchiha Chi's heart. Seeing this, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost couldn't help but gasp. Damn it! Why isn't this kid dodging? Am I going to hit him? Am I going to hide him? Damn it! Am I under an illusion? Having struck an almost impossible foe with a single blow, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost felt no joy. Instead, a look of realization filled his face, a look of anxiety and fear. That simple? Just this simple. I can rip his heart apart and cripple this kid's fire style, and yet, the next moment, dang, like hitting a piece of diamond, the sudden recoil shook the flesh on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost's face, causing it to twitch. The whole person was like Tom the cat ringing a bell, frozen in place, shuddering from head to toe. The recoil from the heart and the terrifying temperature that spread instantly made the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost look horrified. He subconsciously kicked Uchiha Chi away and released Sumehoda, whose entire knife was instantly burned red, causing it to fall to the ground. He stared at Uchiha Chi in horror. What the hell, why can't I cut it? Uchiha Chi blinked, and in response to the question of the fat man who had chopped him with a knife, he pondered for a moment, and replied solemnly, Idiot, isn't this common sense? The heart is the strongest muscle. Chapter 321, Attracting the Cells Again. Duolion can't help but fire continuously. Clang. Sumehoda, swathed in crimson and thickly bandaged, crashed to the ground. A moment later, dense spikes ripped through the fabric, and a bizarre tongue eagerly spit out from the blade's front, twitching wildly along the ground. This no longer felt like a knife, but rather a self-aware fish, trembling with the heat of Uchiha Chi's heart. Along with the resounding sound of the blade's fall, a series of swift, rustling whines suddenly exploded in his ears. They were the pursuing ninjas, hot on the heels of the watermelon mountain puffer demon. They wore masks with 4 water patterns, half covered with teardrops. Their movements seemed devoid of emotion, their attacks focused solely on the enemy's vital points. In an instant, Uchiha Chi's heart was filled with alarm. He was keenly aware that all the vital points of his body, including the throat, temples, waist and kidneys, carotid sinus, and even little Uchiha Chi were locked in tit-for-tat murderous aura. As soon as he looked up, he saw the chasing ninjas in Kurigakure uniforms, some holding sharp knives, some holding water whips, some throwing kunai, and some making hand seals and raising their throats. They formed a squadron of 10 senior ninjas, using a peculiar joint attack technique to launch attacks from the front and back, but they could make their attacks hit Uchiha Chi at the same time. Fortunately, despite the ferocious attack of the chasing ninja, their strength still far surpassed that of their leader, Zigguishin Pufferfish Ghost. The swiftness of their movements was completely different. Uchiha Chi couldn't easily dodge or retaliate against the all-out sneak attack of an elite jonin like Zigguishin Pufferfish Ghost. But this group of chasing ninja was different. In an instant, a fierce gleam flashed in Uchiha Chi's eyes. He thrust his hands back and drew 4 shurikens from the ninja tool pouches strapped to his waist. With a dazzling wave of his hands, he hurled them back. Almost without delay, the next moment after releasing the shurikens, a kunai appeared from nowhere in his right hand. He quietly launched it, taking advantage of the night and the shadows cast by the moonlight reflected by the 8 shurikens. Although he hadn't used it in a while, the Uchiha style of silk shuriken manipulation was already etched into Uchiha Chi's muscle memory. If the divinely advanced Uchiha Ryu's silk shuriken jutsu represents absolute precision and calculation, then this transcendental shuriken jutsu is about creating the possible within the impossible, harnessing light, air currents, the opponent's reactions, and everything else. Even picking leaves and flying flowers can kill. 8 shurikens, crisscrossed with the steel wires from the ninja tool bag, launched towards the nearest enemy, forming a simple net overhead. Leading the charge, the chase ninja, wielding a straight-bladed longsword, seemingly a master of close combat, suddenly felt his pupils shrink. If he charged head first, even if he wasn't riddled with shuriken, he would be cut by the sharp threads. Thinking of this consequence, he immediately attempted to slash through the shuriken before him and the steel wire behind them. However, at this moment, a sharp, cold light suddenly appeared from the darkness, piercing the straight-bladed longsword he was using to block it, and flashing past in the glow of the sea moon. Puff! A flower of blood instantly splattered from the air. At the same moment, Uchiha Chi stomped his foot onto the ground, lunged forward, and suddenly leaped up, seizing the ninja's throat with one palm. But he certainly wasn't saying to the corpse, "Do you want to dance too?" Instead, he swung the corpse around in a circular motion, causing all the attacks, the barrage of ninja tools, the 2 successive slashes of water whips, the long blade, to fall heavily upon the corpse, which served as a shield. As he soared, Uchiha Chi launched a flying kick, striking the oncoming ninja in the forehead. Just as their face deformed and they were about to be flung away, he spun sideways, grasping their hand and forming a yin seal. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The flickering fireball collided violently with the overwhelming wave of water, powered by the ocean's force. Instantly, a white mist erupted, spreading in all directions. The ninja, their vision obstructed, stopped in their tracks. One of them immediately formed a way seal and coldly warned, "Disperse your chakra and perform the mist hiding technique." The purpose of performing the mist hiding technique in this environment was to seize vision within the fog. However, before the elite ninja could obey, Uchiha Chi, clutching a corpse by the neck, brazenly emerged from the dense fog before them all. Seeing this, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost's eyes suddenly fixed. He keenly noticed something strange about Uchiha Chi's grip on the ninja's neck. It seemed as if the hand had melted into the ninja's body. As Uchiha Chi breathed more freely, the arm connecting the 2 of them glowed red, as if something was being drawn from the ninja's body into Uchiha Chi's body. As this process unfolded, the massive wound in Uchiha Chi's chest, cut by some method, from his left shoulder to his chest, healed at a visible rate. This is Sage Transformation, Recellular Attraction. After attaining Sage Transformation, it became one of Uchiha Chi's innate abilities, allowing him to absorb the flesh and cells of others, transforming them into his own, allowing him to heal his wounds at an incredibly rapid rate. It's very similar to Uchiha Madara's chakra drain, though slightly less efficient. Whoosh, a surge of chakra began to flow through his body, and the restored power brought a smile to Uchiha Chi's face. Bang! He glanced at the 10 people around him, casually dropping the ninja in his hand, drained of chakra and cellular activity, reduced to a mummy. He exhaled a long stream of white air. Then, Uchiha Chi raised his head, and his scarlet Sharingan, with 3 jet black Magatama surrounding a star-shaped black cross pupil, suddenly lit up. Are you done? As the blood vessels around his eyes bulged, his expression darkened, a grim sneer etched on his face. Then, I'll give this move back to you. The moment he finished speaking, Uchiha Chi raised his right palm, and a mark resembling a black sun suddenly appeared on his palm. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant, glittering ball of bright yellow light rose from his palm. This was the Sage Cannon, a fusion of natural energy and chakra, the true Dahlin self-raising cannon. Unlike Jugo, who required his entire body to enter the second Sage Seal form, transforming his form to form the muzzle, Uchiha Chi, having conquered natural energy and possessed a superior Sage form, performed this move without altering his form or losing his mind. Instead, a black sun mark, resembling a cursed seal, appeared on his right palm. Through this black sun mark, he could perfectly control the Dahlin self-raising cannon, performing a series of sophisticated operations, including clustering, sympathetic detonation, scattering, and indiscriminate point-of-origin bombardment and vaporization. On his left hand, a white crescent moon mark appeared, representing another ability. Chapter 322, Kisame Rebels, Samedhoda Fishes for Sharks. What the hell is that? At that moment, looking at Uchiha Chi's raised right hand, Zigguration Pufferfish Ghost instinctively realized something was amiss. His eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously fell to the ground in his current position. The next moment, Uchiha Chi spread his 5 fingers wide, and the bright yellow ball of light in his palm instantly transformed into a thick beam of light, shooting out. Swish, the beam instantly pierced the cabin of the thunder ship, sweeping across the area. The speed was breathtaking, as if the senses were thrown into the future, and the ears were deafened by the raging wind. All around the thunder ship, the bright yellow beams pouring into the sea stirred up huge columns of water, which instantly formed a circle and surged high. Water droplets fell, and the scene was like a rain. At that moment, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost looked up from the ground with a look of realization and wiped his face. Then, when he saw what he was holding, his body trembled. It wasn't the exploding seawater in his hand, but a thick mixture of blood and water. He looked up again and saw that the 9 ninjas who had been besieging Uchiha Chi from the thunder ship were now only half dead. They formed 2 lines and fell before him one by one. In an instant, the 10 ninjas who had been attacking him were annihilated in a single blow, without even their water clones being able to use their power. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Even if you were to drag 10 pigs to be chopped, it would take a long time. And what's more, these weren't just pigs, they were 10 Kurigakure Junin, he gasped, realizing he couldn't possibly do such a thing. He could only stretch his legs and push back, abandoning Samedhoda, trying to crawl to the edge of the thunder ship without Uchiha Chi noticing him, intending to jump off. But just then, puff! The second blade that Zigguration Puffer Ghost had previously arranged appeared. However, this one didn't strike Uchiha Chi as expected. Like him, it was blocked by the indestructible heart, its attack in vain. The blade pierced Zigguration Pufferfish's chest, pinning him to the deck of the thunder ship. He turned his head in disbelief. You, Kisame. Right behind him, the figure suddenly appeared, removing his mask to reveal a shark-like face. He drew his sword from Zigguration Pufferfish's vest and watched his superior collapse to his knees, powerless. A look of almost numb sorrow crossed his eyes. Sorry, Captain, this is the Mizukage's order. Uchiha Chi's heart trembled at the sudden change before him. He recognized the figure instantly, Hashiguchi Kisame, the future Akatsuki tailless tail and partner of Uchiha Itachi. At this point in time, Zigguration Pufferfish hadn't colluded with neighboring nations to leak secrets. He was still a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Kurigakure, and the leader of the Kurigakure's pursuit ninja force. At this point, Hashiguchi Kisame hadn't yet mastered Samedhoda's greatsword and reached his full form, and was still a subordinate of the Kurigakure tailed ninja. So why would Hashiguchi Kisame kill his superior now? And why would his tailed ninja and the watermelon mountain pufferfish attack him now? What about the orders from the Mizukage the Hoshigaki Kisame mentioned? The third Mizukage wanted him dead? What was he after? I have no grudge against him. Was this a deliberate plot against me, or was it just bad luck that I happened to witness the explosive scene of the Kurigakure internal strife and the elimination of political enemies? Combining the chaotic situation with the known intelligence, Uchiha's heart sank, and he couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. Could it be that his earlier interactions with the first generation of Akatsuki in Yunming City had attracted the attention of Uchiha Madara? Was the elderly Uchiha Madara, who had been hiding behind the scenes, planning to take action against him to eliminate any unforeseen circumstances? At that moment, corpses lay scattered across the surface of the Thunder ship, the deck stained red with blood. The remaining 4/5 of the Eight-Tails horn and the great sword, Samethoda, lay quietly on the deck. The two remaining men on the Thunder ship simultaneously cast their gazes upon these two objects. Hoshigaki Kisame crouched before the corpse of the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and clasped them together, forming the tiger seal. Water style, Mizusame bullet jutsu. The next moment, a blue shark composed of chakra suddenly leaped from beneath the surface of the sea outside the Thunder ship. Hoshigaki Kisame arched his legs and leaped, his entire body like a diver, raising his hands and clapping them above his head. He leaped into the shark's body formed by the Mizusame bullet. Then, at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye, he rushed towards the great sword Samethoda, standing not far from Uchiha's side. This move, previously used during the Fourth Shinobi World War, involved Kisame merging his body into the jutsu, leveraging its impact to accelerate his speed, leaving even Might Guy unable to react. Watching Hoshigaki Kisame charging toward him, unable to discern whether he was aiming for Samethoda's sword or his own Eight-Tails horn, Uchiha's gaze suddenly focused, his chaotic thoughts hushed. Regardless, the Eight-Tails horn must be secured. Besides the soon-to-be-constructed heart of the immortal, the remaining Eight-Tails horn was crucial for his upcoming training on Kame Island and the assassination of the daimyo. Compared to the Eight-Tails, Samethoda was equally useful, but its importance was significantly diminished. However, Uchiha didn't want Hoshigaki Kisame to easily obtain Samethoda. Kisame with Samethoda and without Samethoda were two completely different creatures, and the difficulty of dealing with them was completely different. If the Birdman performed a Samethoda fusion, Uchiha would have a hard time defeating him. With this thought in mind, Uchiha suddenly raised his head, and three pitch-black Magatama spun wildly within his crimson eyes, locking onto the Mizusame bullet carrying Kisame. The Mizusame bullet's speed was too fast for Duolian's automatic cannon to accurately lock onto. So, Uchiha suddenly closed his right eye, and his left hand suddenly grasped his wide-open left eye. A dense, wild, dancing bloodshot quickly formed in the wide of his eye. Then, he unleashed the eye technique, 9 blood dragon seals. Activate immediately. A 9-headed blood dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, suddenly flew out from its Sharingan. It first rammed Samethoda's broadsword, sending it flying. Then, with its dragon eyes fixed on Hoshigaki Kisame, it opened its maw and swooped down to bite his head. This technique has a built-in search and disorienting effect. With just one wound, Uchiha can render the victim wishing for death. Huh? Is that the illusionary eye technique that scary kid mentioned? Kisame's pupils suddenly shrank in midair. Am I under an illusion? No matter what, I can't let this thing hit me. Subconsciously, unable to tell whether it was an illusion or not, Kisame's scalp tingled slightly. He immediately raised his palms, linked his fingers together, and formed a U-seal. Water style, Great Samadin Jutsu. He leaned back and raised his head, his mouth puffed up high like a frog, gathering chakra in his throat. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spit out. Almost instantly, an oversized shark-shaped water bullet struggled out of Kisame's mouth and collided head-on with the blood dragon. This instinctive move accidentally saved Kisame's life. The Blood Dragon 9 Sealings was a jutsu based on chakra and eye power. Essentially composed of chakra, the Great Samadin no Jutsu, which consumes chakra to grow even larger, was the nemesis of this technique. In an instant, the Blood Dragon and the giant shark collided. Uchiha seized the opportunity, pulling a sealing scroll from the pouch hanging on his waist. He swung it open and slammed it onto the Eight-Tails horns. Bang! Smoke billowed, and the Eight-Tails horns were sealed within the scroll, which Uchiha stuffed heavily into the pouch. Meanwhile, The giant shark in the air gradually devoured the massive blood dragon, transforming into a massive, blood-colored shark that lunged towards Uchiha Chi. By this point, however, Uchiha Chi had achieved his goal, and in the process, he had also confirmed that even without Samehoda, Hashigaki Kisame possessed the daunting ability to absorb chakra from others. Yet, facing the oncoming giant shark, Uchiha Chi calmly raised his right hand. The black sun seal in his palm instantly condensed into a dazzling cannon of Senjutsu. He aimed at the Great Samudon, and also at the spun-up sword Samehoda, which was sent spiraling into the air after it was launched. And then there was Hashigaki Kisame, who stretched out his hand midair, reaching for Samehoda, and within reach. The sent flying sword Samehoda had become Uchiha Chi's bait to seduce the shark. Yes, the Great Samudon technique could absorb chakra, but what about Senjutsu? Uchiha Chi's eyes darkened, murderous intent etched in his pupils. Without hesitation, he spread his 5 fingers wide, and suddenly launched a magical light cannon from his palm. The thick, bright yellow light cannon instantly obliterated everything in front of him. The air trembled, and the falling rain was distorted into a sonic boom cloud. Swish. Chapter 323 The Third Mizukage, The True Power of the Cage. A bright yellow spot of light, illuminating the center of the field of vision, instantly grew larger and larger. The fan-shaped light cannon expanded, instantly transforming into a massive beam 5 meters in diameter, thundering forward. The blood-red giant shark, having devoured the blood dragon completely, instantly collided with it. The next moment, the blood-red giant shark's chakra-absorbing power, no longer capable of absorbing it, was reduced to a slightly more condensed mass of water bullets. Before this light cannon, the blood-red giant shark was like paper, instantly blasted through from head to toe, a massive hole blasted through. Then, unabated, it charged towards Hashigaki Kisame, who was in midair. Not good. Hashigaki Kisame, who had grasped Samehoda but remained a target in midair, felt a jolt of fear. This isn't chakra. What is this? Kisame had never seen a jutsu so completely ignoring the Great Samudon jutsu. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his shark-like face instantly turned pale. His eyes, as wide as green beans, stared forward, his face ashen. In this critical moment, he could only clutch Samehoda tightly, turning back and counterattacking, holding the doll-like Samehoda horizontally before him, attempting to use it to block the impact of the light cannon. It's useless. Uchiha Chi's eyes flashed with coldness. His Daran Fujiran cannon was composed purely of Senjutsu chakra. Unable to dodge, neither Kisame's own Great Samudon jutsu nor his large sword Samehoda could absorb it. Facing such a move, he could only defend himself with his own jutsu, which had the power to transform into a powerful form. But apparently, despite possessing the 4 chakra attributes of fire, wind, earth, and water, Hashigaki Kisame lacked the corresponding ninjutsu. He could only perform auxiliary ninjutsu for the remaining attributes, such as earth style, earth diving. He was proficient only in water-based ninjutsu. Boom. Instantly, a beam of light engulfed Kisame, and a white mist exploded in the sky. However, at this moment, Uchiha Chi frowned, raised his palm, and caught a ball of something that fell from the mist, resembling shattered ice crystals. Is this ice? Looking up again, he saw, beyond the thunder ship, a column of water suddenly rose from the sea to midair, rapidly solidifying into an icicle. High in the sky, a man with long gray hair, adorned with blue beads, his eyes habitually closed, stood atop this pure ice pillar. His right hand was raised, and before his palm lay a shattered, chilling shield of extreme ice. It was this seemingly fragile shield of ice that actually withstood Uchiha Chi's celestial cannon. At that moment, the man atop the icicle, Samehoda, clutching his great sword in one hand, gazed down. His eyes, usually tightly closed, opened slightly, revealing a pair of icy blue pupils as he glanced indifferently at Uchiha Chi standing atop the shattered thunder ship. Without further ado, the third Mizukage, Shiraishi, who had already resolved to kill everyone present except Kisame, simply uttered 2 words, dragons. As this emotionless voice echoed, Uchiha Chi was astonished to discover that the sea surrounding the thunder ship had, unknowingly, frozen solid. Then, 4 giant dragons, composed entirely of ice, broke through the ice and slithered out. Their claws ripped through the thunder ship's deck, and they leaped upward, their heavy bodies supporting them. Their foreheads collided with Uchiha Chi's. No hand seals were needed, no hand gestures raised. It was as if his words had been spoken, with breathtaking speed. Uchiha sees gaze fixed, his intuition premonition of danger leading him to sideways as the four dragons charged. He raised his hand and unleashed a shuriken bound with earthwrath silk thread, which snagged onto the railing of the thunder ship's deck. With a reverberating leap, he leaped to the side. However, ice release, extreme ice prison jutsu, as if completely anticipating Uchiha's evasive move, Bailan's eyes, which had been closed once again, opened again, revealing icy blue pupils as his gaze fixed directly on Uchiha's position. In a single glance, the ice surrounding the thunder ship suddenly surged upward, forming a massive icy cage that completely engulfed Uchiha. What the hell? This birdman doesn't even need hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Uchiha's heart trembled as he watched the ice wall surge towards him at an incredible speed, obscuring his vision and locking him in place. Subconsciously, he sensed that if he touched this icy wall, something terribly bad would happen. It was like Jirabo's Earth-style, Earth Prison Domu from the Future Sound Ninja F4. That Earth Prison could absorb chakra. And the icy prison before him, Uchiha swung two more shurikens from mid-air, tethered by silk threads, swirling them in mid-air, halting their impact on the ice wall. He then flipped backwards in mid-air, landing on the frozen surface of the sea. The two shurikens, now impaled on the ice wall, were now rapidly coated in a layer of ice crystals. Then, crack, the finest shuriken from Orochimaru's laboratory suddenly snapped in two, one half falling to the ground, the other half still stuck in the ice wall, seemingly fused to it. The broken edge was unusually rough. This is, brat suddenly, a sneer rang out from not far away. Hoshigaki Kisame, also in his icy prison, standing on the ice, nearly frozen to death, sneered and trembled with a laugh. This is the true power of the cage. The Sandaime-sama's ice escape technique can create the ultimate ice known as Absolute Zero. Anything that touches this ultimate ice will have its kinetic energy frozen at the molecular level, leaving only potential energy, and then be frozen into a frozen corpse. And the Sandaime-sama doesn't need to cast a hand seal. The moment his eyes open, he will sentence the guilty to death. Hearing this, Uchiha couldn't help but frown. Oh, this is another information black hole. The Sandaime Hokage, who had never used a single move in the original story, now appeared before him, and his abilities were truly bizarre. He required no hand seals, performed ninjutsu with astonishing speed, and even possessed a terrifyingly difficult ice release technique capable of reaching absolute zero. Honestly, the sheer power of Haku, whose ice release ability awakened on its own after the destruction of the Snow Clan in the original story, and no one to teach him, was already a freak of mechanics. And now, this veteran bloodline master, a contemporary of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who had lived all the way from the Warring States period to the present day, how powerful could his ice release technique be? Crack! A 3-meter diameter hole quietly opened in the ice above the prison's ceiling. Through the skylight, one could see the night sky outside, and, outside the prison, a man standing with his eyes closed, atop a massive ice dragon. It seemed as if even with his eyes closed, he could see. Kisame, don't be careless. Come with me, kill him. With a cold command, Bailan casually hurled his greatsword, Samehoda, down, landing on the ice in front of Hoshigaki Kisame's feet. Ha as you command. My Hokage. A cruel grin crossed Hoshigaki Kisame's shark-like face. He yanked Samehoda, the greatsword, from the ice, pointing it at Uchiha. Uchiha brat, I forgot to tell you, the longer you delay, the weaker you will become, and I will only become stronger. Then, under the gaze of Uchiha, Hoshigaki Kisame did not hesitate, his face turned ferocious, and he grasped the barbs of Samehoda tightly with his palm, making the barbs pierce through his palm, and letting his own blood flow onto Samehoda, and silently, he activated Samehoda Fusion. Chapter 324 is full of mysteries, Ice Escape and the Eye of Extreme Ice. As Samehoda Fusion activates, Kisame's body gradually transforms into a shark-like form. Jade sprout from his palms, fins from his elbows, 3 closable gills appear on each shoulder, and a long, densely scaled shark tail emanates from his hips. His face also gradually becomes more ferocious, resembling a vicious shark. Samehoda Fusion Mode, a form in which Kisame fuses the power of Samehoda, transforming him into a half-human, half-fish creature capable of flying and breathing freely underwater. Kisame's inherent chakra-absorbing abilities are amplified to an incredible degree. Through ninjutsu and taijutsu, he can absorb the chakra of his opponent upon contact. He also possesses an incredibly wide range of perception. He doesn't have much chakra left, Bailan, standing in mid-air above the ice dragon, eyes closed, calmly pointed out Uchiha Chi's weakness and then formulated a battle plan. Kisame, you will consume and absorb his jutsu, I'll help you block the attacks of the senjutsu, and I'll also dispel the illusions, push him into a corner, then, I'll perform the killing jutsu of Shui Xiang, freezing his limbs and dismembering him. With that, Bailan leaped from the ice dragon's head. His body strangely merged into the ice prison, appearing like a painting on the mirror-like walls of the prison. This was the secret ice escape technique, magic mirror ice crystal. It allowed the caster to move between mirrors at the speed of light. Bailan had previously performed this technique in the original novel, but now, Bailan had actually managed to perform the extreme ice prison technique while simultaneously performing this secret technique, merging himself into the ice prison. Hearing the other side openly discussing how to kill him in front of him, Uchiha Chi's face twitched slightly, his expression instantly becoming cautious. If they were fighting alone, killing Hoshigaki Kisame would be no problem for him. Both Senjutsu and Sharingan illusions could counter Kisame's abilities. But now, facing two alone, the Senjutsu's attacks would be neutralized by the third Mizukage's unique shield device. Furthermore, the third Mizukage could swiftly move within this icy prison, appearing at Hoshigaki Kisame's side at any moment to help him disarm his Sharingan Dojutsu. Unburdened by any worries, Kisame was practically indestructible in this environment, able to rapidly recover from injuries using the chakra stored within his Samehoda. All Hoshigaki Kisame needed to do was repeatedly attack, draining Uchiha Chi's chakra, and he would be a ready prey. This was a blatant conspiracy, and the third Mizukage wasn't afraid of Uchiha Chi hearing it. But what truly baffled Uchiha Chi was this: how, exactly, did the third Mizukage do it? He could observe everything around him without even using his eyes. Uchiha Chi's mind's eye was the only way to do this, but could the third Mizukage also possess this ability? He could instantly cast ninjutsu without even forming a hand seal. Even the ninja god, who seemed to grant anything with a clap of his hands, at least formed a seer-rent seal with his palms together. Even Uchiha Chi's seemingly outrageous single-handed ninjutsu in the past had at least formed a tail seal, relying on various buffs to achieve this. Ninjas in this world who could cast ninjutsu without forming hand seals lived thousands of years ago, during the era of the ninja clan. Could it be that the third Mizukage was so powerful that he'd transcended the boundaries of ninja and become a ninja clan? This raises the question, if the third Mizukage possessed both the power of the mind's eye and the ninja clan, how could he have lost the battle for the second Mizukage to the Mustachioed Izuki? And how could Uchiha Madara's covert manipulation of the water country have left it as still and silent as a dead body, without a single ripple? Uchiha Chi felt deeply irritated by the distorted intelligence, and he couldn't help but glance at the third Mizukage, whose eyes were closed, indifferent and silent, above the mirrored walls of the ice prison. More important than the noise of battle was the strategy behind the battle. The other party must possess information he didn't know. With this information, perhaps he could unravel the current situation and turn the tide. As his thoughts raced, Hoshigaki Kisame, facing him, had already prepared his attack. With a slight grin, his shark-like eyes fixed on Uchiha Chi, he politely said, "Then, Sandai Mizukage-sama, my life rests in your hands. Also, could you please close the skylight?" With a snap, Kisame clasped his hands together, his eyes glaring, and suddenly raised his head. Water style, great exploding water wave, here it comes. Uchiha Chi's face sternly raised his left hand to his chest, forming the tiger seal. Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu. This fire-style jutsu involves gathering vast amounts of chakra within the body and compressing it into the form of a flaming dragon, skillfully manipulating it to attack the enemy in front of him. A skilled practitioner can even activate it with just the tiger seal. At this moment, Uchiha Chi curled his index finger, abruptly flipped his body, leaped back, and threw back his head, mouth agape, and spurted forth a long burst of energy. He violently spat out a condensed, fiery dragon head, blasting it toward the ice wall before him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chi suddenly raised his right palm and aimed it at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was now spewing a massive wave of water toward the ground behind him. The black sun mark on his palm suddenly shone, condensing into a multi-lotus, self-inflicted cannon. A bright yellow beam of light gathered at the center of his palm and erupted with a bang. Attacking both at once, if the third Mizukage chose to rescue Kisame, the ice wall would shatter, allowing Uchiha Chi to escape the range of the magic mirror's ice crystals and buy him some time. However, If the third Mizukage chose to neutralize the fire dragon, Kisame would surely be severely injured by the celestial artillery, which he could not absorb. So, what will you choose, third Mizukage? Uchiha Chi raised his head, gazing coldly at the third Mizukage within the ice wall, his eyes closed and his expression impassive. At this moment, on the mirror-like ice prison wall, the third Mizukage tilted his head slightly, suddenly opening his eyes, revealing a pair of icy blue pupils as he glanced in Kisame's direction. Ice release, extreme ice shield. A layer of frigid, seemingly brittle ice suddenly appeared out of thin air before Kisame. Sure enough, the key to this guy's ninjutsu is opening his eyes. Right now, the blood vessels around Uchiha's eyes bulged, bloodshot streaking the whites of his eyes. 3 pitch-black Magatama spun wildly, Senjutsu, Sharingan, white eyes. Regardless of distance or whether the opponent was in direct line of sight, as long as they were within his 360-degree field of vision and had their eyes open, this eye technique was guaranteed to hit. Uchiha's true purpose in attacking both sides was to force the third Mizukage interaction, to see if he would open his eyes and determine the prerequisites for the opponent's ninjutsu. In an instant, Uchiha's gaze met the azure blue eyes of the third Mizukage within the ice wall. But then, crack! A sound like cracking ice suddenly emanated from somewhere beside Uchiha. At that moment, the third Mizukage, hypnotized by Uchiha's Ijutsu, vanished from the ice wall. The Ijutsu had failed. Uchiha abruptly turned his head, looking toward the source of the cracking sound. There, in that direction, a frozen eye, hidden in mid-air by the chill of the ice wall, suddenly appeared. No, not quite revealed, but rather, a crack had formed from the impact of the Ijutsu's chakra wave, rendering it incompatible with its surroundings and allowing Uchiha's Sharingan to detect it. This floating eye bore a striking resemblance to a certain jutsu Uchiha had seen in the original novel. That was the future, when Gaara of the Sands Village unleashed the Sand Style, Third Eye. And this eye was none other than the third Mizukage, Hakuren, using the Ice Style, Eye of Ultimate Ice. Uchiha froze in shock, staring at the icy pupil as if realizing something. However, the next moment, before Uchiha, the second third Mizukage, whose form was slightly illusory, seemingly unable to open his eyes, projected onto the ice wall due to the shattering of the Eye of Ultimate Ice. He unleashed a ninjutsu to prevent the fire style, Great Dragon Fire from striking the walls of the Ultimate Ice prison. The condensed fireball of Great Dragon Fire blasted through the prison. Simultaneously, Hashigaki Kisame's water style, Great Explosion Water Wave instantly rushed towards him. Bang! Chapter 325 I'm waiting for CD, what are you waiting for? The fireball of Goryeo instantly shattered the ice prison, and a torrent of water, spewed by Hoshigaki Kisame, followed, bursting through the breach. Like a breach in a dam, a torrent of water rushed out, crashing onto the ice. Along with a massive wave, so too did Uchiha, standing atop the waves, a smile on his face. After catching sight of the eye made of ice, Uchiha began to guess what the third Mizukage relied on to fight, and why his fighting style was so bizarre. The man's eyes were tightly closed because he possessed a technique similar to Sand Style, Sand Eyes, Gaara's Sand Style, Third Eye. Uchiha had also seen this technique before, Ice Style, Ice Clairvoyance, which appeared once in the Snow Country chapter of the original novel. It used ice crystals to refract light and track enemies. Ninjas without the Snow Clan's Keki Genkai, Ice Release, could perform such a far-sighted technique in icy conditions. As the third Mizukage, possessing the complete Snow Clan's Ice Release heritage, it was perfectly natural for him to possess such a jutsu. Strictly speaking, the third Mizukage shared a similar fighting style to the Sand Village's third, fourth, and even the future fifth Kazekage, all of whom relied on the manipulation of massive Keki Genkai. This was evident in the massive ice dragon and ice prison he had just unleashed. However, unlike the Kazekage, the third Mizukage possessed a combat system based on ice release. He used his ice release, extreme ice eyes, which spread out around him and provided a sweeping view of the battlefield, replacing his eyes and providing his field of vision. This allowed him to maintain vision while also avoiding eye contact when closing his eyes, allowing him to circumvent the Sharingan's eye techniques. Perhaps the reason for this was his powerful ally, Uchiha Madara. This fighting style was likely developed as a defense against Uchiha Madara. The reason the opponent didn't need to form hand seals, but instead needed to open his eyes to unleash his jutsu, was that Uchiha Chi speculated. Perhaps this birdman could form hand seals with his eyes. Covering his eyelids would obscure the process, and the movement of his eyes opening might correspond to the tail seal of most water-style ninjutsu, or even the sea seal, the final seal of his ice-style ninjutsu. After eliminating all improbabilities, the remaining one, no matter how unbelievable, was the truth. Ninjas had a wide variety of unique hand seals. Besides the standard two-handed hand seals, there were also the Uchiha clan's customary use of others' hands, Jiraiya's foot seals, and Minato's single-handed seals. Even in the original novels, there were ninjas who formed hand seals with their eyes. I see. I was wondering why this guy looked so awesome, but he let Kisame take the lead while he hid in the mirror and assisted quietly, crouching on the crest of the wave, pushed back by the huge wave. Uchiha Chi stopped his momentum by pulling the water surface with one hand. He stood firmly on the water surface, staring at the two people who jumped out of the gap in the ice prison at a high speed. His eyes moved back and glanced at the gray-haired man who was a body length behind Kisame. He showed a sneer and immediately shouted, "Third-generation Mizukage, have your physical skills degenerated to the point that you can only rely on little tricks to pretend to be strong, huh?" Bailan, who was behind Kisame, suddenly heard what Uchiha Chi said, and his expression changed slightly. How did he know? Yes, the third-generation Mizukage Bailan is an older Kage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, he is the same type of ninja as Raza, who is good at laying out battles. Physical skills are not his forte. Therefore, he would leave behind the young and strong Hoshigaki Kisame, who possessed the ability of Samehoda fusion, to directly contain Uchiha Chi. This was because he knew very well that he was definitely no match for Uchiha Chi, who had defeated the Sand Village boxing champion Ebizo and possessed the physical strength to crush two-tailed beasts with his bare hands. If this brat gets close to him, he will be in trouble within 3 punches. At this moment, his weakness was exposed. Although Bailan still had his eyes closed and could not see the expression in his eyes, his face had already become a little gloomy. You saw through my disguise in an instant after just one round of fighting. This kind of eyesight is exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's. He raised his face slightly, facing Uchiha Chi, and gritted his teeth secretly. This brat is too dangerous. We must not let him leave here alive. Bailan's closed eyes became fierce, recalling the humiliation that Uchiha Madara had inflicted on him, and he immediately made up his mind. There can't be another Uchiha Madara in this world. As soon as this thought came to mind, Bailan immediately opened his pair of azure eyes, glared at the sea under Uchiha Chi's feet, and ordered in a deep voice, "Kisame, do it." As Bailan opened his eyes, the ice layer instantly spread wildly from under his feet, and in an instant it spread to Uchiha Chi's feet. Kisame nodded immediately upon hearing this, flashing a cold smile towards Uchiha Chi. He raised his hands above his head and plunged into the sea. At this moment, Bailan no longer concealed his gaze, staring intently at Uchiha Chi. He suddenly clasped his hands together, forming the sea seal, and shouted fiercely, "Ice style, ice dragon bite!" Layers of ice crystals climbed up along Uchiha Chi's legs and feet, pinning him firmly to the ice. Roar! 4 massive ice dragons instantly broke through the ice, charging towards Uchiha Chi with their heads held high, completely blocking his retreat. Underwater, Hoshigaki Kisame, already in Samehoda fusion mode, clasped his hands together, formed seals, bared his fangs, and shouted fiercely, "Water style, great explosion water wave!" Then, the sea beneath the ice suddenly began to boil. No, it wasn't boiling. Rather, the ocean was pouring back into the sky. Moonlight reflected from the rising water droplets onto Uchiha Chi's face. However, he remained unfazed, relishing the extraordinary spectacle, allowing himself to be swept by the surging ocean into an ellipsoidal water prison, nearly 300 meters in diameter. The great explosion water shockwave previously unleashed by Hoshigaki Kisame within the ice prison had silently replaced the water beneath him, infusing it with his own chakra. The second great explosion water shockwave, unleashed by Hoshigaki Kisame using the sea's surface conditions, combined the two, lifting the ocean beneath him into a massive water prison. This massive ninjutsu is enough to leave Uchiha Chi, standing on the surface, with nowhere to escape. Bang! Watching Hoshigaki Kisame leap up from under the sea and dive into the water prison floating above the sea, Bailan curled up the corners of his mouth, revealing a sneer of success, and formed seals with his hands again, pressing on the water prison ice escape, extreme ice prison technique. In an instant, The outer layer of the huge water prison with a diameter of nearly 300 meters was instantly covered by a layer of ice, and began to gradually turn into a huge ice ball that was slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Inside the ice ball, Hashigaki Kisame swam in front of Uchiha Chi, as if he had the situation under control. He smiled faintly. Uchiha's little brat, thank me well, this is a burial place specially prepared for you. Floating in the water prison, Uchiha Chi opened his eyes and glanced at Hashigaki Kisame, who was talking to himself. What? Don't you believe it? Hashigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes and stared at Uchiha Chi like an extremely patient hunter. The seawater in this water prison has been completely soaked by my chakra. Every second you are here, your chakra is being taken away by me. Also, in this watery environment, you can only hold your breath, and you can't use the fire escape technique that just broke the ice prison. In addition, the Sandang-sama is constantly reinforcing the ice layer from the outside. Eventually, this place will become a solid ice ball with a diameter of 300 meters, until it sinks 10,000 meters to the bottom of the sea. The gradually increasing pressure on the seabed will slowly rob you of your ability to move. You will become weaker and weaker, and Kisame suddenly changed the subject, looking coldly at Uchiha Chi, will do it the moment your chakra is absorbed, the moment you are weakest, kill you. As soon as the words fell, Kisame immediately put his hands together, and a bubble rose in the ice ball, staring at Uchiha Chi coldly. Before that, please play with my little darlings first. Summoning technique. Thousand sharks. As Kisame pressed down his palms, a huge summoning technique appeared in the ice prison, and tiger sharks with dull body color, sharp teeth arranged in a serrated shape, and dark brown markings were continuously summoned by Kisame, jumped into the ice prison, and immediately swam around Uchiha Chi. Yet, facing such a precarious situation, with 1,000 sharks wailing for food, and surrounded by two powerful enemies, Hashigaki Kisame and the third Mizukage, Uchiha Chi stared with a strange expression at Hashigaki Kisame, who was constantly summoning sharks, and at the third Mizukage, who, beyond the ice ball, gazed at him from above the sea, as if waiting for a show. He could see that these two men, though both clamoring to kill him, had clearly had numerous opportunities to engage him in close combat, yet they hadn't dared to engage him head-on. Instead, they repeatedly attempted to trap him with large-scale water and ice jutsu. Then, using this boiling frog method, they attempted to slowly outlast him through chakra absorption, summoned beast attacks, and the oppression of the natural environment. Granted, this was part of the ninja's unique fighting style. But, I'm waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for? Are you really that afraid of a close-quarters fight with me? Uchiha Chi couldn't help but glance at his left chest, at the methodically constructed heart of the sage. Within it, the regeneration barrier attached to the Uchiha fire formation was already fully constructed. Based on the Eight Tails chakra core, it quietly generated a section force that surpassed Uchiha Chi's previous capabilities, like a powerful pump. From a perspective invisible to ordinary people, natural energy within a 10,000-meter radius, spiraling in a rapid motion, was frantically pouring back into Uchiha Chi's heart. At this moment, a power is throbbing as the abyss was slowly awakening. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.